see what we watch. O see something in the ticket.
Okay.
Kwabena. My deep process the process where they are not. Me news and grow away.
It's true.
Na speed ya. Arrowhead and not the air corner.
Tamuko. Na unim. Na so unim. Say slow down. Obo say you not so kind. Obo say convoy.
Masa.
Obo say convoy. Why slowing? Why? You must know. Masa. Yeah, you can say Omanda. So boa. Nya tiang move.
Me say you go bomb ne pa maybe tram e so.
Yes, bomb them.
Tram e so correct. Not just a peninsula.
Commander, yeah, you call Bunkrugu yo. Bunkrugu, Ghana last town. Bunkrugu yo. And I do by 11. Now after that, you free yo back to Tamale. Commander, by 5 hour journey. And it's a bit track.
Now, Omutimi, yes, I did wait for 1 year, 1.5 years. Because I'm called prime minister.
It's true.
They say
it's true.
And son of you was here by your talk.
It's true.
Hey,
because my car 2018. Now, Mama, I come. You didn't call the whole Ghana 2018. Hey, Tamano pet, I believe the NDC.
You know the same thing.
So it's a call here.
And you better.
It's you know, they know every.
And yeah, a good for the 20s no one yard no bois, one shada. Because say I deal with Winnie or the
minimum any penny also pay man penny bedi. It's Odia Chico baby. The one was it, you see, no lucky. Into
resetting.
I mean, you have a money we're talking. You see, now we don't do. James, see, no, what's it cream? So wow.
No. But you need the JM Prof Baumia. Napo no yeso anko ba bia.
On the MC what man to.
Yesi Napo Baumia sumanu ano wakote otimi kwatensia yeso. Adia na boya Baumia.
Commander Ajmane di you.
Baumia nko na na ko.
Asi na po MC na no nya desa. Commander Ajmane di you.
Nya dia no akase na de mintimi nko.
Asi o shobo ko se bia o twen sa honde ba no ko.
Onim se na potimi de awia ne ibi ma ne boys no ma post so obono no oni ho.
Wow.
Na po way os me bo baby. But tell me win buy no quick one answer na me ne minua Musa Dankwa ya adwuma. So time by na hu say win ba na mo way. Okay,
yeah, the me no me akasa me vote Kintampo. Or na me vote. Enti me na mo Kintampo. Enti that was Friday no ana ne madam epepe na madam so ono ba ko akvote wo the krum commander anaja me say ana say yes obi aye kwa ko vote enti me ko Kintampo. Enti ye vote ye Paul Frank Kintampo no 9 people for this car for the first time. This can be show us on person in free and listen.
I see.
Commander na you because the MC na no was contesting for MPP and Odiscani and never be shame wa entina my who kaka wom. But then you talk about we no indeed not they were winning as a placement na MPP and we need that. And so ni na kabo mu no NDC FI. Enti bo be 9. Me share those bananas as I deal we tani o enti tem boy no ana me fro bi wo efikesim ana so krache kolesi na ye che say edam ana me say ana so the men transa by 11 of man ahu bibi 11 kwan bo ana share we man ana so ana musa dedam 1.6 million dey edam.
And you only understand they are not 11.
That vote you here. I Saturday no 11 p.m. no
p.m.
Now me say you winning that election way by a million margin. Because me from the engine room no direct. Me from the engine room direct. So I was telling some friends, oh you win. Now I'm winning. I'm so you win. Why should I know just after 4 hours? I'm so you win because manya source no. I just say you win abano. It's on Monday Sunday now ready. No. I'm say, hey, how can you?
How did you feel,
Commander? I say you be free. I say you to be free. I say you and be because Oman Ghana kasano, Oman Ghana abre. Ghana Oman we no. Oman no ndadan tro bonidie awudie. I say, what we say BB
adeso be
free. Oman so asa free so. And we are hoping that a year come January 7th, you know, after swearing in, no, Bibia, Ebeden Kwamu, Boko.
Charlie, anyway,
it's not all that's it. My husband is a team, I say, yeah, not only a campaign coordinator for Jenana, campaign chairman for Jenana, yeah. Mr. James Adjinin Boating, now on the campaign spokesperson, the deputy Erika J, now on the deputy media for nominancy, your welfare officer, why you and the madam, as a baby, as a that is a Bibia Pizu, Akra, as well as it. Over Juma, over Juma, and you don't be assy, Commander.
And I think, you better CMG so asset
super.
You better like Yabungo
super
over the years.
Super.
It has been tough.
Yes, and very rough. And then they can office.
But hey,
this man will stand.
Yeah. The Binumaji one frequency.
Sure.
I do share them. Binumaji. You be crowd there or the lady about you Achimotao. You Bonyum san. I'm saying Ukra dear we now the Bonyum. And I think Chairman of Swamp also did well. And Auto FM, they did a fantastic job.
And do not appoint quite not or the campaign.
Yeah.
Campaign for some was
then Radio Gold,
say
XYZ,
yes.
Mugabe,
now I start with you saying. They did,
and I think sir, Ghana for about 2 you know, actually say Ghana need me.
Dabi.
So I hope NDC base you be free.
Sure.
Say omo mama be.
I say it's say ya chama yentino.
Ube ye de ope. Yeah. Me anya MPP omo lose no, but NDC should learn.
I agree with you, Commander.
From a year apart
I agree
from the
with you 100%.
That wouldn't mean fat Ghana ni sebe and what.
So what the one hour to me to know.
The upper Ghana one also him down. And now Oma who say Omo betting you punish any political party. And Major said one day on betting you to aba 275 million adia mobi.
Ablakwa say about we I suggest now there's no strong going anywhere.
Yo.
Ablakwa
Intino NDC nsuenyansa free na omonto to omakwa yi. We don't want to see the same mistakes, the same disrespect, the same thievery, the same corruption. We don't want to hear any panapana. We don't want to hear any panapana projects no monye sikano enwia yadwuma
yeah. Skalaman for Admano and not Obiamus and Badmano. Why, come on?
Yeah, we are not a Wunyaka crabby. No problem. That's my jet, my dinning, my Johnny. To say you want to me, I did road contractor. What this can
I say he'll be pursued for.
Oh, Jai, now want to me the other Jai. Sir, now want to me say, Obechiku Wibuachi. You drew Kumasi. Won't mean a me.
Oh, what's my general?
Well, Johnny, won't me a Johnny. Friday night to Abano, Johnny, and Saturday, Onikrum, Sunday, Johnny, won't me a Johnny, a Joffrey. Now, won't to me, Batashi, Brabetras, watching about you, Bachelor. But, and I'm a kind of Minia, young home. Now, NDC should just do the right thing.
That is true.
Omumu Omani.
That is true.
Obianka se first cabation butu. But revenue beba no.
Yeah.
Fire on
money. Na ono so enya ho.
Taxes also be ye free ono. Ye free ho. Port ubetumi ye bibia boya, ye bibi boya. No more mkofa niema ba. Now for the local industries no. Ye mpegem poultry. Any local manufacturers.
Agriculture no.
Agriculture na aduane mre krom. yentimi nibi na affordable housing no say no omonfo enkon krase
ya na mo so nya bindam
no munya binam na munya senkan ne kumase a mo asie politics
me say me in-law abero me in-law ana say how do wasi ka che ma se me pana chew omo na ni kuaye ho
yes
abro wasi farming wasi abro
Ghana ni pe aduane na adi o wanya ba bi ni tira so wanu musuo papa o cantonment die na politician mututo
ompe
on mebusa bi nya hwe
on fanya hwe
that's all. Thank you so much, Yoda. Congratulations. Live on Accra 100.5 and now make us some minimum bedding come special. Ewo fia se mami fana se ma eye Benya FM in Elmina, Western FM ewo Elembele, Median na Kwabena BOBIE ANSAH, the old soldier, the old lion, the last man standing, Commander Boam. Mewa yenu bewie no nsia bre. And today you were nice discussion bia ye beye. And discussions na ye beye no. Many opening didn't come on my follow no Juma and I say be a many Land Cruiser and I come man no only problem though. They say oh only problem they say yeah menya edia koro you know problem because they say no me say me no go ase me no ye go ase and me kind of man for say I have with me Rap Musa Dankwa na ono an executive director Edema Global Research Info Analytics or hasi Mira Akwaba
you so BOBIE
boko there
and you better say bad boko
me was wa bre
chele
me was wa bre yeah I can tell kafra minim say enya me pa enka the woman because even Friday you have me contact you and me also other networks so I watch you on Saturday also on Joy and but mami nika busa sa anyway results free this year election by no feeling Bennett the amount.
Oh, me dear, me feel I'm a bit normal about it because Kwabena show came in, but mostly no, I knew they were coming.
MPP in government G watching, your own friends are G watching. Me cry me can't be me G watching. And o catcher him be say one year the business Ghana who be that. Enti e buy no e dey na na cost time and resources as a trickle in.
I just feel we'll be vindicated. Almost say yakoje bribe na ye no. Almost we the entimi being see that. So there be 1990 when name say look about we unprecedented elections into be a history and to baby no unfair going forward. I think it was some time that I'm for some about the most confirm my medication.
Really?
Oh yes, people tell me on social media say I should be taking my medication because I'm say we be at the chimo was wrong. Yes, because we were seeing something nobody was seeing. But nobody was seeing it. Now everyone was saying, look, if we can see it, then anybody who does a scientific research must see what we are seeing. Why research, or use scientific method, should not be blind by what we were seeing. Because I was quite shocked, say people said it means people were not doing anything.
But no almost who were researchers. They were giving them figures.
May say what we were seeing, anybody with a scientific research method and tools would have certainly saw what we saw.
So meaning almost a year projections 50.1, 50 plus almost a good job or their
Absolutely.
methodology is wrong.
A completion of everything. Because look, we share the scale of the defeat. No, there's no way a scientific research will not pick the noise. From science, you know, science means it can be replicated, and mostly you get the same outcome. And you voodoo, and you so once you follow the same methodology and you speak to people who are in Ghana today, who went out and voted, there was no way you couldn't pick what we were picking.
Mira, Mame, anyone starting free a year constituencies. Now they are by regions. Now they are by national. Now let's deal with the constituencies. Yam fan say Mansonia Kasakasa Kakra Ewoho. But the fact the NDC is doing 188, right?
I don't even know what
what
minimum
187. 187 NM say MPP so yeah say 98 880. Okay, but from the constituency level, what happened?
Look, and that was even more scarier than national elections, you know, in terms of what we were seeing. You know, much earlier. Some of them, in fact, more than 7 months ago. Some over
specifics.
Yeah, Oshe Trobu. There were signs said Trobu is going to be Amasama.
Okay.
And then Kwabena, almost over a year, there were signs. Oshe Ablakwa, the same situation. Ablakwa West, the same. Tama West and Tama Central, the same. All the MPP systems, including Anyaso Otuom. But we didn't see BOBIE for some time, because now Felix said, if we know what is happening around the surrounding, that could be true for the same BOBIE. But
yeah.
we went there, I think sometime in June or July, and the story wasn't different. And I said, so if the MPP stronghold is behaving like this, then I wouldn't bother myself going to NDC areas.
But be a almost stronghold, no?
Yes.
And I've been no.
So
NDC strongholds,
I wouldn't go there and waste my money on it. I would never went to any NDC stronghold. I'm on for friend me. Oh, Adenta. So I don't want to be. I don't know. I didn't need to go there. I didn't need to go there. And sometimes your BOBIE used to follow ya. Ne used to model different MRP. MRP, you know, we use demographic of the constituencies, you know, and past elections, current data. Now that we say, once we knew what was happening in Medina, any place around Medina, we know what will happen. Over hours west will go. Now who this you can say what will happen in hours will happen in Adenta.
Okay.
Over
that's just neighboring constituencies, no?
They share some characteristics. A bit of middle class and upper class.
Okay.
Over let's say Rododio, you know what will happen in Ablakwa South. You know. Over Ablakwa North, now you know what's going to happen in Ablakwa West.
Yeah.
Over Trobu, the Trobu is in trouble. Ebeka Anyaso Otuom. Say Trobu is in trouble. Ebeka Kwabena.
Indeed, Baba Sadik no one when say border.
Baba Sadik Ablakwa Central. No, I don't say only we say says Ablakwa South or border. And
on a Kion,
yes.
And a share border.
Yes.
But all right, a year Baba Sadik off.
Not entirely off, because there was a caveat say Omo were mostly not all, they have a big chunk of NDC for maternity.
That is Boama. Oh.
So in that situation,
that's a game
no, see, there are people by their nature they are liked.
Okay.
Boama
is one of
them.
Yeah.
And I say, unless he can get the NDC guys to leave Boama, it will be hard for him.
Okay. But not now
No, yes. Because I don't know, NDC were aligned and MPP were scattered. Some of them were voting heavily for Kion. MPP for no. So I knew that one would not survive that kind of situation.
Yeah. But Ashanti region.
Yes.
constituency level.
In fact, it was shocking. There were signs, sir.
Well, who say but
no, in fact, I was thinking, sir, NDC will hold their usual 4 seats, and maybe 1 or 2. There will be some disturbance by independents, and that will give NDC a chance. But the scale of the numbers, was shocking.
What should I do in the Ashanti region?
Whatever
with your experience,
whatever happened in Accra, whatever was happening in people's pocket, they felt the same thing in Ashanti region. And to make matters worse for Ashanti region, Omofile said they have done so much for MPP, but they've got nothing much in return. So it wasn't going to be like, oh, I had the NT. And I think our political class must begin to assess themselves. The attachment of ethnicity to parties is becoming weaker and weaker. Weaker and weaker. The economy will always trump over those ethnicity and my stronghold syndrome.
Now, and ever don't care, say NDC and year because
look, we are looking at a voting population where over 70% of them are below 40 years old. So these guys are not really tribalistic, and for them, survival. So one deliver. I mean, it will be very, very difficult in the future. Also, demography now. The older they are, the more attached to the party emotionally. You know, or the crowd on to NDC, but to my NDC, or the crowd on to
MPP.
But we are seeing a shift, and if they don't take care, reform Ayasi, seriously, in the next 8 years.
Osha Ashanti region, any voter region, voting pattern. You saw some changes in Ashanti region.
Yeah, whereas in voter, they were in fact, they were more solid behind the NDC. Than Ashanti. Ashanti was completely messy. In fact, the polls have shown, say, look.
I don't know, yes, sir.
Look, one, you have issue of lack of development. Tangible development.
Use your microphone here. Okay. Good.
Tangible development are young Ashanti region. Until the last minute, started we have some big projects.
Yeah.
And I think they saw it as an insult.
Okay.
Yes, Ashanti thought that, look, we're a gimmick. We're a last minute giveaway just to win our vote. And look, people are smarter than we think. So that didn't ginger them. And then secondly, the economic situation in Greater Accra has affected everybody. Jobs and businesses were collapsing, even in Ashanti region. So they were more concerned about businesses and their economic survival than any gimmicks. And then third, you look at a situation where their running mates didn't help them there.
Oh, Ashanti region?
No.
You mean Napo?
No.
Are they educators? What
I mean, you all saw his first comment when he was unveiled. Subsequently, his engagement. You see, Ashanti region is not entirely MPP. You have a good number of NDC there, around maybe 17-18%. Some are NDC 4. You have about 20% or so, some are floating voters. So once you are trying to place the core base, the core base is not 100% of Ashanti region. And Napo found it difficult to break through the Ashanti floating voters.
33% NDC in Ashanti region. 33%. Implication they say, in Susaswan they say 33.
I didn't expect them to get 33%. No.
Now figure I say.
We were looking at between 28 and maximum 30% for Ashanti region.
And they did 33.
In fact, they did extremely well, above what we were expecting that they would do. And MPP and Bamian did exactly what we said they would do.
So what is the implication for NDC and MPP in Ashanti region?
I think it is time people begin to see, say, no place should be a no-go area. And I believe that if NDC had knew, say, they could win so many seats that they wouldn't have been in contention, many seats would have fallen. Because some of the things we were telling them, now, as they didn't even believe what we were saying. So they didn't invest in those areas.
I see.
I think if they have put money in everywhere that polls were saying, say they could win, they could have won many of them much more larger margin than they did.
I see.
They didn't believe us. Some of them didn't believe us.
But with the 33, no, NDC made me a build on it, and I say adjusted in 9 days.
See, there are dynamics that we are trying to investigate right now. We share what happened in Ashanti region. In fact, Bawumia gained plus 8% more compared to Mahama in terms of Omotuaba last year.
Omotuaba 2020.
Yes, about Omamotuma Nanado, Omotuma Mahama this time, and Omamotuma Mahama, Omotuma Bawumia this time. No, there were more people voting for Bawumia net than Mahama in Ashanti region.
Okay.
So as to how he didn't get that high percentage in Ashanti region baffles me.
Really?
Yes.
So what do you think?
Look, we are still as to the cause or the reason we still don't know yet. We are still investigating the reason. But I believe, say, the Ashantis that came out, some of them went for Mahama than they would normally done.
So Ashantis no sway to
yes,
John Mahama's side.
A lot more. Ushe Omwa Muvo Tuma Bawumia from Mahama's side now. They were some of the settlers from the northern extraction who had ethnic allegiance to him.
To Bawumia?
And Amutuman, yes. And some Muslims as well.
And Ashantis no Tuma Mahama.
Yes.
So within the Ashanti communities, Mahama won.
Yeah, he got a lot more, yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
But there were more northern and the Muslim extraction in Ashanti that voted for Bawumia. And you could see the number from polls from Jura side, Hono, those some of them I think Bawumia did very well.
But 33 for NDC, can they build on it?
Time will tell. It's for them to decide what to do. If they're able to serve Ghanaians well, I mean, it's about performance these days. Who perform more? People who put aside their attachments, sentiment, and other feelings, and say, "Look, they've done well. Let's give them a chance again." It's up to them.
Let's do Western region. Takrade, Eskado, Ketan, Smenia Muni Yana, the Acheme. Takrade, Takrade. Me ko but na me nya sure me no grad dim komo say Takrade. I'm not too sure.
I told you, sir, Accra and the Western region would deliver a seismic shock. And Western region, because the entire enclave of Sekendi Takrade was completely green. And that's not usual. It is highly abnormal for Sekendi, for Efia, for Kwesimin team, for Shama, Esikado, Takrade, this 6 seat to see something was happening there. In fact, when we did a poll recently before the elections there, about almost 30% of Omamotuma Nanado in 2020 have moved their vote to Mahama. Almost 30% in this enclave.
Takrade, Sekendi.
Yep. Shama. Efia. Kwesimin Eskado Kitan. And that meant that if these areas are behaving this way, the entire Western region could be in serious trouble.
So Takrade, Sekendi, Shama, dynamics bearing the Mao a year MPP mine. What happened there?
Look.
Yes, apart from the economic issues, the local issues more investigative.
Look. No matter how big local issues were, they were trumpeted by the national issue.
I see.
No, I mean you couldn't fight this election on local issues. That's all. That is it. There were MPs who are almost loose, but they've done a good job in the constituency. Look, let's say let's look at Hohoi, for example.
Amewu.
Yeah. Look, when we went to the ground first time, a poll bear 3 or Hohoi. I mean, people were giving the testimony, even though some arrests have not been done, but they were giving credit for some things he has done. And under normal circumstances, and a normal election, he may have won again. But we a very, very abnormal elections. People were not prepared to do skirt and blouse anymore because of what is happening in current parliament. So
I see.
So I think NDC used that effectively to whip their people in line. Eventually, those who were relying on NDC4 to win, they lost. If you have a commissioner now or rely on NDC4, I feel vulnerable.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So which means Obiti said how a commission always not NDC4 Kwabena.
Absolutely. And lately, the NDC straight, but MP for Muja joining NDC4.
I see.
There are people in Akandoh camp who didn't vote for Mahokwe, came to vote for Electoral. So Jamana, initially they were having the same problem. Now NDC4 no eta pious.
Okay.
I want to find more hono. Say we share border.
Yeah.
So they were supporting before no. Excuse my I want to call her for campaign and I'm say that one or free pious. Otherwise pious could have won.
I see.
Yes. So
back to Western region. John did 423,245. While candidate now or honor. That is presidential, sorry. Baumia a year 275,231, almost half.
That was serious. Honestly, Western region was something else. This is the largest result for Western region in this republic.
Really?
It was shocking. In fact, in my model number, we were saying maybe Mama will get about 53-54%. Not this level of 58%. Is too big. Too big.
Baby to say Takwansuayim.
We saw it coming.
Mrekuduka.
Yes. And to make matters worse, you see, election, the wind was blowing very strongly. At the same time, there was a lady there who was contesting as independent candidate, and she was pulling a good number. And with that performance, there's no way Duka was going to survive, because NDC were united behind their candidate, but the MPP were fragmented between Olone Obano.
Independent, no MPP.
Yes, no MPP.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you're affecting Mrekuduka.
Yes.
So, you baby to say Eastern region. Eastern region, Baumia 493,234. Mama 453,234.
Almost draw.
Almost draw.
And no, you see, I don't know. I said, sir, MPP Ashanti region. Eastern region, Ajurugu. That is exactly what happened. You didn't get what you're looking for in Ashanti region, and Eastern region collapsed under your nose.
Because one uncle.
Yes. Yes, and the apathy in Eastern was a lot higher than in the Ashanti region.
Why?
Someone say,
so is it that Akufo-Addo 8 years in a
No, I don't think people are saying that. Almost a comedy. Whether they have free education, there was fundamental issue about the economy affect Obia, and people wanted the solution to the economy. Well, the top issues in the economy, jobs and education in that order. So the first two, almost over half of the people were saying the economy and jobs. So once I don't know, then everything will fall apart.
My uncle baby to say Bono Ahafo. Mahama 216,691 against Baumia 124,811. Almost also half.
June, Ikoye Brekum West, Brekum East, Sunyani West, and Sunyani East. In all, none of them MP was leading. None. So we said, sir, there could be trouble in Bono. In fact, the post was showing that Balfour was going to lose way back in June.
So, which means all more parliamentary candidates, there were issues.
Yes. And then Amir Chireme, he was also going to go.
And it happened.
All of them, Brekum West, Brekum East, Sunyani West, Sunyani East, only not tough. It was long projected. Said they're going to lose 2 seats.
Greater Accra, so amazing. JM 1.260 1,260,832. Wabaumia did 681,535. Greater Accra, but Greater Accra seats no. It was say.
Look, none of them shocked me. None of them, apart from Patrick Muhammad, you know, because I thought
Baba Sadiq.
I really thought Baba Sadiq must have worked very hard to get that seat. Honestly,
You
know, but if the wind that is blowing is that kind of heavy, sometimes even the good ones get swept away. And I think if he loses the seat, I'm saying there were disagreement. If he loses that, it means the wind was quite great. Oshe Tema Central, I knew it was going to be lost.
Tema Central.
We said it long time.
That is Ebi Bright.
Ebi Bright, because Tema Kohono, now the force no, he was losing about 40% of the vote that went to Yves Hansen. He has lost that 40% of Yves' vote. And who can survive losing 40% of your previous vote? So we share all the places that Mulu here now. There were signs, early warning. There were early warning signs there. These guys were going. But it was too good to be true. So people didn't probably take it serious. Yes. Because you guys don't know what you have done.
No, anytime me no bedroom come on phones no. Me the toso part, the my busam say already. Some okay there.
No.
Maybe I am saying no. Don't trust him. Don't believe because I
No, you have every right not to. I mean, it's okay because
once I know I kept on asking you questions like, are you sure? I mean, say, sir, baby, to say Tema. 3 seats are gone.
Yeah, it was long coming.
How?
Long coming. Herikote, we saw it long coming. There was no single seat Mulusuya Yanhu. Even those that they held on to, we saw enough signs if the wind was bigger and blowing massively, you could take them down.
Eslosu.
Oh, she was gone long time. Eslosu had been gone long time. We were even expecting to lose last year, survival year. 2020.
Baby to say central region. 562,620 against 382,749.
And I say massive.
Very.
Almost about 60% in central region.
Yeah.
I don't think that has happened before.
I see.
I don't think I have to check, but this is not the margin that central region normally gives. Center for the almost chadia. No, we're very massive. We were expecting some seats to flip, maybe NDC to lose some seat, and then, but we were, in fact, A+ seat. No, I think it did very well because from our initial assessment, we were thinking NDC could peep it.
Okay.
But I think A+ did very well.
Okay.
To win that seat.
So one more comma NDC, but
yeah, we were in the model. We were thinking it was going to go NDC, but A+ took it, which meant that.
So which means A+ ne Baba Sadiq near the same dynamics.
Yes.
Near the same dynamics.
Yes.
Savannah 134,563 against 56,000. Beaufort Baumia, Savannah.
In fact, I'm saying the second region with the highest swing, about 40% of Omatuma Baumia in the last time. Omatuma Mahama in Savannah.
Omatuma Baumia.
No.
Why? Because those things based on Mibotomasem, maybe there are local dynamics.
I believe that they wanted to give Mahama a very huge support, and probably they were thinking, Northeast bear the same thing. So they were trying to cancel each other, but Northeast surprised me.
Baumia Krum.
Almost surprising me.
Northeast. Let me check.
He was slightly better than Anado in 2020.
I see.
Which means that the numbers, it means NDC numbers are very solid numbers there.
You know, a Huanka.
Debbie.
Mamma sent me one northeast. I say, do you have the figures for northeast?
No, I haven't got
Savannah, north, upper east, OT, upper west, western north, western north, no bad too.
My internet is down.
Her internet here very poor, very, very poor. Okay, so Dumelo, I also.
Oh. Those ones, I think Dumelo, you could see that from the end of the last election, he was going to win the next one. I think leader was sitting on the borrowed time, and that time is up.
Ayawaso.
Yes, because Dumelo is very solid among the student population.
Okay.
And I'm saying Hokona the largest electoral area.
Yes.
So once that comes home very large and big, you can survive it. And Ushe, the other electoral areas, no airport residential area, only numbers. And then the bigger numbers will come from the Abilene Bay side of Honor, and those are heavy areas of Accra who are suffering from the economic hardship. So it's not going to go her way. And it was obviously said she won't survive.
Ofa baby to say Oti region. Oti region, we hear I am from Casa normally Baumiaka. But they lost all the seats once again.
There were some signals coming from certain part of the Oti region. I was expecting a bit of one or two shocks
from Oti region.
But in Chumuru was giving a bit of him to say they were not happy, but probably they felt it wasn't the time for them to change their MP. Mama was winning there, but the MPs, they were having a bit of challenges, but eventually they came home.
Almost superior.
As usual.
Northern region.
I think it delivered one of the big shocks because people were thinking, say, over the years, Baumia has done well to close the gap. So this time they expect him to say maybe he could win the region. I knew he wasn't going to win, but I didn't know he was going to lose that big in the northern region.
But northeast near close, eh?
Yeah, it was close.
Baumia did 134,000. Mama did 111,000.
Yeah,
Agenda 111.
It was close. It was close.
Very close.
Yeah, and for your home region, I think this is a bad result.
Ayana me person me who say mo check the local dynamics
No, you see, we're a national election, so we don't pay too much attention to Macau, Matiwa kind of issues because we focus.
But you're also informed about for decisions.
Yeah, but parliamentary analysis is a very comprehensive one. You know, yeah, so my then we have a time, but once my engine acquire and who here. Exactly. But maybe also saying then we'll look at local issues that can inform you as to how to handle them. But if you had a cohort, we don't have time for those local issues, but we can see enough to say, okay, this could be a reason why this guy could be losing or winning there.
Okay, so Yamfa baby to say Upper East 361 against 106,000 for Baumia. Gab knows so too much.
I think the conflict in Boku may have had a negative impact on MPP numbers in Upper East region.
Oh, okay.
Yes. We hear the numbers that were coming from Binduri, Zebela, and Bokunwa. It is quite sobering.
I see. But Yamna Mefa, the national characters, the John Mahama factor, the Baumia factor. What happened?
Look, this election was going to be tough for Baumia long before he became a flag bearer for MPP. Long before. Okay, polling data from January 2023. We're doing matchup like a scenario. If it is Mahama against this person, if it is Baumia against this person. So from earlier on, we could still say, I mean, Mahama was around 53%. Mahama was doing 53% in April 2022. And Baumia 38%.
2022?
Yes, April.
I see.
Then if you slot in Alana, then you have Mama coming to around 5-2 and Alan around 4-0. So regardless of who was leading the MPP, Mama was still leading. Over the time, the numbers hasn't changed much. Mama went up and then came down slightly. In Ushe, where he was in the last poll, and in the first poll, it appeared people had already voted a long time.
I see.
So that for us, nothing was changing. So we saw the race was stable. The numbers don't change beyond, certain limit. And with that, you could go to sleep and predict, say, this will be the outcome. So that's why we were very confident.
Baby, messenger, no de ebre Ghana for. On say a Drew baby, no man for first say Baumia is talking like an opposition leader. Any good effect on his campaign?
No.
Or
I mean, nobody will say that will have a good campaign. No. Because look, you should be speaking as a government and defending government and touting government achievement and government record. It is for the opposition to run against your government.
Patrick, come closer.
Okay. It is for the opposition to run against the government, not you, the flag bearer of the ruling government. Yeah. It was a very difficult thing for him to do. Very, very difficult, because you have to navigate between the person here and the Maya as a government. It was a really, really tough environment. We share the campaign messages. It's like something that he could do now, but he can't do it also or train until he gets the power. And people find it very strange. Say, why buy now also? So why can't you do it now? The exact situation Trump and Kamala Harris found themselves in.
Okay.
The same situation. If you can do it, why can't you do it now? That was the question. And on the issue of betting taxes, e-levy, and all those things. People couldn't understand why he cannot do it. I understand, and it became a very tough sale.
So meaning, looking at the results, NDC na superior message, and I say, MPP government and are failing to the point say people were not even looking at NDC message. They just want them out.
We have done post Bear 3. I measure the 24-hour economy 1 against digitization, and all those posts know. The 24-hour economy was superior in terms of popular support.
Okay.
So you can't say they were just unpopular. So there is evidence that people bought into some of the policies they were bringing. And the launching manifesto, we also did an additional new poll. The both manifestos. And on that occasion too, the NDC manifesto was ranked higher than the MP manifesto. So you can say on the messaging, people believe in their message. Because you see, you have to trust that the person will deliver the manifesto. So when it comes to the issue of trust, who do they trust? And I think there was a trust issue for Baumia in terms of his ability to achieve the manifestos. So people were really supporting the NDC manifesto over time. So we can say they had a message that people bought into, but also they were aided by the performance of the government in terms of the economy and employment.
So 41% for Baubia. Is it too strange?
No. Meka almost Ghana had a 12 bar MPP of 45. And I'm saying, MPP of 45. You see, you believe in something, you hold on to it for years, thinking say it's the same thing. Things may have changed under your feet. You will not know. Unnim. So those people who were holding on to that kind of fallacy, they were dreaming. You don't have any 40%. Zero. Ubi fighting on
clean slate.
Yes. So the base that you have now is much smaller than you think. In fact, over the past few years, we share averagely MPP for openly about 33%, 34%. What do you let's say 40% MPP. NDC maybe 39 because MPP is slightly higher in support than NDC by 1 or 2%. So if you are 40%, maybe NDC is 38%. from 40% to 50, no, 10%. Where will they come from?
Yeah.
And that's why you need the floating voters to back you. You need some in NDC to back you. So for NDC, they were much closer because they had a broader appeal even among MPP4 and mostly among floating voters. So we poll now, you see, say, while NDC 33% in terms of the sample, no, Mahama will be around 51, 52.
Okay.
We MPP there, Mahama will be around 34, 35%. Or let's say MPP will be 35%. Then Mahama or 39 and 40. So Baume was getting just extra 4% or 5% on top of his base, while Mahama was getting more than 15, 16, 18% more than what the base is. So it tells you, say, Baume was relying entirely on his base, whereas Mahama had a broader appeal, and that would be a problem for any candidate.
So which means Akufo-Addo and Fabibi are mat tables for Bawumia?
No, in fact, he took away stuff.
Really?
Yes.
Explain to us. Tell us.
Because Oshe Omama Tuma no Omufri Baumenchi, Omufri Chiko Baumehoa, there were quite a lot, 20%.
Omama Tuma Akufo-Addo.
Yes.
Omufri Baumechi.
Yes. Akotuma
Mahama.
About 20% across the country.
Wow. 2016, 2020. Omam to Abama MPP.
2020. This is 2020.
2020.
Yes, 2020.
So, if some numbers stay with Bawumia, maybe
very close. No, he won't win, but very close, because most of the floating for no, almost free MPP Hamachi.
I see.
Yes.
Akufo-Addo kwaye campaign ma Bawumia.
It shouldn't have.
I didn't hear.
I don't know whether you were looking at the psychology of the Mama campaign. Now your mama was telling him, say, you should stop campaigning for Bawumia. You remember?
That is with Kufuor.
No, not that. Even Mama was telling him, say,
oh, okay.
And I don't say obey. But I think he didn't know, say, Mama was throwing the beat at him, because the more he campaigns for Bawumia, people see his performance and say, "That I even from Bawumia." So he was rather hating Bawumia on the campaign trail when he was in the campaign.
Which means
yes. Look, there was somebody I know. I told the person, say, we don't mean. No, see, you must be smart in knowing the data, because look, as at November, only 35% of Ghanaians approve of his performance. 63 or 64, they don't approve of his performance. This is a very huge number. So when you are trying to distance yourself from a president and he goes on to come for you regularly, you are not able to distance. So that was the problem. Look at the US election. How often did you see Biden on the campaign trail with Kamala Harris? Or because he knows it will affect her.
President Kufuor involvement.
Yes. I think it didn't make any difference. He did what he has to do, and people backed him because they know his stature. And I don't think he was going to be able to transfer his love to Bawumia like that. No, it wasn't going to happen. But he had to do what he did. I mean, as an elder of the party and as a statesman, he couldn't have sat down and said, I won't intervene. He will intervene. But the issues at stake were far bigger.
But Obiti said, President, for at least now you're aware of the mess that we were dealing with as a country.
But did he speak? So you don't know whether he agreed whether there was a mess or not. So he was quiet. He was quiet. So we don't know what he was thinking. So you can't say, so I think let's leave it like that.
People are going to say what they say.
No, but you see, people were thinking, but the simple fact that Kufuor had endorsed him means the whole Ashanti region will come out and vote for Bawumia. It's really difficult to assume that.
So even Kufuor involvement meant me and sway the Ashantis?
No. Because there was a bigger problem that was underlying what was going to happen in Ashanti region than Kufuor's intervention.
Yeah, running mates for no.
Yeah, we'll be
Professor Jenano Poku against Matthew.
I think, look, luckily, we do a lot of survey before and after. So the public reception about the two nominations. Your BBFN favorability rating. How favorable or unfavorable do you see this person as a running mate? Your mouse call. You rate. After Napo was nominated and after Jane was nominated, Jane was highly positive than Matthew Puku. And what shocked us was that even in the MPP stronghold of Widagbawe, Kwabena, Anyaso Tum, Trubu, Ablakwa North, Ablakwa South, Okankwe Central, Okankwe South, Napo was no match.
I see.
No, I don't see. If they have used data, they would have seen, say, probably would have been wrong choice.
So, Yamfa Naponina Ashanti region.
Yes.
Would see a social commentators just after as running mate, no. Then even the MPP themselves said it, that they want to use him to shape the Ashanti votes and believe in so or this year in a fala. So Yamfa Naponina Ashanti region. And as this time mess no so.
Look.
Why?
Look. To energize the base, there must be something tangible for them. You see, when you are hungry, you are jobless. Giving you audition is not good enough. No, it wasn't good enough. That audition does not change the pocket situation of that person. It doesn't change his lack of joblessness. I mean, his joblessness.
Yeah,
it doesn't change it. And if you have given him, let's say Napo, campaign message that dealt with strongly the economy issue, I'm for your concern about that. Then they may say, okay, let's try them and see, because they are telling us something they will do about the economy. But if you campaign, the DMB campaign completely ran away from the economic argument and discussion. And that was the issue that was bothering Ashanti people, Accra people. Everywhere in the country was the economy. So you couldn't leave the economy and not discuss it and expect people to be galvanized to come out and vote. Because of what? The economy supersedes anything.
Yeah.
Anything.
Yeah.
A comedy or a massa. Edo. So I think they got that wrong, and they deliberately stayed away from the economic argument, and that really cost them.
No, but Naponti MPP for now who say or your damaged goods.
I look. I have been saying, sir. I don't think much of data was used to pick him. It was for other reasons, from what I can see. Because there were strong evidence, strong signs from data. Say, but
was a better digitalization for use data?
Well, I can't tell, but clearly, look, we have done several polls. In fact, we have matched him and certain individuals that were in contention to become running mate, including Gardiner Japan.
And Amprechum.
Yes, and Opokunyina.
Okay. Now Opokunyina they are not.
But we polled him. But his name was there and everything. Nobody denied it.
Anyway, patch out.
So it did come. And we share what came up about now. Beside Ashanti region, where Napo was doing well, elsewhere, Chum and Gardiner Japan were really dragging him on the floor.
I see.
Yes. We see Ashanti in Fremont everywhere else. Educhum and Kennedy and Opokunyina were doing far better as running mate option
than
Napo. Yes.
So what happened?
And that one I can't say. Me make a campaign. But the figures, the data was there. The data was there. And also look, normally you pick an animator, you want him to fill some void, some problems that you have. And MPP problems with they had issues with evangelical voters. Evangelical voters. Pentecost for ne bakono.
Pentecost and carry for no.
Yes. We have seen a problem.
What was the problem?
They were not comfortable with DMB.
Why?
I must say ompe obia osumo omnyame.
Oh, okay.
So
so Napo should have filled that void.
That void. Oh no, not Napo. Any candidate they were going to select must fill that void in addition to other factors.
And I don't even appoint me. Because
the Pentecost.
Oh, but I am so cry and want to be nice in the moment to say.
No, you see, look, the Pentecostals are very close niche.
Okay.
They are very kind of solid. Once you're one of them, elder, oh, wow. So there was that kind of unease, even though it's subtle and obvious, but it was that kind of uneasiness within the faith about his candidature.
Yeah.
So what they should have done was to look for Obiawe Asantini. He can appeal to the Asante base and at the same time attract others, including the Pentecostals. So who would those choices would have been?
Maybe Onyina
or Educhum.
Educhum.
So the data was clearly not in favor of Napo as an running mate. No.
I see. Professor Jenanopo. And then on the bar table,
look, we had said earlier on, and me, I don't change positions.
Yeah.
Said this election is not running mate election. Even if they play a role, they shouldn't be negative to your campaign. Whereas Professor Jenanopo was not a negative to the campaign, it means she brought stability and sense of steadiness in the campaign.
To the NDC campaign.
The NDC campaign.
I see.
If they had changed her, it would take about me another 4 months. It would destabilize them for 4 months before they can find their smooth level.
Okay.
So if it's not broken, don't fix it. So they kept that principle and probably left her the way it is. Share her contribution. She has never been in the news with negative reporting.
Nothing.
That shows she didn't disturb the campaign. But Napo, every week, every now and then, there are issues. And those things don't help the campaign to focus.
But share Professor Jinan or to me the academicians not on board.
I think there were a lot of movement this time around for MPP, NDC along the middle class and upper class.
Okay.
In fact, the bloc you don't expect NDC to do well, they're not doing well among them. Some of them, it was
specifics,
circumstances. Look, even among the rich elite, Mama was winning.
Okay.
We poll about Asikafumu, but we picked certain.
Yeah, you know, Sano.
No,
boy, it is. That was
look, we poll be, and we took the polls in certain shopping malls.
Okay.
Marina Mall, Accra Mall, Junction Mall, and certain key malls. What we were doing is in a car park. We see what car when you car no car is for car and say here for car. And we say car we expect people who would resources or when we affluent better driver. Then we approach you and we interview you. And to shock you, said what we found was quite interesting. The most people we interviewed there are Christopher, the Pentecostals and Catholic churches. So I was trying to understand, is it the case? Yes. Or say sorry, no, honest Cafonoko, Omonco Basre, Omonco Methodist, Omonco Anglican. So it confirms, say yes, the figures we have for the data was accurate.
Okay.
Because it represented the typical demography of Christians who attend these churches across the And again, we share Mukra tertiary level education now before doing well among this group of people, but this time and this is doing far better. In fact, winning handsomely against.
I didn't tell because education, not education, your MPP trump card.
Yes, I think it's gone. I mean, we are university. I'm degrees among them. Mama was doing far better than Maumia. Even among those who have senior high education, he was still doing better. Among junior high, far better. Okay, across everywhere, I think there was no.
Fire bro. So, sir, SHS for Nkwada na almost so more trouble. Mini figure no minim say what check figure no.
Almost to my NDC.
Why? Do you have the figures with you right now?
I need to dig into data, but let me share. We share what happened now. Free education, you have to really understand the nuances of it. Omo amukoye no. Omo nenyi ho. But omo amutua de amukoye no. Parents now me lower level no. Omo nenyi ho. Ono Felix an cost no.
Me ba enkwala no a ekono ano. Na niema nkoyie ma wo mo.
Dabi.
But parents or young fans say averagely from 1 to 5. Ebi anko no no nim say hey, come to school fees 500 Ghana. Me ntua me ho atome.
Yes.
And yet sign up partner.
Yes.
Good.
So omono the parents on the lower level of society no. Low income parents no. Omoneji free no.
Okay.
So you have to look at it very critically. But parents are almost they can afford to pay no. They are getting it for free. They are concerned about quality.
Okay.
So
okay.
And because of Ghana as a middle income country, there are more people who are affluent than very poor. I know what
me follow.
Because we say we have grown per capita.
Yeah.
Which means a lot more people have resources than those who don't have.
Yeah.
In those who don't have no, almost
smaller. Yeah.
Than those who have. And almost say quality no. Those say free. So in the end, no, there will be more people looking for quality than free. So that is why on the free senior high school, no, Mama still does better than Baumia.
So even with the adverts running with free SHS,
no, it made that point a bit closer because one advantage no. So the gap between Mahama and Baumia was a bit closer education than on jobs and then economy.
Yeah. Mamene Professor Smart Sapon, Director of Research and Innovation at Kumasi Technical University in Kasa. Prof Akwaba.
Yeah, I will be answering also.
Prof, Yagusu dim komo and komo ni unia Musa Dankwa was studio anyway. About to you came up with so many predictions and you said sometimes yes, sometimes no. Yeah, that is the beauty of the game. But resource buying it will say
good. Many am a na match was for Jimray na niti to mention Minia Musa Dankwa. Musa Memoir Jews and so a handswa ANSAH. Wadaruma, Sanya Okaya no. She should move the so before the elections. Mekano baby said, Minyaya, Naka Misumayan and trying to do, then you can monitor the changes in the mindset of the voters. And so, be it as it may, and Jimmy and do. May catch a more baby say. I do back a moment me and do I be free mo never be so disrupt me plans no na obedient to social media say me say prediction na me here now because me free mo I mean but that is on the lighter note. That's how funny people can be.
Yeah.
But how in this republic media me can me hear me predictions no any time I may research work be there ba kai who say when you me first time I me the bia me ya and me catch up to say I want us to look internal and begin to strengthen the capacities we have internal. And yes, now of course, Ghana have no. We know be a managing just economics and intelligence unit. Yes, I say, I have a lot of respect for them. But Sabi, Adaji Ebia, Minya Musadam Kwabena, and I Mimenya, Edia Yen Mu Ghana, Ako Brodejo, Akoha Yabra Sonum, and the baby, amount full grounds report on Ebiana, Sir Yamanoni for Numenya, Sir, a amount. Until let's trending the 10 hours. Let nobody make fun of an outcome of elections as if an outcome of a forecast, as if nanka forecast ni nyame a sabio or kan abemo share na gina anavidi without paying attention to ABA changes that might have occurred from the day the prediction was made to the day yakoto wabano. For example, me research from 16th of October and I'm the on the Puja 16th of November. Can you imagine 7 weeks to elections? Since so far no, and 7 weeks to elections, because so far October 16th, everything I bear 8 weeks to elections, and now for November 16th, and so everything I bear 4 weeks to elections. Now, can you imagine 4 weeks to elections or 8 weeks to elections? What might be happening in the minds of the voters or on the ground? Yes, you're Ghana. What happens as people try to convince people to vote for them? Yeah, didn't you? A glimpse of what is happening as at Sabrina, and that no researcher must be hanged because a difference existed between what it was predicted and then what actually came. Why should that be the case? As you said, Jamaya, the Beethoven man, and yes, Nipaniti. As you said, the Beethoven man, and yes, Nipanitu, and Mobia, Yahoshi, Etana, Yamani Ben. As you said, Jama, for example, maybe the year may expected turnout to be as high as 81%. No, NCC, if one so cry here research, no, Muso turn up 80%. No, as you said, both NCC and Neme were the ones supposed to have gone out there and bring people to come and vote. So, I am on your phone, so quite responsible when research outputs are shared. They don't have to sit, or stakeholders don't have to sit, and then see, yeah, just a baby one, I am a bemo, a memoir, no. We can't continue to do that. Since we did what everyone else did.
Yeah.
Minority whip and some others, they were all seated when the order came, and I walked up. I said, you are saying you are tired. In fact, that is why you could see me using my hands. If you say you are tired, it's not a problem. What you should do is to leave, so that we, those who are not tired, if we form a quorum, then we go on with the vetting. But you don't come into the middle of the vetting when someone is even seated and you say we shouldn't. I don't think that is fair. So you would have heard one of them, and that is precisely the minority chief whip, saying that they won't go, they won't leave, they will disrupt. And I said, no, you don't need to disrupt. You don't need to disrupt. You simply have to go. If you are tired, even in the chamber, it is that when you are tired, you leave, and those who are there, once this is a committee, if we have a quorum, we continue. Then the chairman gave an order to the clerk, who had already administered the oath on the nominee. So when he gave the order, because of the scaring of the attack on her, she refused. She couldn't get up. So I was encouraging her. That is why you would have seen that I turned and I was telling her, get up, give the, you are supposed to listen to the chairman and not to any other person. So administer the oath. Why are you sitting down? Stand up and administer the oath. You are supposed to listen to the chairman and not any other person. Then the swearing, the English would call that one swearing. I mean, use of unsavory words and all those things started. You are an NDC. You will see who will deal with you if you are a whole host of words. So I stood up. I said, no, you can't go that way. You can. What is the problem of this lady? Please, you should stop this. Now, I was also trying as much as I can to let the leader understand that as a leader, in fact, I made that statement to him. It's just that maybe my voice was not loud enough. I made that statement to him. I said, as a leader, you are not supposed to go that way. Don't be attacking the lady. Well, I've not seen what the lady has done. Please, can you stop that as a leader? Leader, please. So those who have been observing me when I sat back, you will see I was looking at his direction. But it wouldn't end. Now the order had come and we all had to stand again, because while we were seated, they decided, and the first person to lift a chair after giving an order that they should call in their people was the minority chief whip. So when he gave the order that they should call in their people, one thing we should note is that this Jerry had also come in to where and was saying that he will not be vetted. So the other crowd behind the nominee also stood up against him. The minority leader, the minority whip, had already lifted the chair and put it on the table, and Honorable Befi also lifted the second chair and put it on the table. Then they started pulling. When the order came from the minority chief whip, Muntutu cables no, Munyi table, Muntutu cables no, Munyi your friend saying tables no, and so on and so forth. So they started pulling. But because we were at the other side and the table is divided as you have seen, we held on to our tables and we were seated. Now, by what order or by what dint, and once that action was taking place, I don't know, Aziz now passed behind and came to the middle and helped in pushing the tables away.
Who is Aziz?
Jerry.
Okay.
And
you mean Honorable Jerry?
Honorable Jerry.
Second deputy minority.
Minority, not Jerry John Rawlins. Okay. So they started lifting the tables. While they were lifting the tables, the second table from your place was being taken care of by some other members of Goodwill who said that they shouldn't destroy government property. They shouldn't destroy public property. So they were holding on, while the marshals at the back also were trying as much as they can.
Will you be kind enough to tell this committee who were those members who requested
the names? The names, Mr. Chairman, they are new members. I think Jake, is it Gakwe was one of them. There's another young man. He came in yesterday, but he's a new face.
Okay, Honorable Kofi Ntekunu.
Yes, he was also there. They were those who were trying as much as they can to stop the disruption. But with the help of Honorable Jerry in the middle, they lifted.
Honorable colleague, do you want to look at the video again, or you are okay?
No, I think I'm okay.
Okay.
So, in that light, I said, look, what you people are doing is not the best. It's not right. It's not good at all. So, at the end of the day, well, what really happened was an eyesore. while some of the officers, I think the police officers, were trying with the marshals to pull the speakers back, they were also pulling out, leading to the destruction or the spoiling of the speakers that you saw there. And because they lifted the table, and I think something along the line, because I was not really at that place, might have happened, and then the leg of one of that table, the very first one where you are sitting, was broken. So the police and others, as you could see here, actually had no option than to help in carrying the table out. So I think that it was a very bad sin. It was not something good for us. And sometimes we need to be conscious and careful of the fact that although we are here as MPs, we owe it to the people of Ghana, especially our constituents. And I will use this, your medium, to urge each and everyone that we should be very careful in dealing with those that we are working with who are not members of parliament, especially the women, the police, the marshal's office. They respect us a lot, they fear. So sometimes some of the things, they are not, I mean, it's out of respect, not fear. If I say fear, it's just lack of a better word. So we need to know that sometimes they are not able to react as we think. I am saying this because someone can say that, but what were the marshals doing? Meanwhile, the chamber too was sitting. So they were
we'll
busy
get
there.
to the marshal.
So
Let me
I am just using
thank you so much for narrating what you saw on that day. Colleagues, do you have any question for the honorable witness?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. Hadia, you watched the video and you saw what happened. You have also given us an account by yourself. Now, we saw you stand up, and from the account that you have given, would you say that you did not participate in the scuffle at all?
Thank you, Chairman. I will say I did not participate in the scuffle at all because you could easily hear what I was saying. And if you are a leader, the best thing is to remind others about what to do if you think that you are not happy or comfortable or ready to work. And so that was what I was doing.
Thank you. I'm okay with that answer, the second one. And so, were you disappointed with the scuffle which was going on?
I was actually disappointed because where it started from, that is from the minority leader, Honorable Afenyo Markin, followed by the minority chief whip. It was not the best. They are the leaders of that that group, and they are those who are supposed to urge their persons to be patient. But it started all from them, and once the leader starts, the others are compelled many a times to follow what the leader was doing. So I wasn't happy at all.
Okay, that will be all for now.
Yeah, Honorable Zaneto.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable colleague, there was one person you mentioned that was saying that they should not destroy the property, the public property. You couldn't remember the name of the person, but if we showed you a picture, would you be able to identify the person just for the avoidance of doubt?
Yes, I hope so.
Mr. Chairman, could the clerk possibly show a photo of the specific name you mentioned so she can confirm whether that's who she's referring to? The name that Honorable Chair mentioned was Emmanuel Ntekuni. So if you find the picture, can you find out from the Honorable Member whether she recognizes the person? Is it Bono East? Yeah. Bono East. No. It's Prue West. I'm sorry.
Bono East, yeah. Bono East.
Ntekuni is, yeah, but specific constituency.
Yeah. Can you confirm whether that's the gentleman?
Yes, he is. Thank you, Chairman. He is, because yesterday he was here and you spoke to him.
Yeah. Okay. We'll be inviting him again because we also saw him, pulling the chair back or pushing the chair back. So he will be here again tomorrow to come. Okay. Thank you very much. Any other question? Honorable Zaneto. Or Honorable. Okay. Honorable.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to find out the nominee who was in the chair by then, when the incident happened.
Honorable Akandoh was the one in the chair.
So when it happened, the oath had not been administered yet. Or, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, the chairman of the committee had just said that the oaths will be administered when the minority leader came in and the incident started. So the oath had not yet been administered. So that led to my getting up and telling the lady that she had been told to administer the oath by the chairman. And she has to listen to the chairman, not to what the ranking was saying, because she's supposed to listen to the chairman. So you could see I turned and I was looking here and telling her she should administer the oath.
So, security on that very day, would you recommend that we need to improve upon security, especially events like that in Parliament here?
It is very important to improve on security, but suffice me to say, we need to be conscious ourselves. We have to be our own security. And just as I have mentioned, even if you bring, excuse my language, the most conscious police officers and what have you here, and we do not support them to keep up security, it wouldn't work, because at the end of the day, that respect that they accord us, they may not be. Otherwise, the police officers who were here were many. The second form by which we can, I will say, improve on our security is reducing the number of persons who will come in. Now, the third, I will say, is that those who come in here, if the committee members are 11, they should be 11, while the subject matter members 2 each, that is 4, making it 5, should be the only ones, so that when there is an incident, nobody is taken as an outsider or haven't come here to cause a problem. But last but not the least is that leaders of both sides, minority and majority, should try as much as we can to hold ourselves to the fact that once you are leading, you don't encourage mayhem or problems. If we do it that way, then it will help us.
Honorable Hajia Ladi Ayi Ayamba, we thank you for attending upon this committee. You are honorably discharged. And if you have any question again, we'll call upon you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman, for having me. I'm grateful.
The next witness, we will take Honorable Tibless. Honorable Tibless, you do not watch the video. You did? Okay. So we'll take you and then we'll go straight to the marshal. 10 minutes, honorable members. Can you administer the oath?
committee, Governor bless.
Swear by the Almighty God.
Swear by the Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
The evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
Nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Honorable John Otibless, we saw you in the video. No, we saw a gentleman in the video who looks like you. Can you confirm to this committee whether you were the one and what you were doing there on that fateful day?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was the one.
So can you confirm to this committee, because the list that we have for members of the appointment committee, your name wasn't there. You were there as a member of parliament. What were you doing there?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, as usual, I was there to solidarize with some of our colleagues, a brother, Joseph Nengpe, and Kofi Adams, who happened to be a member of my regional caucus. So I was there to solidarize with them.
So can you tell this committee what you saw on that day? Please summarize it for us, because we have a lot of witnesses today.
Chairman, this is a straightforward matter. What I saw was that the ranking member for health, that is on the MPP side, and another emperor, that is the minority chief whip, they all initially wanted Akandoh to be vetted.
Sorry, can you tell us who the ranking member of health is so that we can?
Well, I don't know his name. He's a TikTok member. I think he was the chairman, and now he's now the ranking member for health. He and another emperor, and most of the minority side wanted Akandoh to be vetted.
Can you identify him in the video?
Of course, I definitely.
So we'll play the video for you to identify him in the video.
Okay. There are pictures. So okay. The clerks holding a book of a document with pictures. So
that's for new members.
Oh, okay.
We don't have the old ones here. Is it Dr. Efriye?
I think so. I think he's a okay. Doctor, a medical doctor. He's the one.
So we want to play the video for you too. Please, can you play the video for the witness to see whether he can identify? You can't find him, eh? Ranking member, because now we don't have the committees in place. So we'll find out who was here on that day from the minority side. Yeah. Now, can you continue with your...
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think the Dr. Efriye, I think he's the one. He was the chairman for the health committee when they were in power. So definitely, now that they are in opposition, he is going to be the ranking member. Before the incident started, he actually walked to Afenyo, and I was watching them. He came to plead with Afenyo to allow Akandoh to be vetted. And Akandoh stopped him. He actually snubbed him. Yes, he snubbed him. And the minority whip, Akandoh, also wanted Akandoh to be vetted, but my minority leader rejected their request and said whatever will happen was going to happen. And I was watching them. So, Mr. Chairman, this is a simple and straight matter. All the things that happened that day was caused by the minority leader. Why am I saying this? A leader who watches or stands for his subordinates or members to vandalize, destroy public properties without uttering a word, without stopping them, is as guilty as the members. Because you know, Parliament, we take instruction for our leadership. MPs will respect our leadership. Whatever your leader will tell you.
Well, you cannot pass judgment for us. This committee is to do its work. So that is your opinion. Members of this committee will sit down and then come out with our opinion and report. And then you can have the opportunity to debate their report. Okay? Yeah. Thank you. Continue. Unless you don't have anything to say.
Yes, like I said, it's a straightforward matter. What I saw was that the minority leader instigated his people to misbehave. It's as simple as that. If we all want the truth, this is nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, do you have a question for Honorable Otibles?
Honorable Otibles, you said you were there. Did you participate in the scuffle that went on?
Mr. Chairman, no. I was more or less an advisor. I advised most of them to desist from that. Otibles is not a violent person. I believe in the truth and protecting whatever belongs to the people.
And so, you did not pull anybody, you did not push anybody, you did not pull any furniture, and you did not push any furniture.
Not at all, Mr. Chairman.
That will be all for now.
Any other question?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable colleague, you mentioned that the Minority Chief Whip wanted Honorable Akandoh to be vetted, but the video shows him, you actually hear what he said on the video about that the hearing would be disrupted. So was this something that you were saying based on what was spoken publicly, or is this private?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minority leader got involved, minority whip, chief whip, got involved based on the instruction from his leader, Apenyo Markins. I saw Apenyo telling them that they should all listen to him and take his instruction. He told them. That was when he got involved.
Thank you. I'll just repeat my question. The assertion that the minority chief whip wanted Honorable Akandoh to be vetted, was that something that was spoken of in a public setting?
Not at all. It was privately before. It was between him and his leader, Apenyo Markins.
So, a follow-up. Were you there? Did you hear him, or it was a conjecture?
Mr. Chairman, I heard him. I was rightly very close with them when they were talking. Okay. And Apenyo said, no way, you people should stop it. Listen to me and take instruction from me. I want them.
Okay. Unfortunately, we don't have a video to support that. So this is your witness statement. So we'll take that and ask further questions. Any other?
Thank you, Vetch. Let me ask you whether the instruction that the leader gave to the ship included the pooling and all those things. Did you hear that?
Mr. Chairman, that is why I rightly said that a leader who stands for his subordinates or members to destroy, to misbehave without cautioning, without taking action, or without stopping them is as guilty as those who were involved in the act.
Yeah, I asked the question because we all heard some of the statements that came from the whip, minority whip. But as to what you heard, at least it wasn't very loud enough. So that was why I was asking whether that instruction also came from the leader, as to whether they should be pulling the chairs, they should be destroying the cables and other things, because that was so very audible when we listened to the video from the minority chief.
Mr. Chairman, once the leader advised that what was going to happen, and so it means that whatever happened was endorsed by the leader.
Honorable colleague, could you answer just yes or no? Did you or did you not hear? Did you hear the minority chief whip giving the order for the tables to be pulled?
So the question was, did you hear the minority leader telling the minority whip to advise or instruct his people to pull the chairs? Yeah, that was it. Yes or no?
Yes, he did.
You heard him?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Honorable colleagues, if there are no further questions, Honorable Otibles, thank you for attending upon this committee. If there are any clarification, we'll call upon you. You are honorably discharged. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
We
Chairman, for having me.
The deputy, the Marshal of Parliament to take a seat. After that, we have a Minister of State designate who will have to rush out for some other equal important duty. And so after the Marshal, I'll beg my colleagues to allow the Minister to,
I, Lieutenant Colonel Samuel Kofi Ofosu,
swear by the Almighty God.
Swear by the Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Lieutenant Colonel Samuel Kofi Ofosu retired, right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
The Marshal of Parliament. The video that you watched, can you identify with that video and whether you were here on that fateful day?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I identify with the video and I was here for that period.
Can you tell this committee what really happened on that day from your perspective?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Marshal outfit is responsible for security and safety of Parliament, which includes the precinct, Right Honorable Speaker, leadership, members of Parliament, even those who visit Parliament and other stakeholders. On the day of the vetting of some of the nominees, 30th January for that matter, we were overwhelmed with a lot of visitors on the compound, on the corridors, even on the floors. And so around 9:45 p.m., I was right outside this corridor, managing the visitors that were supporting the nominee that had just been vetted, and those who are also coming to support the next nominee. That was when I heard shouts and altercations in the committee room. So I quickly rushed in to find out what was going on. When I came in, at this side, I realized there were two honorable members who were almost at each other's throat. So I quickly moved from that side, passed my way through the crowd, and then came in to separate them and try to push one honorable member to go to where his seat is. By the time we got there, we realized there was a chair on the table, and other members were on their feet, others pushing the table, others pulling the table. So I went behind the chairman to offer protection for him at that time. Then the minority leader and the majority leader started having a conversation. So they went out. They went out for further consultation. And by the time they were to come back, I realized that the table at that corner had been lifted. We tried to help it down, but before we realized it had been turned to the side and the legs were forcibly removed. It was at that point that I realized that we had to take that table out so that we can keep sanity in this committee room. So the table were lifted out, and then the majority leader came in, tried to cool down tempers, and then eventually he could not talk on the mic, on the console, because some of them were damaged. We quickly had to advise him that the consoles are not working. And so he now mentioned that sitting cannot go on because the consoles are not working. Whatever we are going to be said here has to be captured by the media. And if the consoles are not working, it will be difficult for the media to get to know. So we had to adjourn for the next day, and that was the only time that we were able to escort members out of this chamber. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Since you are the marshal of this precinct and this institution, my colleagues have a lot of questions for you, so I will allow them to ask the question, and then I will come in. Honorable Isabella.
Thank you very much. Can you take us through your typical responsibility within these premises? Let's say during the vetting process, for example. What is your typical responsibility in these premises? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As I said earlier on, we are primarily responsible for security and safety of the precinct of Parliament, as well as the Right Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament, the staff, other stakeholders who visit Parliament. So our activities cut across checking people at the compound, checking people in the vetting room, controlling the crowd, and controlling all those who are participating in the vetting process.
Thank you. So if you see two honorable members literally at each other's throat, would you come with the force to separate, or you would... because by being here for a while, I realize that you're a bit diplomatic in some of your actions. Would you usually tear them apart?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that's the first thing we do. We try to come in between them to separate them. They are honorable members, and we can't throw ourselves at them trying to put them on the ground. But diplomatically, we try to separate them and tell them that you are on TV or the whole world is looking at you. Honorable, don't do that. Don't do that. So we try to separate them. If they go beyond by hurting each other, then we can come in to take them apart and take them out of the precincts.
In view of what happened during... Okay, so since I came to Parliament, there have been a few instances where we have gotten a bit aggressive. Don't you think that it's time that maybe the Marshal's Department even does some reorientation for honorable members? Do you advise something like that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think it's a point in the right direction. We started with the members who were just elected into Parliament. We did their orientation. We were there to have a chat with them, and then we gave them all the security orientation and protocols that they need to do whilst in Parliament.
Some of the new members were actively in the... Yes, just from the orientation.
And they were involved in that scuffle.
Very actively involved. Do you think that maybe there was something left that maybe has to be, recapped or otherwise? But in the generality of it, what do you think we should do from your perspective towards this? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think that day, in perspective, whatever issue was at stake was what they were looking at. They even didn't look anything about security. And that is what may have happened, that some new members were even going overboard. But what I think going forward we should do is that we can all take our security as a personal responsibility. How we talk to each other, how we relate to each other is something that we should look at so that there can be decorum between us as members of parliament, even staff, and all stakeholders who come here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Marshall, when the scuffle started, you were first there. And then from the video, we saw that police people subsequently came into the vetting room, and they also came to either assist you or to support you maintain law and order. My question is, at what point do we invite the police into either the chamber or the vetting room? At what point, in order to avert what we saw?
Some of our colleagues were in civilian clothing, so maybe members did not recognize, but we were all in. And when we realized that it was now becoming an uproar, both sides were up. That is when we informed the police commander, and then the police came in so that we could avert the situation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. That will be all for now.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On the specific day when this occurred, you mentioned that you were trying to manage the crowd in the corridor. Was this the first time the building had been overwhelmed with crowds when it's time for vetting?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have had such experiences before, but it wasn't up to this level at this time. We realized that there were too many visitors who had come to support the nominees. So this time around, it was a bit more than what we could actually handle.
Were you at...
But some of the visitors that come, for instance, a paramount chief will come, the entourage alone is more than 12. And so it was difficult for us to manage the crowd. A lot of people were standing because the seats we provided were 10. But then they come in and the other entourage will come and stand behind them.
Do you have any standard operating procedures for what to do in the event that any chaotic situation happens in Parliament?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we do.
In the event that something like this happens, must you be called in to activate it, or do you have the authority to go ahead and activate whatever these operating procedures?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We operate on the orders of the Right Honorable Speaker. And so when we are called in, we are alerted, then we activate the standard operating procedures.
On the specific day when this event occurred in this room, were you called in?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we were called in, and that is when I came in to assess the situation. We realized that it was beyond the two of us, and then we asked the police to come in to help us maintain security and safety within the committee room.
At the time this incident was happening, was the corridor being evacuated and were people being asked to leave the room, or were you simply trying to maintain some kind of order?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think at that point, we were all in this room. The corridor was rather being packed. Other people who were watching it on TVs and other places were all now coming in to come and see what was going on. So the room was being filled as the time goes on. But we had our men outside who had blocked the gates so that other people will not come in. But the corridors were getting full from people who were already outside.
Based on the invitations, we were informed in one of the hearings that the maximum number of people that any nominee was to bring, I believe, was 10. Did you have any system in place to monitor who was allowed to be in here and who was not?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee chairman had informed us that it's only 10 people that are allowed, and they have been given invitation cards. And so we have a system in place outside. We inspect the invitation card before you are allowed to enter. So that was the system that we were using.
Is that to say that everyone who was in the room had an invitation card on the day?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Certainly not. Other people were brought in by other members of parliament.
In retrospect, or perhaps looking forward, what suggestions would you make regarding how the rooms are populated, how the building is made accessible moving forward as a lesson from what we witnessed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe moving forward, it behooves on us, the nominees, to communicate same to our people, that we have been given a restricted number of invites. If it is 10, we agree with the 10, and we'll make provisions for the 10. If anybody there's spillover, they can be asked to be in their offices or in other places that has been designated for that, and leave the committee room for the 10 that have been invited. That place we can be able to ensure cooperation and security within the committee room.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
There's a follow-up question here, so allow.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question. Much as you mentioned the number 10, at the last time when I came, I counted the seats just to have an idea of the number of people in the room out of curiosity. And there were about 60. There are 2 on this side, 2 rows on this side, 3 or 4 in the middle, and also 2, and multiplying by the number, I saw at least 60 because I was curious to see how many people could we accommodate at a time. And at first, during the appointments committee sittings, we would not allow people to be standing in the alleys. Now we seem to have allowed people to be standing. Another vetting I saw, some were even sitting in front of the first row. Don't you think that we have relaxed the rules a bit? And that is why, suddenly there seems to be a bit of laxity in the system that we had, because I've been on the appointments committee for 3 years. We didn't used to have that, let me say, congestion. Let me put it that way. We didn't have that. Don't you think that we have relaxed the rules a bit?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The 60 that you were talking about was the earlier sittings when we had allowed the whole place to be opened up. Now the chairman insisted that now we stick with the 10, and that is when we arranged only 10 seats at the back. But whilst sitting is going on, we will see a member will enter with somebody. It's difficult to get a person out, and the person comes to add up to the number, and the number keeps going high. Those who were sitting down, I think it was the tradition of the paramount chief that was here, that when he sits, there should be some people sitting in front of him. And that was what happened the last time.
Yeah, this is a follow-up. Mr. Marshall, you appear to be concerned only about people in this room which could pose security threat. you have not indicated to us your fears about outside the compound. So are you suggesting that people who come in, even if there were 1 million people, you don't bother about it? Because we have droves of people coming in, some drumming, some singing, and the whole parliament is turned into, I don't know, an arena of a festival. Are you concerned about that, or you are not?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's of serious concern to us. It's something that we have never seen before, but this time around we realized that it was happening. People were bussed, some all the way from Tamale and other places were bussed in, and because of their culture, they carry with them drums and the rest. We insisted that they should not play whilst, because this is an office. People are working, you can't be playing drums and the rest. You try to stop them, by the time you turn around to do other things, another group has come doing almost the same thing. So it was back and forth that we kept stopping them. But then we had a system at the gate to stop all buses that were coming in. People will now debus and now walk in. They are coming to visit an MP. They will not say they are coming for vetting. They will go to the visitor center, take a visitor's ID. They are coming to visit an honorable member. You can't stop him because this is House of Parliament, open to the public. The person now goes to the honorable member. Before you see, the person has found himself inside the vetting room, and that kept the number going up. But we are concerned with security on the floors of Job 600 and other places, the compound, and we tried as much as possible to keep the security in place. At that day, we have as close as 100 police officers that were dotted round, some within the car parks and then within the precinct, observing and checking so that members are not hurt, the properties in Parliament are not destroyed as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Let me ask, some of the earlier witnesses indicated that they were here to protect the properties of the state. Let me ask you, would you agree with me that the security that was provided wasn't adequate? So that prompted these members of Parliament to join and see, I know security is supposed to be provided by the Marshal, but they decided to join because they felt security we provided wasn't enough. Would you agree with me?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think we provided the necessary security for the committee meeting. Little did we know that it will go to the extent of damaging state property. You realize when the table was pulled, because the cables are interconnected, that was when the console now fell from the table to hit the ground and get scattered into pieces. But as much as possible, we were also holding them in place so that they are not destroyed. It was unfortunate that particular console fell when the table was lifted and got broken.
So in reality, you didn't need the members of Parliament who were protecting property, public property. You don't need them at all to support the police. Is that what you are saying?
Mr. Chairman, we need everybody to help us keep security.
Yeah, before they even started destroying properties, there was this popular instruction from the leadership. We all heard it. Two table and now two cables. What did you do? Immediately you heard that. What did the Marshal do?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Protection of the properties is also in our care, and we came in as much as possible to stop them from removing those cables. Some of the mics were on. Honorable members have on them and were speaking through it, so there was no way we could shut everything down, and we just had to protect what is there. It was unfortunate that the movement of the table that caused that console to fall. However, the rest were protected at that time.
Chair, I just want to find out, because the instruction came before the distraction. You were here. And when the instruction came, he spoke into the mic. So everyone heard it. I'm asking the measures you took immediately, because if you had taken probably, for want of word, the right action, probably they couldn't have even acted the way they did, because we all heard it. I wasn't here, but I was just watching it on television, and you could hear that cable to table. And so at that time,
Honorable colleague, he mentioned that he wasn't here when the whole thing started. He was within the corridor. When he realized that there was altercation, he decided to come in. Was that it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So you didn't hear that there was this shout from one of the leaders that to cable no tree to cables no tree table no.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was in when that particular statement was made. However, well, all our eyes were on the table and looking at those who maybe attempt to hold any of the console or table or cables to pull. Those that attempted, we tried to ward them off. But the unfortunate thing was the dragging of the table, the forceful dragging of the table caused that console to fall and split into pieces.
I just want to find out, was it helpful, those who tried to, let me say, support you to protect properties here, was it helpful, the members of parliament?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it was helpful. They kept bringing the tables back, otherwise more of the consoles may have gotten damaged at that point.
Okay, Lieutenant Colonel Samuel Kofi Ofosu, we will discharge you now. We may call on you again. There are few questions that we'll need to ask you before we finalize our report. So once again, you are discharged. Thank you very much for attending upon this committee. We now call upon Honorable Minister Designate for Health.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Honorable Kwabena Mintah Akandoh.
I, Kwabena Mintah Akandoh,
swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue
shall
be the truth,
the
whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank
you. Honorable Akandoh, you were not here when we played the video. Do you want us to play the video again for you?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Can you please play the video for him to watch himself? No, to watch a gentleman who looks like him, whether to confirm that whether he was the one. No, there are two marshals. The second, the top guy. Yeah, okay. So the question that they could be. Yes, Honorable Akandoh.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You watched the video.
I did. My attention was drawn to the fact that you wanted me to identify myself in the video,
Yes.
and I have.
Okay. That confirms that you are the person in the video.
Very well, Mr. Chairman.
On the 30th of January, when the nominee for the Ministry of Health portfolio was to be vetted, were you here?
Mr. Chairman, I was the same person.
Can you tell us what happened on that fateful day? In a brief, since you have to go somewhere. Brief.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I was invited by the appointment committee to appear before them on the 30th. Mr. Chairman, in the morning of the 30th, I called the clerk to the committee, Madam Gifty, to send me the program, the timetable. Mr. Chairman, when she sent me the timetable, my name was moved from on the 30th to 31st. So I quickly called her back and I said he had given me the wrong timetable. And she indicated to me that it was a right timetable, but they have reviewed it and that he was going to send me the new one and that I was supposed to be vetted on that day. Mr. Chairman, before then, immediately I saw that my name had been moved to 31st. Then I called the leadership of the committee, the appointment committee, to indicate to them that I had no notice whatsoever that my name had been moved to 31st. And my people had already started the journey and arrived in Accra, and so I was at a loss. And so both sides of the committee indicated to me that I was going to be vetted. In fact, my chief whip, the majority chief whip, indicated to me that if I had not had any clear instructions from them, why should I panic? And that I should get ready to appear before the committee. So I was held in the holding room for some time. I mean, you are going to be the second person, third person, fourth person, in that order. So at a point in time, the clerk came to the holding room and then called us to come and sit in the room. So I came in. I thought I was even going to be vetted. I saw the minister designated for transport took his seat, and then I had to come and sit close by. So immediately after the minister designated for transport, I took my seat. And then the chairman of the committee instructed that they should administer the oath. That's why I saw that the minority members of the committee started saying they wouldn't agree, and that everything started going wayward.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Designate. Colleagues, do you have a question for the witness?
Thank you, Chairman. So, Honorable Minister Designate, when you saw the commotion, from the video that we have seen, you kept glued to your seat. Were you hopeful that you were going to be vetted in spite of all that was going on?
Very much so, Mr. Chairman. I thought that, well, we usually disagree at the committee meetings, and finally, in most of the cases, cool heads will prevail, and then we continue our work. So I thought it was one of those instances.
So eventually, you could not be vetted. Were you disappointed?
Very, very, very much disappointed, Mr. Chairman. I had to make room for my guests, my visitors, paramount chiefs. I mean, there were quite some number, and it caused a lot of inconveniences to me.
It didn't cost you money. It cost you only inconvenience.
It cost me a lot of money, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, that will be all for now.
Thank you.
Any other colleagues? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable senior colleague, how did you feel?
At the time?
When all this was going on around you, because actually it was just right at your time that this happened. How did you feel?
Mr. Chairman, I was so much disappointed, especially with the order in which the vetting was done. Mr. Chairman, you know, in this house, we do a lot of things by seniority. So I didn't understand why my junior colleagues would be vetted, especially when we're all, the names came at a time, and then I'll be asked to wait. I didn't understand. So I didn't understand the criteria they were using. So I was so much disappointed. I must be very honest with you. And I had the opportunity to register that displeasure at a point in time. After all, this is my 4th term in Parliament. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. So with all that happened, and with the senior that we all know that you are young, but you are senior in the House, what is your advice moving forward? From what you saw, what you went...
Mr. Chairman, I think we must plan things well. And when we plan, we must go according to the plan. If they had gone according to the plan, all these things would have been avoided. Mr. Chairman, I was told that came about as a result of the fact that a particular day's vetting couldn't take place. So if I was part of the committee, my humble view, my humble opinion was that they will reschedule that day those people who were supposed to be vetted that day, so that it will not affect the program, the rest of the program. But if you begin to slow them as and when, it is better to disappoint a group than to disappoint the whole program. So I thought that they should have, that's my opinion anyway. You may disagree with me. So I think that we should plan and plan well. Thank you.
Honorable colleague, but what is your view also on the behavior of our colleagues here on that day? I think that we are not keen on having our children pull tables, tear cables, and all that. But I want your view on that. We have to call a spade a spade. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it was uncalled for. It is unexpected of a member of Parliament. My children, when I go home, Daddy, we saw you, you were fanning yourself, and the rest, you were fighting. I think it was embarrassing. Thank you.
Well, Honorable Minister Designate, were you part of the struggle? Did you fight anybody?
The Chairman, I have been approved. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. Honorable, but the President has not saw you.
The Chairman, once I've been approved, I've been approved. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Minister for Health, were you part of the struggle? Did you also fight?
Not at all, Mr. Chairman.
So you didn't raise any table?
Not at all.
No chairs?
I was calm and I was just watching what was happening. Never.
Thank you very much for attending upon this committee. Or follow-up. Okay.
Mr. Chair, the clerk, she came to give some initial evidence on the other day that we met, but she was standing right by you, to your left side. What was the engagement between you and her?
Well, Mr. Chairman, she kept looking at the direction of Mr. Chairman to see whether or not she could be given instructions to administer the oath. And so even at the point in time when the chairman had given the instruction, she was still cool and she wanted everything to calm down before she does so. So I didn't hear her talk, and she kept telling me I should just wait, cool down. That's all.
Yeah, Chairman, just because, okay.
Mr. Nominee, on a lighter note, you said that once you had been approved, you were there. I want to let you know that in this house, people have been vetted, approved, and never sworn in. In fact, to add to it, they were actually in the swearing room and they were not sworn in. But that's on a lighter note.
Yeah, Chairman, thank you very much. I know Honorable Akandoh is a very friendly guy. Even across the other side, you have a lot of good friends. So what were you thinking of when Honorable Minister for, who was the nominee then, Transport, he came ahead of you and he went through, but when he got your time, what were you thinking of? Because I know you have a lot of friends across there.
Mr. Chairman, not even only friends, but I was surprised because they had given their word that I was going to be vetted. I had already indicated that when I saw my name change to 31st, I reached out to them and they said no. I mean, they have reviewed it and I was going to be vetted. So I heard it from them that they said I was going to be vetted. So I was surprised when, this commotion was going on. I was actually surprised, but hey, there was less I could do then.
Thank you very much for attending upon this committee. In less than a week, you've attended upon vetting committee and then special committee to find out what happened on your day of vetting. We will call upon you again before we finalize our report. Thank you very much. And we wish you all the best today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable colleagues, we were supposed to take 2 other honorable members, but I want to plead with you to allow Honorable Minister for, are you also designated, approved, or anointed Foreign Affairs to, since they have to go for their swearing in, I want to plead with you to allow him to.
I,
Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa,
swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue
shall
be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
But the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, son of man, Minister for Foreign Affairs. You were not here when we showed the video. Would you like to watch the video again to identify whether you were here on that fateful day?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I was here and I recall exactly what happened.
So can you tell this
like
committee?
to proceed without the video.
Thank you. Can you tell this committee what really happened on the 30th of January when you were supposed to be vetted?
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, before narrating what I witnessed on that day, I would like to read to you 2 letters I received from the Appointments Committee inviting me to appear before the Appointments Committee. I believe this will establish the basis for me attending upon the committee on that day. My entry into some controversy, I have heard the minority leader and some members of the MPP suggest that I was smuggled in and that I and my guests, including my wife, had no business showing up on that day. Indeed, when I appeared before the Appointments Committee to be vetted, I raised the issue. and the chairman of the committee and the minority leader apologized to me for that press conference and that unfortunate narrative they had put out there, suggesting that I was trying to force myself onto the committee when I had not been invited. So I think that it is, I read these invitation letters and then I'm willing to also make copies available to your committee so that you can have that in your report.
Go ahead and then make copies available to our clerk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, this invitation letter is dated the 22nd of January 2025, addressed to the Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, Member of Parliament, Parliament House, Accra, and it reads, Dear Sir, invitation to attend upon the Appointments Committee. The Appointments Committee wishes to extend its warmest congratulations to you on your nomination as Minister Designate for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Pursuant to Standing Order 217, I am directed by the Chairman of the Committee to kindly invite you to attend upon the Appointments Committee on the 30th of January 2025 at 12:30 at Committee Rooms 1 and 2 of the Administration Block, Parliament House, Accra. You are kindly requested to submit copies of your curriculum vitae with your signature on each page and tax clearance certificate from the Ghana Revenue Authority to the Secretariat of the Appointments Committee on the second floor, job 600. And it goes on because of time to give the email address of Parliament and all of that. So I just want to, because of time, go quickly to the last two paragraphs. You are further requested to provide the names of 10 guests who will be present to witness your vetting. You may contact the Secretariat of the Committee on 0244. Two numbers are provided because these are open hearings. I don't have the permission of these phone owners to put out their numbers. And then it says that contact these numbers for further clarification. Yours faithfully. And this invitation letter is signed by Mrs. Gifty Jiage Goba, the clerk to the Appointments Committee. Mr. Chairman and respected members of the committee, attached to this invitation letter is this other correspondence I received, which has the heading, 9th Parliament of the Republic of Ghana, coverage of proceedings of the Appointments Committee, schedule for vetting of nominees, Thursday, 30th January 2025. And the names are provided as follows. Nominees: Abdul Rashid Hassan Pelpo, MP, Minister Designate, Ministry of Labor, Jobs and Employment. 8 a.m. is the time provided. Then, Honorable Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed, Minister Designate, Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology. 9 a.m. Samuel Nate George is the third name here. MP, Minister Designate, Ministry of Communications, Digital Technology and Innovations. 10 a.m. The Honorable Kofi Idi Adams, Minister Designate, Ministry of Sports and Recreation. 11 a.m. Then there is lunch break at 12 noon. Then I was to come immediately after the lunch break. It's here. 5th nominee, Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, Minister Designate, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, 12:30. So they were anticipating that they will have a 30-minute lunch and then I will be vetted at 12:30. There are 3 other names after me, if you don't mind. The Honorable Joseph Bukari Nikpe, MP, Minister Designate, Ministry of Transport, 1:30 p.m. The Honorable Isifu Seidu, MP, Minister of State, Climate Change and Sustainability, 2:30 p.m. And the final name for that day, the 30th of January, is Mrs. Charity Gardiner, Minister Designate, Ahafu Region, 3:30 p.m. So this was attached. 8 nominees were supposed to appear on that day. So I want to state for the record that I was not smuggled in. I was asked to be present here with my guests for a session at 12:30 p.m. to be vetted. And we waited and waited and waited until I was prompted at about 8 p.m. thereabout that
just a
I can now come in.
Clarification. You mentioned 2 letters. Is it the attachment that is the second one?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, please. So it's the attachment I referred to. So I want to state for the record that it is based on this invitation letter that I duly composed the delegation, which included paramount chiefs from the North Tongue traditional area, chiefs from Anglo, where I also hail from both Anglo and Tong, as chairman, you know. Then the Tepahine, the paramount chief of the Tepa traditional area in the Ashanti region. I've served as Imrantia Hine in Tepa for more than 12 years now. And so I have very strong, alliances with the good people of Tepa in the Ashanti region. They gladly joined me here, my dear wife, and the members of Oral, the Oral team I'm very proud of. I'm told that the reason why I'm coming under a lot of attacks and tribulation is because of Oral, but I remain proud of the work we are doing at Oral. So the Oral team members were here to support me. So that's really the delegation I composed. And I received prompting from the chief whip that we could now come in at about 8 p.m. So we were expecting that we will be vetted that evening and that our chiefs and these eminent guests will be apologized to, that you asked us to come at 12:30, is 8 p.m. But to our surprise, we entered the room and we faced hostilities when particularly our colleagues on the minority side saw me entering with my delegation. They got very furious. What am I doing here? And they said they were not going to vet me. I was really taken aback. I was surprised that, I have your own invitation letter and you are saying that I'm not supposed to be coming in. Meanwhile, it's members of the committee, because we wait in a holding area, and then the chief whip came to beckon that we can now come to be vetted. So when I came in, the Honorable Akandoh was just about to take his turn. He was about to be sworn in, and I was ushered on the 3rd seat here on my left to wait my turn, so that after Honorable Akandoh, I will be vetted. And then the whole hostilities began and the degeneration into violence, what clearly was despicable. We were traumatized, and I was really embarrassed as a member of parliament, because I recall paramount chiefs asking me, is that what you people do here? What's the meaning of that? I mean, and there was one chief who told me he even feared for his life. So some of them had to, quickly just escape, because they didn't know if the violence, the way tables were being carried and destruction going on, if some of these tables and microphones, PA systems that were being destroyed could be thrown at them. So some had to take flight. I'm even wondering if some of these people will be willing to honor an invitation again to Parliament following what happened that night. And it has to be condemned in no uncertain terms. And to think that after inviting us and engaging in such despicable conduct, traumatizing guests, people you have invited, instead of apologizing, the next day they were holding press conferences saying that we had smuggled ourselves in. I mean, it was like adding, insult to injury. And to be very honest with you, Chairman, it's been a very, very difficult period. And it's as though somebody, and what the impression they tried to create out there was as though there was a certain conspiracy with our members on the majority side. We didn't want to be thoroughly vetted, so we just wanted to be smuggled in so that we can just have an easy pass. But I mean, this is not the first time I've been invited for vetting. It will be probably my third vetting. I've been vetted as Deputy Minister for Information, Deputy Minister for Education. This is my third, vetting. I do not, fear vetting. I had nothing to worry about, nothing to fear, because I believe that I've always discharged myself in public office with integrity and honor, and there was really nothing to fear. So why will I conspire with majority colleagues to, just be smuggled in at night and just have an easy pass? I would also like to state for the record, for those who, I've heard some people say that when it was getting late.
Honorable colleague,
Yeah.
when we watched the video, you sat quietly with all this thing, bubbling up in you. Why didn't you also join them fighting?
No, it's not in my nature. I certainly was not going to join in any fight. So I just took things calm and did not want to partake in that. I was just about to respond to those who have said that, it was getting late and that I and my guests could probably have just gone home and could not have, and probably we should not have responded to the invitation when the Chief Whip said we can now enter the room pursuant to the invitation letter that we have received. And for those who say that, I want to remind them of the enormous powers that committees of parliament have under the Constitution. I want to, with your permission, Mr. Chairman, read Article 103. I could have really been in serious trouble if, following this invitation letter, I decided on my own that because it's probably getting late, I would not enter the room when I have been asked to appear. Article 103(1) of the Constitution provides, Parliament shall appoint standing committees and other committees as may be necessary for the effective discharge of its functions. 6 then says, a committee appointed under this article shall have the powers, rights, and privileges of the High Court or a justice of the High Court at a trial for A, enforcing the attendance of witnesses and examining them on oath, affirmation, or otherwise. B, compelling the production of documents. And C, issuing a commission or request to examine witnesses abroad. So under Article 103 of the Constitution, when a parliamentary committee invites you, it is not a joke. You cannot on your own volition say that you will not attend. They have powers of the High Court. And the Constitution is very clear. There are grave consequences if you do not appear. And Mr. Chairman, our standing orders also, under Standing Order 212, with your permission, Standing Order 212 also provides, quote, a committee shall have powers, rights, and privileges of the court or a justice of the High Court at a trial to A, enforce the attendance of witnesses and examining them on oath, affirmation, or otherwise. So, Mr. Chairman, I respectfully submit that I will have been in very serious trouble if I did not honor the invitation pursuant to Article 1036 and Standing Order 212 of the Standing Orders of Parliament. And that is why I was duty bound as a law-abiding citizen, as a member of Parliament, to appear before the Appointments Committee, just as I have done. I received your summons yesterday, quite late, but I have put everything aside to be here. I will dare not, disobey the summons, and I will show up because I know the consequences of not appearing when a committee of Parliament has invited you. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to state forcefully that I was not smuggled. I had the basis to be here, an invitation letter, and then a schedule of how I will appear in an orderly manner, all signed by the clerk of the Appointments Committee, and that is why I entered the room on that fateful night of the 30th of of January.
Thank you very much, Honorable Samuel. Before my colleagues take their turn, can you just summarize what you saw on that day? You gave us what really happened on that day, but you did not tell us what you saw in the room. This committee is to investigate what really happened in the room. Thank you for giving us the background. Now we want to know what you saw in the room on that day. Just a summary because of time.
What I saw was a degeneration into violence, destruction of property. As soon as I entered, I was greeted with hostilities. It was clear to me that I was the target. They did not want to have me vetted that day. And why do I say that? If you look at the schedule advertised and published, the media giving copies, you had some of the persons here who were even taken ahead of me. For example, the Honorable Joseph Bukari Nikbe. He was to have come after me on the schedule that the Appointments Committee published. They did not have any difficulty bringing him ahead of my vetting.
Did you find out why that happened? Because we were wondering, if you have this schedule, why should they vary without informing you?
Nobody gave me any information. Okay. Even the Honorable Akandoh, who was about to be sworn in before me, the schedule that I was given, and you heard him confirm that, he was to come the next day. That's Friday, 31st January. But they called him that he could come ahead, and he has just confirmed that. So what he said is really true, because if you look at the schedule, Honorable Akandoh was to be the nominee number 5 to be vetted the next day, Friday, 31st January 2025. And this was published, widely circulated to the media. And we all saw it. The media carried it. So as to how come, even though they were saying it was late and they were tired, they were happy to vet others who were not even scheduled to be vetted before me. They were very happy to vet Honorable Nikbe, who was, according to their own schedule, to be vetted after me. Honorable Akandoh, who was to come the next day, they didn't mind at all to put them ahead of me, and they were vetting them. I believe really, and I have sympathies for Honorable Akandoh. If I had not obeyed the chief whip and entered the room that night, I'm sure he'll have had a smooth vetting, like Honorable Nikbe was. But they felt that once I have entered and I'm in queue, as soon as they finish with Honorable Akandoh, I will then take my seat. They said they will just disrupt.
Well, we cannot conclude on that.
No, but I am, Mr. Chairman, the facts are clear that these are people, according to their own published schedule, who were to be vetted before me. They were, after me, pardon me. They were all to be vetted after me. But at the end of the day, what we saw is that they made room to vet them ahead of me. No problem at all. I know that sometimes, I don't know what the exigencies were, if they made special requests. I know, for example, that Honorable Nikbe, his constituency, it will take a whole day of travel to get back. So if probably he made a special request that his chiefs have to go back, I'm considerate. I mean, my chiefs will just need about 2 or 3 hours to get back as compared to him. So I can understand that. But to the extent that they were, making room for others, and then just upon seeing me, they engage in those hostilities. What I saw clearly was an attempt to totally disrupt the proceedings, and they actually proceeded to disrupt the proceedings. I heard the minority leader say, actually threaten the clerk, Madam Gifty Jage Goba, that she dares not swear in Honorable Akandoh, that if you did, you will see. You are a partisan clerk. I heard these words clearly. You are a partisan clerk. Don't swear in Honorable Akandoh. If you dare, you see what I will do to you. Naked threats. And then he got up. The chairman was screaming, order, order. They undermined the authority of the chairman, the Honorable Bernard Ahiafo. They even pushed him aside. What I saw, and I'm sure the videos will confirm that, his table and his mic was forcibly taken out, and then they descended on the tables. And I had the chief whip. The chief whip was the commander-in-chief of the chaos and the violence. He was directing them what to do. Muntutu, Munyi, you carry this and all of that. You know, he really decided to be the leader of the mayhem. After the minority leader had given the signals, had threatened the clerk not to swear in Honorable Akandoh, then the chief whip took, the minority chief whip, the Honorable Akandoh, then took over and then directed the violence that happened.
We didn't see that in the video, that the chairman's microphone was taken away. Who took the microphone, the chairman's microphone away?
So what I recall, you had the minority MPs. I recall Jerry, I recall the Honorable Tampuli, and they were in the thick of affairs with the minority chief whip, Honorable Akandoh, directing. And I heard him clearly because the mics were on, and even though I was seated here calmly, I could see and hear all of what was going on. And he said, Muntutu, Munyiyi.
But you can't confirm who took the chairman's microphone.
I would need to refresh my memory on that.
Okay,
on
because
that
we don't have on record.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I would like to refresh my memory on that. But I do recall that they took away his microphone, took away his table, the table that you are using now. That's the first table that was attacked, and they removed it, they pushed it, shoved the chairman aside, and they were determined to disrupt the vetting, and they were saying it that there will be no vetting tonight. They will not continue with the proceedings, and then along the line, they asked the Honorable Jerry, who is the MP for Bawe, I'm told. He's a new MP, so I'm still getting to know him. He then came to stand here and physically tried to stop the clerk from swearing in Honorable Akandoh, who was just about to be sworn in. I recall he was standing holding the Bible, waiting to be sworn in. So the minority leader was threatening the clerk, and then Jerry had come to stand by Akandoh. And then the fight continued here. It led to another brawl on this side. And that's when I noticed that some of the guests, some of the chiefs began to walk out, obviously fearing for their lives, began to walk, because it had now moved very closely to where the guests were seated.
Thank you very much for the narration. Honorable colleagues, question.
Yes, thank you very much. Honorable Minister, this is a simple question, and I want a simple answer. So, you did not participate in the scuffle that went on. Is that right?
Yes, please. I didn't participate at all. I sat quietly. And at a point when I noticed that, no, I listened to the Honorable Majority Leader who had come in to calm tempers. He did really exhibit leadership, and I have to commend the Honorable Mahama Yariga. So I listened to his brief media engagement where he said that clearly we can't continue with the vetting. He was going to make arrangements with the speaker to see if probably we can continue the next day at the speaker's conference room. So when it became clear to me that the vetting will not continue following the Honorable Mahama Yariga's presentation, I then quietly left the room.
Yes. So, will I be right if I were to suggest to you that you were terribly disappointed on that day as a result of the failure of the committee to vet you?
Yes, please. Terribly disappointed, and also embarrassed as a member of Parliament, because the spectacle, I mean, I believe the title honorable is earned. We earn it by our conduct. And what happened that night was really, really disgraceful, really shameful. And the sad part is that it was the same week that this same minority chief whip had brought up a matter on the floor at plenary that he had been called silly by someone and he would not accept it, and Parliament must be shown respect and all of that. The same week, in just under 48 hours, this kind of conduct. So I wasn't surprised the next day there was a lot of bashing of Parliament. And unfortunately, when the bashing is going on, all of us are brought into disrepute and become fair targets. And you can't blame the general public. They say, oh, look at them. When you call them silly, they don't want to accept it. But look at their conduct, look at how they are misbehaving, you know, and that probably even silly is mild, you know. So I really was embarrassed. I was not only terribly disappointed, but I was also embarrassed. And I still feel really embarrassed. And I think that we have a lot to do as an institution and as members of Parliament to reclaim, you know, our image and restore our honor and dignity before members of the public. It's really, really sad that a few of our colleagues will bring Parliament into such disrepute. It's really, really sad. I don't think that this institution deserves this kind of image. It's horrendous what has happened.
Okay, so thank you. That will be all for now.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, apart from the fact that, if you ask me, the processes, the vetting process on that day, if you ask me, it was poorly managed. Looking at the number of ministers that was scheduled on that very day, would you also agree with me that the number of delegates, people that follow you, ministers for vetting, also put a lot of pressure on nominees? Because judging from what you indicated earlier, the numbers that came from Tepa and from your own region, Volta region, I guess we had a huge delegation, and the cost aspect may not be so easy for nominees to bear. And keeping some of them here more than a day or two, that might also put some pressure on the chairman of the committee to at least increase the number of nominees that's supposed to be vetted in a day. In future, wouldn't we recommend that we reduce the numbers so that it will not emburden most of the appointees?
Well, thank you very much. This is a very important question, and I have served on the appointments committee for a considerable number of years. And when I saw the schedule, I could really foresee that there will be difficulties. I was really, you want to vet 8 people in a day, and before this day, the minority leader had gone on Channel 1 TV and had announced to the whole world that there were 2 people they were looking for, and I saw those 2 people on that day, scheduled for that day, the Honorable Sam George and I, you know, and I was wondering, the way he spoke in that interview, it was clear that we will be targeted and we will spend a long time. So if that is the case, why do you put the 2 of us the same day with 6 others? So I sensed that it would be. So I remember telling my chiefs that I'll plead with them. They would have to really prepare to wait for the long haul, that it may get to my turn quite late, because I could really predict that Honorable Sam George will spend a long time, and I may even run into the next day. So I'm surprised that after all they had said publicly before the vetting about how they had targeted 2 of us, they put us in the same group to appear the same day with 6 others. Then on time management, I think that as a house moving forward, and I'm glad that looking at your terms of reference, you are also supposed to make recommendations. It does appear that the minority leader is given unfettered, you know, time with Honorable Sam George, it appears that he, for more than 3 hours, he was going back and forth, repeating questions, and he just had a field day. When I served on the appointments committee, I remember Honorable Joe Ofosu. He will ask the then minority leader, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, you should be getting ready to wind up. Yeah, yes, we know leadership are extended courtesies. Members of leadership are extended due courtesies, but it is not a blank check, So the Honorable Joe Ofosu will control. So I think that moving forward, one of the recommendations should be that there should be some timelines. Yes, every other members have 3 questions with follow-ups, but if the minority leader will not be limited in the number of questions, at least reasonable time, if it's 2 or 3 hours, reasonable maximum, so that we don't have this situation where they go on and on and on one target.
On that note, be getting ready to wind up.
And then, Mr. Chairman, let me also add that I do not think that it does the image of Parliament any good when before vetting, people are targeted. So it means that the vetting really, people already have a prejudiced mind. Some members have a prejudiced mind. It's not really about what you come and say and evidence that is adduced during your vetting. They have made up their mind already. Because before the Honorable Sam George and I appeared, there are many people who were concerned for us that, hey, then you may spend 5 days, you may spend 2 weeks, hey, then they will really grill you and mess you up. It means you won't even get any approval. They even suggested that they wanted some of us to come and see them and beg, and atone our sins before the vetting. And all of that doesn't help. And I think that one of your recommendations, with all due respect, should be that these comments that tend to prejudice the work of the committee, where the committee appears to become a vehicle for settling personal scores, for going after people who probably the minority do not like, because of the work they have done.
On that note,
it has to be stopped.
On that note,
I think it undermines the work of the appointments
Minister
committee.
for Foreign Affairs, we want to, no more question. We want to discharge you, and if this committee needs you again, we'll call you. Otherwise, the Son of Man will not allow us to finish our work. Thank you very much for attending upon this committee. Honorable colleagues.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman.
Welcome. Honorable colleagues, we have a Deputy Minister designate who want to run away, but the Honorable Member for Agotime, Ziope, is also here. Whilst we have one of the, you are discharged. And we want to plead with 2 of our members, honorable members, to allow Mr. George Glory Opeku. Is it Opeku? Okay. To take his oath. And then after that, we'll take the 2 of our colleagues. Mr. George Opeku, before you take the oath, you are not here for the video. And so I will ask the technical department to show you a session of where you were actively involved in, no, don't show it to me. We want everybody to see it. So please bring it up. We want everyone to see where Mr. George Glory Opoku was actively involved. And so nobody would question this committee for bringing non-MP to this committee. The reason why we brought him, I believe all of you will say it, and then we can all give our judgment.
Hey everyone, it's your boy Naj. Please check out my new song on Audio Mac, Stupid Me. Peace out.
Are you ready? We have 3 other nominees. Sorry, 3 other witnesses. Thank you very much. Can you take the oath?
Okay. Yes, lift it. Lift the Bible.
I, George Glory Opeku,
Swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before
that
this
the
committee
evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue
shall be the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much, Mr. George Glory Opeku. I will read Order 276 for you and also Article 103 for you. Order 276. Order 276 of the Standing Orders of Parliament 1 says that a committee shall examine a witness on oath or solemn affirmation. The clerk to the committee shall administer the oath or the solemn affirmation contained in the first schedule. I believe that is what exactly you've just done. Then Article 103 that our honorable colleague read. I was going to read it to you, but you heard him. But I want to repeat it for emphasis, especially 6. 103.6 says that a committee appointed under this article shall have the powers, rights, and privileges of the High Court or a justice of the High Court at a trial for A, enforcing attendance of witnesses and examining them on oath, affirmation, or otherwise, compelling the production of documents and issuing a commission of requests to examine witnesses. I believe you heard what the Constitution says and the standing orders of this House. Mr. George Glory Opeku.
Yes, Chairman, I do.
So you are under oath, and you're also appearing before a committee, special committee, to investigate what happened here during the vetting of some nominees of His Excellency the President by appointment committee. Now, this committee was set up to investigate all that happened here. And we saw in a video a gentleman who was wearing white. I don't know whether that is George Gregory Opeku. Glory Opeku. Can you confirm whether the gentleman we saw in the video was you?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. So clearly, it is not a dotted video at all.
No, please.
Mr. George, who are you and what were you doing here on that fateful day, since you are not a member of Parliament?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On that fateful day, I entered into the vetting room with Honorable Ablakwa. I came with him to support him through his vetting time. That was my reason of entering here.
Were you part of the 10 members of his entourage that were supposed to be in this room with him?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any letter to that effect to know 10 or 20 or the number of people that will be here with him.
So, will you state that Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, who just left, will agree with this committee that you were part of his entourage that came to witness his vetting on that day?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Did he give you any invitation letter personally, or he called you to be part of his vetting?
No letter. I call and congratulate him, and he said the 30th will be his vetting day. So if I can make a time.
Do you have any text message or any evidence from him that he called you, he sent you a text message? Because I have a text message at the caucus chairman. He has invited all of us to be here. And I can show you that text message as evidence. Did you have any text message from him?
No, Mr. Chairman.
On that note, you came on your own to witness his vetting.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Before I ask you to tell us what you saw or what you witnessed and why you were involved, are you aware that on this table, if the chairman did not invite you to sit here, as I did today, you are not permitted to be where members of parliament are supposed to be? Are you aware?
No, Mr. Chairman.
So for the emphasis and for education, this committee sitting is just like parliament or the plenary. Now, as we sat down, if I have not permitted you, you are a stranger. And so we are going to look at you as a stranger in parliament on that day. And do you agree to that? If you are not comfortable with any of the questions and you want a lawyer, we can allow you to bring a lawyer so that you come back on Monday.
I would like to know that if I need to come with invitation to the vetting room, is that what you are saying?
I'll repeat myself again. When a committee of parliament is having meeting, and I'll read it for you from the standing orders, it is assumed that Parliament is sitting. Now, in the chamber, you cannot enter the chamber to sit where members of Parliament sit. And so on that day, our standing order says you were a stranger in the chamber. Because you are not a member of Parliament, where MPs were, you are not supposed to be there. And my question is, are you aware?
I'm not aware, my lord. Oh, Mr. Chairman.
Ignorance of the law is no excuse. And there are consequences of disobeying our order. Now, I want to repeat myself again. Do you want to come with a lawyer so that we can extend your time to Monday?
I would like to come with a lawyer.
Honorable members, I would want you to extend an invitation to our colleague and ask that he comes back on Monday, because there are legal issues that we need to sort out. And then we'll also invite Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa to come with him on Monday again to testify whether he indeed invited him, because of where we saw him in the video among members of Parliament. Our standing orders talks about strangers. And if you are a stranger in Parliament, there are consequences of being a stranger in Parliament. And so I will discharge him if members permit, allows me. I'll discharge him and then we can take him on Monday. Is that okay? Mr. George Glory Opeku, you are discharged until Monday, 10 o'clock. Thank you very much for attending. So Monday, please come with your lawyer, and then we'll also invite our colleague, Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we'll now have Honorable Minister for, Deputy Minister designate. Deputy Minister designate for local government. Is it for local government? Local government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Honorable Rita Na Odole Sowa. Can you please take the oath?
I, Rita Na Odole Sowa,
swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Honorable Rita Na Odole Sowa, first of all, let me congratulate you on your nomination as Deputy Minister Designate for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. Congratulations.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
You were not here when we played the video, and so I don't know whether you would like to watch the video first before we go ahead.
Honorable Chairman, I would want to watch the video. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Please, have you watched the video?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Can you tell this committee whether you identify yourself in that video?
Honorable Chair, I identify myself, but I saw the back of myself, my hair and a little of my cloth.
Oh, so that was not you. Is that you?
Me. It's me in the video. Thank you.
So can you tell us what you were doing here on that day?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm a member of the Appointments Committee, so I was here that day for the vetting of honorable nominees of His Excellency, the President John Dramani Mahama. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Now Odolesowa, can you tell us exactly what you saw or you witnessed on that day? In summary.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We had carried on vetting to a level, and the next person to be vetted was Honorable Akandoh. It was agreed that he will be vetted that day. But when it got to his turn, our colleagues on the other side raised the issue of time. And so after that, for me, I was sitting there as a member waiting to hear from leadership. And then I saw that the argument started. And so I was watching and seeing what was going to transpire. Then I realized that our brothers on the other side said they were not going to agree for us to continue. And so what I also saw was that they started beating the table and said they were not going to agree, especially Honorable Akandoh Dompre. And I saw others joining in, and there was a little bit of a scuffle. And they were pulling the table that they would not allow the vetting to continue. And so I also just looked on, and I realized that they were carrying chairs, pulling the table. At a point, the leg of the table got broken, and they kept on fighting till the Marshal came in, the Clerk of Parliament also came in, and there was the argument for the Clerk of the Committee to swear in Honorable Akandoh, which the ranking and his team were also against it, asking that she doesn't do that. And so I'll speak to that point. Okay.
Thank you very much. Honorable colleagues, do you have any question for the witness?
Honorable colleague, in your view, from where you are sitting, I know you tend to sit on the opposite side of where I am sitting, where our clerk is sitting. Usually that is your seating position. At what point did you anticipate that this situation was getting a bit out of hand?
Honorable Chair, at the point where we wanted to get the vetting to continue, and then the ranking member said they would not allow the vetting to continue. So at that point, I was sitting there watching to see what was going to transpire, whether we'll be asked to end the vetting or not.
So did you make an attempt to, talk to your colleague on the other side to, calm down or stop what they were doing or something?
At that point, I realized the leadership were arguing among themselves. So I sat quietly, looking on and hoping that nothing untoward will happen. Thank you.
Since the appointment committee started this session, have you ever felt there were some undercurrents of maybe intolerance or something like that amongst the committee members?
Thank you. Normally, we do meet before sitting starts, and views are heard from both sides. And so, most of the time, we come to an agreement before we start sitting. So that's what I can say.
Thank you. No further questions for now, Chairman.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable colleague, just since the appointments committee started sitting, was that the day that you actually vetted the highest number of nominees?
If my memory will serve me right, it would have been that day, but because we didn't continue, and we are all aware that we didn't sit on Tuesday, so we had a backlog that we try to balance here and there. And so we agreed that for Honorable Akandoh, so we thought that since he was the one in the chair, we asked him to come in. I'll say the chairman asked him to come in. We thought he would be vetted, but I would say that was the day I think we had the highest number. Thank you.
Did you feel unsafe at any point?
I felt very unsafe, but I had to be calm in my seat. And one thing I want to say is that when you look at this hall and the number of people that come in, if there's any danger, where do you pass? And I didn't know what was going on outside this room, and so I didn't want to risk going out. That's why you saw me seated quietly in my chair. And I would want to add that I'm happy that the rules governing this appointment vetting will be adhered to, because the number of visitors that troop into this room, I mean, it's not the best. And so where you have visitors or guests of appointees or nominees also joining in the arguments, I saw some of them moving from where they were supposed to be and coming around the table, and I don't think that's the best. So if we can consider even the in and out and the number of people coming in, I think it will be the best for us. I really felt unsafe. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to ask you, we know among the leadership on the other side, we have one woman who's a first deputy minority leader. Deputy minority leader. She's a woman, and I saw you sitting here. How was her composure in the midst of all the things that were going on? Because you were so close to the scene. Can you describe her composure at that time?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'll be wrong if I can say I can describe it. I don't recall. But she was sitting there, but I cannot say to this committee, unless I go back to watch the video, how her composure was. Thank you.
I ask this question because with all the things that are happening, I thought if leadership or parliament, we have a lot more women among leadership in parliament, probably we could avert some of the situation because of the calm nature of women. So, looking at the whole episode on telly, I could see it was just in the midst of the men within where all these things were happening. So I was asking myself, even though the minority chief whip, he had a phone on, so we could hear all the things that he was saying. But Mama part was a bit calm. So my expectation was that I was expecting something from, because I always want to advocate for women in leadership position. I was asking myself, what was Mama part?
Honorable colleague, I want to overrule this one because she's not here and she's billed to come on. No, she's supposed to be here today. She's not here. But since she's not here physically, I want to beg of you to ask different question.
Chair, the question, because I just wanted to find out the mood, whether you overheard her calming, the leadership of the minority side, because that was my expectation. And because he wasn't on there, he didn't have the mic, so I couldn't hear what she said. So that is what I wanted to find out.
Yeah, say anything at all.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. She was seated, like he said, right in the midst of them, and
the noise.
The noise. So I didn't hear her.
Thank you very much.
I was also seated there quietly, and so. But my one disappointment I had was also how the clerk to the committee was threatened, and I don't think that's the best for us, having passed the affirmative action bill into law. And sometimes I believe, in as much as the men want us to be the mediators or assume that we are calm people and that we need to come in when there are certain situations, I think the men should also consider us and deal with us well.
Well, the minority leader apologizes to us, even on the floor of the House. So, any more questions? Otherwise, we'll discharge.
Thank you, Chair. I think one thing that keeps coming up is the issue of scheduling. And because you're on the committee, I'm going to extend this question to you, but only if you can answer it. Was there any discussion in any of your pre-sittings to modify the schedule based on the fact that you had a backlog to deal with? And was this communicated to the nominees, to your knowledge?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Yeah, we met and then we agreed that we need to modify the arrangements of inviting the nominees because we had a backlog for the Tuesday, and it was agreed. But along the line, since some of the questions went very far, I think the time was of essence. And so, in as much as we agreed, I wouldn't say, I don't know at which point that the agreement broke down. Okay.
If you can recall, what was the agreement with regards to scheduling?
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chair. What I'll recall is because of the Tuesday, we had the backlog. It was agreed that we'll add some of the Tuesday to the Wednesday, and then some of the Tuesday even to the Thursday. So that's what I can recall.
On that note, I want to thank you so much for attending upon the committee. You are humbly discharged. We'll call upon you when the need arises. Can we have Honorable Charles Agbeve? Then after that, we'll have the Marshal, and then we'll have Honorable, who I just won, Emiliata, Minister for Fisheries.
I, Charles Agbeve,
swear by the Almighty God.
Swear by the Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much, Honorable Charles Agbeve. You were not here. Were you here when we watched the video? You watched part of it. Please, did you see a gentleman who looks like you in the video?
It was me, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, thank God it was you. We've looked at the members of the appointment committee, and we didn't find your name in the list. Now, what were you doing here on the 30th of January?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the 9th Parliament does not have a select committee on health. I was a member of the select committee of health in the 8th Parliament. And so the Chief Whip informed us, pursuant to Order 217, Section 5, subject matter members will be invited. And so I was invited by Chief Whip together with Dr. Sebastian Sandari. I recall the then Deputy Ranking, Dr. Mark Nawani, and Honorable Hutoje, that the 4 of us should make ourselves available. When we come, then 2 of us, our names will be given to the chairman as subject matter members. So that's why I found myself here.
So what happened on that fateful day, since you were here as a member on subject matter committee? What happened here?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I recall I was seated where the Joy FM microphone was. And I came in before Honorable Akandoh took his seat, because he was informed that right after Honorable nominee designate for transport, he would take his seat. So I took my seat. Next to me was Dr. Sandari, and we were comparing notes, what we were going to be asking the nominee. So when Honorable Akandoh was called to take his seat, he immediately sat down. The minority started agitating that we won't agree. We won't agree. Then the chairman requested that the clerk administer the oath. Immediately he asked the clerk to administer the oath. The minority leader started yelling harsh words at the clerk. That you, the clerk again, you partisan clerk. In fact, it was quite unpalatable. All this while I was seated watching. Then Arise that they all got up and had 3 of their microphones on. Now when you have more than 2 microphones on, no other microphone can be switched on. So it was difficult for Honorable Akandoh and the clerk to administer the oath. So that was the first strategy they used to actually block the administering of the oath.
You said that was a strategy they used to block.
Yes, because
who used that strategy to block?
Honorable, the minority chief whip. He quickly pressed on the consoles, and once you press 1 or 2 or 3 consoles, you cannot get a 3rd or 4th console working. And that was how come whatever he said was heard loud, because he had his microphone on, he had the 2nd one next to him on, he had the 3rd one far away from him on. And because of that, the oath could not be administered. So anything he said was now loud, and all of us were hearing it. Then the pulling of the table started. In fact, the first thing that happened was the pulling of the table. When the table was pulled, the chairman was still seated. The console right in front of him is where you are, where your console is. It's exactly where his console was. When it was put, because it was sitting on both tables, it fell. And once it fell, we saw the damage. Then I saw my chief whip here. And I saw my chief whip. In fact, before then, Honorable Jerry had come here to try and stop the oath being administered. But I saw 2 colleague MPs, in fact, first timers, push him off, so I couldn't go there. But when I saw my chief whip being attacked by Honorable Tampuli, I could no longer sit on my chair. So I moved. to go and separate them because I thought it was getting out of hand. When I got there, I seen majority leader already there separating them. So now, I now decided to take advantage to switch off their consoles so that the oath can be administered. It was there I realized that, oh, the thing has gone beyond just switching on the consoles. The plugs have all been pulled out. So I tried fixing them. In fact, at a point in time, if you watch me, I was asking Honorable Akandoh and the clerk to try switching their own on because I had fixed 2. But they could try it, it was not working. So I tried the 3rd one. That was when I saw the table coming towards me because I was in the middle there. My colleagues were pushing the table and it was coming. And I saw that there was danger. So I jumped and sat on the table because it was going to hit me actually. If you watch the video, I jumped and sat on the table and then helped the table to come and fix at its place. We were all doing this just to get the vetting done and also protecting state property. When I got onto the table, before I realized, oh, this time around, the table had moved and it was in the air. The police then came in and I told colleagues, like, let's move to our place. Let's move. Once the police have come in, I don't think we need to continue staying here. So we moved and then I came back to my sitting position. And so that's what brought me into the center of the action. First, the attack on my chief whip, who I thought was unfairly being attacked, and I needed to go separate and possibly rescue him, and then also try to fix the microphones that had been pulled out.
Thank you very much for that account. I watched the video, but I didn't know the intention behind. I thought you were also trying to pull the table and, removing cables. But now that you have explained it, we'll further watch the video. I'll leave my colleagues to ask questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable colleague, did you see and experience breaches, various breaches in this room?
Honorable Chair, there were a lot of breaches. A lot. Before I could access the building, it was difficult to pass through the side. In fact, it was virtually impossible. So I had to go down, move through the downstairs, and then come up through this section. Because the numbers on the corridor and in the room was just unbearable. We had almost, I think if I'm not mistaken, 4 of the nominees' supporters all packed here. And that was the first breach, because as far as I know, when you finish yours, you must move out. But those who were yet to be vetted had all their supporters up here. And that was the first breach I saw. The second breach I also saw was we were too many in the hall. This is the first breach was outside. Inside the vetting room itself, all the alleys of where the visitors were supposed to sit were packed. People were standing. And I thought it was just too much. And so the air conditions were rendered useless. The room was really, really hot that day. Then the third breach I also saw, I thought in Parliament, I've witnessed what happened in 2017 on the floor. I had witnessed what happened when the e-levy issue came up. And I thought we had embarrassed ourselves too much in public. And this should not happen ever again in this chamber or this house. So I thought when the minority were protesting that they would not be part of it, the normal thing the minority groups always do is to walk out and do a press conference and like what the minority will say, let them carry their sins. That's what they normally do. But this time around, what I realized was that they insisted to stay and make sure nothing happens. And once that position is taken, it's obviously going to be conflict. Because we had also taken an entrenched position that the vetting will continue. And so obviously it was going to be a breach. And once that is breached, conflict. Then finally, because we had so many supporters in the hall and we had started a scuffle, if the police had not come in early, they may have been. Actually, when Jerry came here, Honorable Jerry came here, he was pushed away. So they were now around the nominee, including 2 other MPs, supporting him. And so if the fight had continued, and then they were identifying that we those here were now moving in, they would have joined us. And it would have been too bad. I thought we could have averted it. If Mr. Chairman will allow me, the following day, when the nominee was invited and asked to come for vetting, I realized that there was absolute calm here. Only 10 members were invited and only 10 Saturday. And so you could see clearly that there was clear sanity on this side until the minority walked in and started again. But this time around, we managed to handle it and had Honorable Akandoh vetted. And so these were the breaches I saw.
All right, thank you very much for your viewpoint and for your rendition. Moving forward, what would you, because you are here in this space, and you saw what happened and you experienced it, what would you recommend moving forward in terms of, you mentioned a bit about what maybe could be done, but moving forward with your experience and going through appointment committees, seeing these things done, what do you think should be done? And also maybe with crowd management, because now we have moved from just visitors to crowds. If you say the corridor was choked, then I wonder what was happening even on the ground outside, because usually people struggle to want to come upstairs to see what is happening and what things. And what is your view on that?
Thank you very much. From what I have observed, once your name is mentioned, if you are not careful, the whole constituency will descend here in Parliament to come and witness your vetting. You can only manage with a few numbers. When you manage with those few numbers, others will find their way in here anyway. So you can't stop the crowd. What I think we can do is to still maintain the 10 that must come into the hall. What you can do is to keep the large crowd at the new member center, where we had our registration done for our tax. Keep a very big screen there and restrict every other visitor to that point. Because moving all the way into this square here is a security risk to our work here and to the workers of the parliamentary services and ourselves. But when you keep them down with a very big screen where they could watch what is going on here live and where they can be entertained and refreshed, I don't think we'll have too much problem. The crowd management will be far, 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 far better. And that is one recommendation I think Parliament needs to look into moving forward. Because whether you like it or not, you can't stop the crowd. They will find their way here at all costs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable, let me find out from you. You decided to be a peacekeeper because the police were not here. Could we have averted the situation if the police had come in earlier?
The situation would have been much better. The situation would have been much better. Before the police came in, I saw the marshals, the two, but they were helpless. What I saw they did quickly was to get the chairman out. That's the first deputy speaker, to get him out and protected. Then they came back to see how they can manage the situation before the police came in. The presence of the police tried to calm down the situation. First of all, by stopping others from joining in, and then also trying to stop other government properties from being destroyed. But members were, our minority colleagues were putting chairs on the tables. And when our colleagues removed them, they put them back. I didn't get there to remove a chair from the table, but when the police came in, they tried stopping them from putting the chairs on the table and further stopped them from getting further consoles destroyed. And so I thought the response of the police could have been much quicker. Then number two, there were police around, but these were bodyguards of MPs. And so they are restricted to certain situations. And so they were interested in protecting their MP than coming in to separate a brow. And so you could see them all visibly around in uniform, but they were not taking part in any of the separation until the police from the unit, Parliamentary police unit, came in.
Well, are you impressed with the numbers that came? The number of police personnel that responded, were you okay with that?
Considering the crowd outside and what was inside, I don't think the number was enough. Because it was a crowd situation and anything at all could have happened. I would say, because it was late, we didn't have more colleagues coming in. We, those who were here, and a few later saw what was happening, that came in. But by the time they came in, most issues have been resolved. By then, majority leader was talking to the press. So I was thinking more policemen could have been deployed to ensure that absolute sanity prevailed. But the police were also a bit careful. This is a member of parliament. He's taking a chair and putting it on the table. How do you handle it? So you can see, even in trying to handle that, there was some diplomacy in going about it. So he waits when the member of parliament puts the chair on the table, then he goes for it. When the member of parliament wants to come for the chair again, then he shields him from taking the chair. It was a difficult situation for them.
Honorable Member, I saw this our reverse citizen, Honorable Ostingame. Did you see him?
Yes, I saw him. I saw him at the corner.
And what was he doing?
Honorable Ostingame was a visitor. I saw him seated here. So when the whole thing started initially, he moved in there and tried speaking to, I think, the minority leader and the chief whip, minority chief whip. But my attention was then taken to another member trying to put a chair on the table and trying to pull a table. So I didn't know what transpired again. But I saw him very clearly trying to calm things down.
Chairman, I believe that this revered man should be invited as well to testify, because you know he's an expert within that space. So I suggest that let's get him to be involved.
Thank you very much.
Honourable Chair, thank you. Honourable colleague, you did mention the crowding in the corridor, were people's ID cards being checked in order to have access to this building, based on how you managed to access the building? Did you observe people's tags being checked, people's identification tags or invitations being checked?
Thank you very much for the question. I didn't come through the main door downstairs. I came through the back door from annex. And so when I climbed, I saw a colleague on the first floor. So I walked with him. He was going towards the new, the entrance. So I escorted him to that position before I climbed through that side. So I didn't come through the staircase, through the main entrance, no. So I wouldn't know what security measure was there at the entrance. But when I climbed down, I didn't see any visible visitors tags on them. And the truth is, some were chiefs with their entourage protecting them. And so when I was trying to push my way through, they saw my tag visibly, but they will not budge, they will not give way. And so I didn't want to push further, so I just went downstairs. I know my way around, so I went down the next floor and then climbed up to the other end. But there were no visible tags on them.
Thank you. My final question, you mentioned that this corridor was packed. Did you find non-members on any other floors as you tried to make your way into the betting room?
They were on the staircase. Not on the floor, but on the staircase.
There are two sets of staircases. Which one?
The one used through the main entrance.
Correct. Very well. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Charles Agbeve, for attending upon this committee. When we need you, we'll call you again. Thank you, and you are honorably discharged. Next time, don't be moving from your seat to go and be... We have two other witnesses here, the Marshal, Deputy Marshal, and then, you are honorably discharged.
Thank you very much.
You have the Deputy Marshal, the Minister for Fisheries. Deputy Marshal, can you please take then we'll have our Minister finally. I think after the Minister, we will close for the day, and then we'll address the press.
I,
Wing Commander Frederick Bauer,
swear by the Almighty God.
Swear by the Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much, Wing Commander Frederick Bauer, retired, Deputy Marshal of Parliament. You were here when we played the video.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Wednesday and today.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Did you see Wing Commander Bauer retire in any of the videos?
Mr. Chairman, I did.
So that means that he was here on 30th of January 2025.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Deputy Marshal, can you tell us what happened on that fateful day from your point as Deputy Marshal?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The day in question saw a lot of supporters of nominees filling up virtually every space we had within the parliamentary precincts. In fact, we had noticed it appeared some had even slept over around the funeral grounds areas, and some of these people were prominent people, and I'm even suspecting chiefs. It was that. So on the evening of that day, we had put in place measures to make sure that only nominated people would come up to this room. But then, what we suspected happening, we were coordinating all the efforts we had put in place, but then chiefs would come with entourage, people from the ministries would come, and somehow, they managed to get access up here, even though it wasn't probably the time for their nominee. So we realized that the corridors were getting full. Down there, as we were trying to control, was also getting full. We tried preventing the drumming and dancing within the forecourt just outside the staff entrance. These were the activities happening. But around 21:45, we came up here and noticed that there was some disagreement among committee members as to whether vetting was to continue or vetting was to stop. Now, what my concentration was then to look out for strategies to try and prevent the situation from escalating into fisticuffs. So we're looking around to see what was going to happen and how best we could solve the situation. And in most of the cases, we had to get inside to just try to prevent one MP from getting physical access to the other because that would then be fighting. That was what we were concentrating doing. And virtually, we brought in some of our parliamentary protection units who were then in uniform to come and assist the situation because it was getting chaotic, the table was raised, a leg was broken, and all that stuff. So, Mr. Chairman, basically, that was a bit of a summary of the events of the day.
Thank you very much. I will ask my colleagues to take their bite.
Thank you. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, we saw the videos, and your short testimony says that there were a lot of people around occupying the whole place, and even the car parks and then the funeral grounds. All these people who came, the question that I want to ask is, were they all properly admitted into the presence of Parliament? Were they all admitted? Because Parliament, we have a gate, and the gate is supposed to keep people at bay. I have seen people who have come and then you have been able to stop them. Whether they are coming as protesters or they are coming at whatnot, I've seen it. And so that day, the people who came, were they all properly admitted into the presence of Parliament?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, on the day in question, what we tried doing was to prevent buses from busing people right into the compound. But admittedly, the entire parliamentary presence does not belong to us. The state protocol area where funerals are conducted is virtually out of our control. On several occasions, funerals are organized there, vehicles are parked there, and we virtually have no idea. And sometimes these funerals can go deep into the night. So on the question of whether all these were properly admitted, Mr. Chairman, the whole environment is not ours. Had it been that we have an area carved out called Parliament, then we could probably ensure that strict access is granted into that space. But people are not particularly prevented from walking to the precinct because there are other institutions that we occupy the general area with.
So are you saying that it is not possible for the Marshal Department to put in place any measures to control the area that you would have considered to be the area for Parliament as against the whole area within the presence of Parliament? Do you have any place that you can carve out and then that is a place where you can say that from this point we are in charge? Do you have any sighting?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We've made proposals, and I'm sure it's being considered by management, but it's still in the drafting point. So if that is considered, I'm sure a team might be constituted to see where best can be carved out and what measures we can put in place to make sure that there's a certain area we can at least have effective control over and put in place the proper access control measures so that uninvited guests are not then find their way into our close perimeters.
Finally, we understand, we have been made to understand as a committee, the cards were issued to allow people to come into this particular place. The rest of the people were left outside, and there was nothing to use in controlling them. Do you think that that particular situation is helpful?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, we reconfigured the foyer down there with a number of chairs. About 200 chairs were organized there with television screens on to transmit this process live for those who were coming and maybe it wasn't their turn to come in. But Mr. Chairman, the numbers we had on that day, chiefs came. I mean, a chief would come with one invitation card, but he had 20 people following him. They are well accosted customarily. Even the police we had put in there to stop them, sometimes, as a matter of traditional courtesy, would end up, giving way for them to come because some of these people were elderly. And that was the challenge. So at the end of the day, they allowed them access up here just to see what was happening because they would tell you they came all the way from Wa, from Damango, and these were the challenges they had down there, even though we had put measures in place to prevent that if you didn't have a card, invitation card, you wouldn't find yourself into this room. But if a chief comes and his entourage is about 15, there's one card. Chiefs do not walk alone. Those were the challenges.
And so, would you say that the scheduling of the nominees in terms of the numbers for a particular day contributed to the large number of people who were around?
Mr. Chairman, I may not be able to talk to the scheduling of nominees on that day because my concentration was how best we could keep order here and make sure we don't have things escalating.
Thank you. That will be all for now.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. One Commander, just out of curiosity, is there an official document that is handed over to the Marshal's Department to inform you of who is to be on the precincts of Parliament on any given day when we have the vetting of any nominees?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The understanding is that only invitees, people who have been given invitation cards, and these cards are supposed to be 10, are the ones allowed into the vetting room to support their nominees. But Mr. Chairman, this is the people's house. If visitors say they are coming in to visit their MP, it becomes difficult for us without prior authorization to deny them that access. What we've noticed is that they say they are coming in to visit their MP, and instead of getting to their MP's floor or office, some of them find themselves here, and some of them, unfortunately, sometimes with the support of the MPs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'll ask the question again. Is there a document that comes to the Marshal's Department with the exact specification of who is meant to be in the appointments room on any given day? Officially, do you have a list of who is supposed to be here?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that document counts. But on this particular occasion, I think the certainty of who was to be vetted on the particular day, clarity wasn't there. And what I noticed was that on the Wednesday, we had to go and bring in Oliver Vemaho. In fact, I had to take the summon to him. And so sitting was suspended. Was not done on that particular day. So I suspected that the leftover of the Wednesday were shifted to Thursday, which then increased the numbers because most of those visitors for Wednesday had already come with supporters who were in the compound already, and where to sleep was a challenge. In fact, when we were going home on Wednesday, myself and my colleague, we realized people were making do with the spaces just to find a place to sleep, and it was pathetic because most of these were elderly females.
Thank you. So, Honorable Chair, just to state for the record that there wasn't a formal communication to the Marshal's Department stating that there was a shift and there would be more people and who those people were. Is that correct?
Is that correct?
None that I saw. I might need to confer with my colleague to see if he saw that formal communication. But to my person, I did not see that. Because on that Wednesday, it was late when we took the summon to the gentleman who was supposed to appear here. I mean, on the other day. So I wasn't back enough to check the mails. So I would then need to confer with my colleague to see.
Please do confirm and let the clerk know before we finalize our report. We want it to be part of the report.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I would like to find out whether, apart from the invitation cards, people who were granted access were given tags or ID cards as proof of having been admitted.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. That's the normal visitors procedure. Once you enter the premises, you are directed to the Parliamentary Visitor Center, where some details of yours are taken, and then you are given a visitor's tag. And then you go to the particular floor or particular MP you are looking for. But on this particular said day, I think even way beyond the 1700 hours that normal visitors come in, others had trunked in. And frankly speaking, they didn't all go through the visitors center to get identification tags. So we kept most of those ones at bay down there, and they were in the foyer watching TV and watching the proceedings.
Thank you, Chairman. Just one question. We also a stranger among the peacekeepers. He said he was there as a peacekeeper. Let me ask you, in future, are we safe? Won't we be having more strangers when even Parliament is sitting? Won't we be having them? And two, would you recommend that we move the vetting process to a more secured places, especially Job 600 up there, if we can move the vetting process from this place to a more secure place so that it may restrict the number of people. Naturally, it will be easier to control than an open space like this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I wouldn't say anywhere in Job 600 will be more secure than here. But talking about a more secured venue where crowd control measures could be firmly employed, like I mentioned earlier, we've made a proposal which we sent to our clerk, and it's being looked at. So I'm sure when some consideration is given to it, communication will go up to the board, and maybe it might be considered.
Well, there was a question about a stranger who, as a marshal, you are supposed to provide security to members of Parliament as well as the precinct and properties of Parliament. You were here when we have to ask a stranger to go and come back on Monday. We saw him visibly moving from one end to the other, to the extent that he was even... Okay, so I'll leave that one. Now, did you notice that there was a stranger in the house?
Mr. Chairman, personally, I didn't until today. The fact is that our security personnel are all not still very familiar with all the MPs, especially the members coming in for the first time. And so we had encouraged all of them to always wear their identification tags. But, Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, some of them just do not wear those tags. Because when you wear those tags from a distance, our security personnel are able to know whether this is a staff or this is of Parliament or this is a visitor. Contacts, fistcuffs. So when we enter and members of parliament are screaming against each other, we diplomatically are unable to assist with that, because if you try, you must walk a thin line, not to be seen as belonging to A or B. And in observing that thin line, we get a bit too careful before we intervene. And when we intervene, we end up putting our bodies in between the two so that they don't have an open fight. But
that still didn't answer my question, whether you think your response was on time or a bit delayed.
Mr. Chairman, it's a very difficult question for me, because until there were bangings on the tables and attempts at physical destruction of things, where we now asked in the other uniformed police to come in. But Mr. Chairman, we had police in civil clothing who work with PPU. They were all in the room. We're all trying to do separations, calm down issues, try to mediate. I had to pull a number of MPs to the adjoining offices just to convince them that there was no need for us to go into this, because cameras were watching, and some of it worked. So those are some of the things we're doing behind the cameras and behind the scenes. But as to whether the intervention was early or timely, the difficult thing is that if we move in 20 or 30 policemen into the room, it may be seen as intimidation. It may be seen that you're trying to intimidate the process, and so you are not trying to allow the process to take its normal course. So we do all this balancing, and when we realize it's getting out of hand, then we move in the uniformed personnel.
Okay. Were you given the schedule? In fact, are you given the schedule for vetting? Typically, is your department given the schedules?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we are given a schedule for vetting.
So you were given for that day as well?
I explained the circumstances of that day that I would verify with my colleague and get back.
Okay. Do you screen people for, because of the crowd in the corridor and within, did you actually screen people? Somebody may be holding a weapon, a knife, something. Did that take place?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. The challenge with those crowds is just one of the issues the honorable member has mentioned, and we're looking at measures at which, even from the main entrance, all such screening will take place. But like I mentioned earlier, having complete and thorough screening of people from the main entrances to the Princess of Parliament, where we do not completely own, becomes a bit of a challenge.
Okay, so my last question is, as marshals, you see to the whole premises, but there are times when people, even on ordinary days, they come into the lifts and they can meander their way through all the corridors and all that. That also falls within your purview, doesn't it? And what are you doing about that?
Mr. Chairman, it does. Most of our corridors have access doors, which can be opened with your ID card and badges. But respectfully, I don't know about honorable members, but most staff sometimes don't use this access, don't use the access badges to open the doors. And even in some of the floors in Job 600, realize members, because some of them don't wear their ID cards, which have access to open the corridors, the doors are left opened. And so one visitor who says he's coming to second floor ends up at the 8th floor. Because ideally, when you go to the visitor center, you are only directed to that particular floor. And there are receptionists on each floor to help you access that particular MP and step out. But the challenge is that the visitor comes and then decides that he has remembered another MP he wants to see on another floor. And then the floor door is opened. So he might just end up getting there. We're trying to put in place measures to make sure we have men on all the floor. But as it is now, because of challenges in manpower and resources, we're not able to effectively man those things to make sure that loiterers then find their way into your lifts and the corridors.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your insight.
Wind Commander Bauer, I have only one question for you. From some of the MPs and witnesses that came, we heard them clearly say that there were press conferences. Some of their colleagues were on TVs mentioning that they were going to grill them. They have two of them who were to be grilled or do not allow them to go through the vetting. These are all early warning signals. Did you pick that signal yourself?
Mr. Chairman, no, I didn't.
But do you have any intelligence in here that picks signals that there was going to be a chaos on that day?
Mr. Chairman, the intelligence we picked was that we were going to be overwhelmed with crowd. That much we did. So we requested for assistance from the police to give us more men. But even then with that, but as to whether there will be chaos on the vetting room, I would see that as maybe one particular member may be given a lot of questions. We didn't anticipate the chaos being members of parliament getting at each other.
I hope you have reported this to management officially. You've given your report about the situation to management.
Mr. Chairman, that is true.
Okay. So we can get that report from management to aid us in writing our report.
Well, Mr. Chairman, it's been forwarded to the clerk's office. I don't know whether we'll then have we'll talk to him and see whether we can forward same to you.
No, not from you. We'll talk to the clerk ourselves and pick it from him.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So there was a report on the chaos?
Yes, Mr.
Okay. Wing Commander Bauer, you are humbly discharged. Thank you for attending upon this committee. When we need anything else, we'll call you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We will finally take our sister, the Honorable Minister for Fisheries, who will have to take an oath. But because she was not here when we showed the initial videos, I don't know whether she would like to watch the videos first. Okay.
I, Emilia Arthur,
swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue
shall be the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture. You are welcome to the special committee that is conducting a full-scale investigation into what happened here on the 30th and 31st of January. I hope you have watched, except of the video, not the full video. Please, did you see a lady who looks like the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture?
Yes, Chairman, it was me.
So, can you tell us what you were doing here on that fateful day?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a member of Parliament, I had one, come here to participate in the process, and two, to support some of the people who were being vetted on that day, especially the Minister for Health. And I think there were a number of other people who were supposed to be vetted that day. So I'd come here to give moral support. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So can you brief this committee what exactly you witnessed on that day? In brief, summary.
Thank you very much. I was sitting right here to my right, where this gentleman was sitting. And one vetting had finished, and we're getting ready for the other one, particularly Honorable Akandoh's. And so the usual practice is the nominee will be invited and will take the oath. So we were like, clerk, administer the oath. And the clerk was straight-faced and can you administer the oath so that the vetting will start? And she said, I recall. She said, no, I am waiting for instructions from my leadership. So we were here, and then by the time I realized there was some noise going on in the front where you are sitting, the next time I see a chair on the table. The next thing I see some of the members of the minority walk over here where Honorable Akandoh was standing, and they were surrounding him. And that was when I got alarmed, because and then some majority MPs also moved here and shoved the minority MPs away from Honorable Akandoh, and they took position. So that was when I was talking to some people who were standing there. What is all this about? I mean, I was Parliament. What is all this about?
Were you traumatized?
I was
Or surprised?
I was like, hey. Not frightened. We've seen some before, but I did not, for the life of me, expect that from having just finished one vetting, one person, and we're just moving on to the next person, and suddenly all hell breaks. Don't know what kind of all hell breaks loose, and I was amazed to see a whole member of Parliament carrying a chair and putting it on the table. The next time I saw pushing tables away, I saw a microphone being shifted away. I was, and in all of that, what amazed me was the calmness of the clerk. She was so calm, just sitting down, so very professional. I mean, she has class.
You seems to not to be clearly here on that day. From your narration, you only witness part and parcels from your narration, even though you were here physically.
I was here, sitting here, and so I didn't quite understand what happened in front there that resulted in the lifting of
Good,
chairs.
exactly, that's what I wanted to hear. Now, was there, you just mentioned that you saw some members from the majority side came to the rescue of Honorable Akandoh. Can you identify those majority from the majority side?
Yes, I mean, one MP from Western North region, when I see him, I'll see him. I know the name, but it's not coming now.
So we'll show you a picture now,
okay,
for you to identify whether he was the one.
Okay, sir. Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's also in this video. I don't know if I can. Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, one of them is Mr. Kwame Pius, the Sefia Kontombra MP. He came by to shove away the minority MPs that had come to surround Honorable Akandoh. Then there's a second one I can see in the video back. His picture I haven't seen.
Thank you very much for at least identifying one person. Now, honorable colleagues, do you have any question for the witness?
Thank you, Chair. I want to find out. You said the honorable member for Akontomra came to give some protection. Was he under any threat at that time? And who was that person?
So, when the scuffle started, when it was about the clerk, some of us around were saying to the clerk, administer the oath, and she was like, no, I'm waiting for my leader. And then the front there became, hey, then two minority MPs moved to Akontombra, to Honorable Akandoh, who was standing here. And I'm not a mind reader. I don't know what was going on in the minds of the majority MPs. But I think then they quickly moved and came and sort of removed the minority MPs away from their colleague, Honorable Akandoh, and they took position there. I don't know whether it was for protection or whatever, but that's what they did, and I think it's just a natural thing to want to protect your own. Nobody knew what would have happened here as a result of all that carrying of chairs.
So can we also identify those minority members of parliament who moved from their location to where the nominee, can you identify them?
When I see the pictures, I can identify. I remember one fair-colored one. I don't recollect the name, but when I see the pictures, I'll be able to tell. Yeah.
We'd like to show you some pictures if we'll be able to identify that person.
Yes, I recognize Mr. Shaib Ahmed Jerry Wejagbawi. I recognize him being one of the people who came to. His intention for coming to stand by Honorable Akandoh, I cannot tell, but certainly he was one of them who came to stand by him. And I remember me saying, what are you people doing here? What are you people doing there? Then Pius and the other came and took over.
So that is the second deputy minority whip, one of the members who were suspended and recalled back. Okay. Any other further questions? Yours was so short. Thank you very much for attending upon this committee. We are grateful to you, Honorable Minister. We will call you again when the need arises. You are discharged.
Thank you very much, Chair.
So, honorable colleagues, we have been able to take witnesses, about 10 out of the 18. We have Honorable Ahi, Honorable Konis Dauda, Honorable Dominic Bigna Adana Nitiwo, Honorable Charles Asiedu, Honorable Patricia J, Honorable Pius Kwame Nkwa, who was just identified by Honorable Minister for Fisheries. These are the honorable members who were supposed to appear before us today, Friday, since it was postponed. And they were not able to make it. We've not had any indication from the clerk as to why they will not be able to attend to this committee. And so we will request respectfully that you invite them in addition to the following members of parliament who are supposed to be here on Monday. Honorable Alexander Peño Makin, Honorable Frank Anodompre, Honorable Roxanne Nelson Eche Kwame Dapamakpo, Honorable Jerry Ahmed Shaib, Honorable Alhassan Tampuli Suleimana, Honorable Michael Ochribefi, Honorable Rudolph Amaku Jampa, Honorable Mustafa Yusuf, Dr. Fred Chei Asamoah, Honorable, and then you add again Mr. George Glory Opeku and Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa to witness for him. He is to come with his counsel. On that note, I want to thank all of you. We have come to the end of today's sitting. We will continue with the public hearing, and I want to repeat it again. We'll continue with the public hearing again on Monday, 10 o'clock, to continue with this time around to find out exactly, especially those who are involved in the breaking of chairs, tables, and so on and so forth. And so, members of the media, we will ask and beg of you that Monday you'll be with us. The Clerk of Parliament will also be joining us on Monday as well. We've invited him, and so he should be here because he was visibly seen in the video as well. Thank you very much for coming to cover this investigation.
ampa na yetimi kwasa na si obi ko fibu achi osi sabe ne natikam kwamra me di pros da pros we di anose me nim se grow we wa it's true na speed ya arrowhead no de ekono
time ko na onim na so onim se slow down wa obose ya na so ka nim obati convoy
masa
obati convoy why slowing why you be no
masa
e ko pa obose omanda e so boa nya tian move
me say you go bomb na pa ma me betra ma yi so
yesu bomb na e wo
tra ma yi so correct na chese peninsu
omanda ye ko bunkurugu yoyo bunkurugu the Ghana last town bunkurugu yoyo anajo be ye 11 na afre na ye free yoyo aba back to Tamale commander be 5 hour journey and esa betwa
na omutimi yes ade way for 1 year 1.5 years because someone call primary sir
it's true
they say
it's true
and say no we was here baba ye tall
it's true because me ka 2018 na mo mama camp ye no call the whole Ghana 2018 tema na ope abeli NDC
you know the same thing
so you say call ye
enya better o
etinu they know every
anya akufo ado 26 no anyare no oboa no ahyeda
abana no anyare
because say ajewe wuni anwo dia unti
oh yeah obebubu
unti
oh minim NC peni bia also pe man peni bia di enti odi achiko ba bi ne kwa ne wati yesi ye no no lucky enti ojina be
resetting
averia ye we asa papa ne we jogging esi na we na so odo ma be di do James ye no wati cream so wow
no but you need the JM Prof Bawumia na po no yeso anko ba bia
on MC what man to
yes na po Bawumia suma no ano akote otimi kote nhia yeso ose adia na po Bawumia
commander adjumane di yo
Bawumia nko na na ko
asina po MC na honja de sa commander adjumane di yo
honja dia no akase na de mintimi nko
ase o shaba ku se bia o twen sa honde ba no ko
onim se na potimi de awia ne ibi ma ne boys no ma post so owobono no oni ho
wow
na po way os me bo baby but tell me we ni ba no kwekwa na ansa na me ne minua Musa Dankwa ya adwuma so time be na hu se we ni ba na mo way
okay yeah the me no me akasa me voto kintampo ona me voto enti me na mo kintampo enti that was Friday no ana ne madam epepem ana madam so ono ba ko akvoto o ne krom commander anaja me say ana say yes obi aye kwako voto enti me ko kintampo enti ye voto ye for frank kintampo no 9 people for this car for the first time this car be show us on person sit in free and listen
I see
commander na because the MC na no was contesting for MPP and Odiscani and never be shame wa entina my who kaka wom but then you talk about we no indeed not they were winning as a president na MPP and we need that and so ni na kabo mu no NDC FI enti bo be 9 me hwe no so na bana asa de we tani o enti tem boy no ana me fro obi wo fikesium ana so krache kolesi na ye chese edam ana me say ana so the men transa by 11 of man ahu bibi 11 kwan bo ana share we man ana me say oh ana me say dedam 1.6 million dey edam
and you on Sunday and up 11
me that vote you here Saturday no 11 p.m. no
p.m.
now me mean say you winning that election way by a million margin because me ready from the engine room no direct me ready from the engine room direct so I was telling some friends oh you win now munjindi I'm so you win you must now what should I know just after 4 hours I'm so you win because manya source no I just say you win aba no eto man jendi at Sunday na fe dey
any be
no I'm say hey how can you
how did you feel
commander I say you be free I say as ye to be free mu as ye yi enema bi because o man Ghana kasa no o man Ghana abre Ghana o man we no o man no ndadan tro bonidie awudie say what say bibi adeso be free so afri o man so as afri me so and we are hoping that come January 7th no after swearing in no bibia ebedan kwan mu boko Charlie,
anyway, trim.
It's not all that say. My son is team. I say, Alex Befia.
Yeah.
Not only a campaign coordinator for Jenana.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say campaign chairman for Jenana.
Yeah.
Mr. James Adinin Boating. Now on the campaign spokesperson. The deputy Erika J. Now on the deputy media for nominati. Yeah. Welfare officer. Were you and the madam? Baby, that is a BBI please to Akura SYZ. Abubajuma pa. Abubajuma. You don't be asy, Commander.
And I think you better CMG so asset.
Super.
You better large Abungo asset.
Super.
Over the years.
Super.
It has been tough.
Yes, and very rough. And then office.
But hey,
this man will stand.
Yeah. Ebinumji omo frequency and educo share them. Binum you crowd the ordinary bonum wa achimota ho. Say you bonum sa nam say ukra de we na de bonum. O de bonum aye dey. And I think chairman of some also did well. I want to FM. They did fantastic job.
And do not appoint quite now. Other campaign.
Yeah.
Other campaign. And was
then Radio Gold.
Say
XYZ.
Yes.
Mugabe
num baby musa. Na Esther Buchi say saying. They did,
and I think Ghana for about 2 weeks, you know. Actually, say Ghana ni me.
Dabi.
So I hope NDC basically be free.
Sure.
Say omo mama be.
Remember, I say it's I say ya chama yentino.
Obe ye de ope. Yeah. Me anya MPP omo lose no, but NDC should learn.
I agree with you, Commander.
From a year apart
I agree
with
you 100%.
That wouldn't mean for Ghana ni sebe and what.
Say what the one hour 2 minutes, you know.
The upper Ghana no. One also nim down, and now Oma who say Omo betting punish any political party. And Major say one day on betting Tuaba 275 million Adia Mobi. Oh, says Obianiate.
Ablakwa say I suggest now there's no strong going anywhere.
Yo,
Ablakwa
Intino, and this in Swianyan free. Na omonto to omakwayi. We don't want to see the same mistakes, the same disrespect, the same thievery, the same corruption. We don't want to hear any panapana. We don't want to hear any panapana projects no monye sikano enwia
yadwumano ye sikana man for yadwumano na obi amusa ampa adwumano
why
come on.
Yeah, we are not a wunya kakra bi no problem. Na se ba je me dini nyina me dwane to say they won't to me aji road contractor what this can wanya
I say he'll be pursued for
jai na won't to me the other jai sir na won't to me say obechi ku bibu ache edru kuma say won't to me na atowura mi.
Oh, what's my general?
Why Gane? Won't to me a Gane? Friday night to Abano Gane, a Saturday, Onikrum Ho, Sunday, Gane, won't to me a Gane, a Joffrey. Numbers won't to me, Batashi, Brabetra,
watching about you,
Bachano, but and I'm a kind of Minia, Yanere home. Now, NDC should just do the right thing.
That is true.
Omumu or Mini,
that is true.
Obianka self excavation Butu. But revenue bebano. Fire
money. Now also enya ho.
Taxes also be ye free on you free ho. Port ubetnya ye bibia boya ye bibi boya. No more mkofa niema ba.
Almost
now the local industries no. Yem pejem poultry any sa local manufacturers
agriculture no
aduane mrekrom yentimi nibi na affordable house no say no omomfa enkonkrase
ya na mo so nya bindam
no munya bindam na munya sankan ne kumase am asia politics
me in-law abro me in-law ano say how do was it catch my mama me panachew omo na ni kuyaye ho.
Yes.
Abro was it farming? Was we abro and
Ghana ni pe aduane na adi o. When your baby ni tira so. Wanu musuo papa. O cantonment die na politician mu tutu.
Ompe.
On mebusa bi nya hwe.
On fanya hwe.
That's all. Thank you so much, Yoda. Congratulations. Live on Accra 100.5 and now make some minimum bedim come special. E wo fia se mame fa na se ma eye Benya FM in Elmina, Western FM e wo Elembele. Media na Kwabena BOBIE ANSAH, the old soldier, the old lion, the last man standing, Commander Boam. Me wa ye no be wie no nsia bre. And today you were nice discussion bi aye be ye. And discussions na ye be ye no. Many opening didn't come on my follow no Juma and I say be a many Land Cruiser and I come man no only problem bro. They say what the problem the say ya menya edia kodo ye no ne problem because they say no me say me no go ase me no ye go ase and me kind man for say I have with me Rap Musa Dankwa na ono an executive director Edema Global Research Info Analytics or I say Mira Akwaba
you so go be
Boko there
any better sabat Boko
me won so bread
chele
me won so bread yeah, I can tell. Kafra, me say enya me pa. Enka the woman because even Friday and you me contacting you and me also other networks, so I watch you on Saturday also on Joy and but mami nika busa sa anyway results a free this year election by no feeling better the amount.
Oh, me dear, me feel I'm a bit normal about it because Kwabena shock came in, but mostly no, I knew they were coming.
MPP in government G watching, your own friends are G watching. Me cry me can't be me G watching. And o catch him be say one hwe the bisino Ghana who be that enti e buy no e dey na ekoso trim time resources as a trickle in.
I just feel say we'll be vindicated. Almost say yakoje bribe na ye no almost we the entimi being see that almost debi uhwe 1990 when ni man say look about we unprecedented elections into bianya history and to baby no on going forward. I think it was some time that I'm for some about the must confirm my medication.
Really?
Oh yes, people will tell me on social media say I should be taking my medication because I'm say we had the chima was wrong. Yes, because we were seeing something nobody was seeing. Then but nobody was seeing it. Now everyone was saying, look, if we can see it, then anybody who does a scientific research must see what we are seeing. Why research PR or use scientific method piano should not be blind about what we were seeing. Because I was quite shocked, say people omunya were said it means people were not doing anything.
But no almost who were researchers. They were giving them figures.
May say what we were seeing, anybody with a scientific research method and tools would have certainly saw what we saw.
So meaning almost a year projections 50.1, 50 plus almost a good job or their methodology It's wrong.
A completion of everything. Because look, we share the scale of the defeat now. There's no way a scientific research will not pick the noise. Something from science, you know. Science means it can be replicated, and mostly you get the same outcome. And you voodoo, and you unkomshe. So once you follow the same methodology and you speak to people who are in Ghana today, who went out and voted, there was no way you couldn't pick what we were picking.
Mira, Mame, anyone starting free a year constituencies. Now they are by regions. Now they are by national. Now let's deal with the constituencies. Young fan say Mansonia Kasakasa Kakra Ewoho. But the fact the NDC is doing 188, right?
I don't even know what
what
minimum
187. 187 and I'm say MPP so yeah say 98 880. Okay, but from the constituency level, what happened?
Look, and that was even more scarier than national elections, you know, in terms of what we were seeing. You know, much earlier. Some of them, in fact, more than 7 months ago. Some over
here. Specifics.
Yeah, Oshe, Trobu. There were signs said Trobu is going to be Amasama.
Okay.
And then Domi Kwabena, almost over a year, there were signs. Oshe Ablakwa, the same situation. Ablakwa West, the same. Tema West and Tema Central, the same. All the MPP systems, including Anyaso Otuom. But we didn't see BOBIE for some time, because now if Felix say if we know what is happening around the surrounding that could be true for the same BOBIE. But
yeah.
we went there, I think sometime in June or July, and the story wasn't different. And I said, so if the MPP stronghold is behaving like this, then I wouldn't bother myself going to NDC areas.
But be a almost stronghold, no?
Yes.
And I've been no.
So
NDC strongholds,
I wouldn't go there and waste my money on it. I would never went to any NDC stronghold. I'm on for friend me. Oh, Adenta. So I don't want to. I don't know. I didn't know. I didn't need to go there. I didn't need to go there. And sometimes your BBA used to follow your name. Used to model different MRP. MRP, you know, we use demographic of the constituencies, you know, and past elections, current data. Now that we say, once we knew what was happening in Medina, any place around Medina, we know what will happen. Over hours west Wagon. Now who this you can see say what will happen in hours Wagon will happen in Adenta.
Okay.
Over
that is a neighboring constituencies, no?
They share some characteristics. A bit of middle class and upper class.
Okay.
Over let's say Rododio, you know what will happen in Ablakwa South. You know. Over Ablakwa North, now you know what's going to happen in Ablakwa West.
Yeah.
Over Trobu, the Trobu is in trouble. Ebeka Anyaso Otuom. Say Trobu is in trouble. Ebeka Domi Kwabena.
Indeed, Baba Sadik no one when they say border.
Baba Sadik Ablakwa Central. No, I don't say only we say Ablakwa South or border. And
on a
Kion, yes.
And I say border.
Yes.
But all right, a year Baba Sadik off.
Not entirely off, because there was a caveat. Say, Omo were mostly they have a big chunk of NDC for maternity.
That is Boama. Oh.
So in that situation,
that's a game.
No, see, there are people by their nature they are liked.
Okay.
Boama
is one of
them.
Yeah.
And I say, unless he can get the NDC guys to leave Boama, it will be hard for him.
Okay. But not your now
No, yes. Because I don't know, NDC were aligned and MPP were scattered. Some of them were voting heavily for Kion. MPP for no. So I knew Ablakwa will not survive that kind of situation.
Yeah, but Ashanti region,
yes,
constituency level.
In fact, it was shocking. There were signs, sir.
Why would you say that?
No, in fact, I was thinking, sir, NDC will hold their usual 4 seats, and maybe 1 or 2. There will be some disturbance by independence, and that would give NDC a chance. But the scale of the numbers, was shocking.
What should I do in the Ashanti region?
Whatever
with your experience,
whatever happened in Accra, whatever was happening in people's pocket, they felt the same thing in Ashanti region. And to make matters worse for Ashanti region, Felix said they have done so much for MPP, but they've got nothing much in return. So it wasn't gonna be like, oh, I had the NT. And I think our political class must begin to assess themselves. The attachment of ethnicity to parties is becoming weaker and weaker.
Yeah.
Weaker and weaker. The economy will always trump over those ethnicity and my stronghold syndrome.
Now, and ever don't care, say NDC and year,
because look, we are looking at a voting population where over 70% of them are below 40 years old. So these guys are not really tribalistic, and for them, survival.
Yeah.
So one deliver. I mean, it will be very, very difficult in the future. Also, demography, the older they are, the more attached to the party emotionally. You know, or the crowd on to NDC, bottom NDC, or the crowd on to
MPP.
But we are seeing a shift, and if they don't take care, seriously, in the next 8 years.
Osha Ashanti region, any voter region, voting pattern. You saw some changes in Ashanti region.
Yeah, whereas in voter, they were in fact, they were more solid behind the NDC. Than Ashanti. Ashanti was completely messy. In fact, the polls have shown, say, look.
I don't know, yes, sir.
Look, one, you have issue of lack of development. Tangible development.
But use your microphone here. Okay. Good.
Tangible development.
And a bill no so betuano annually no. One more bill on the bemau. And so do I will be used no. Say at the end of the year no. Say a brosua. Na ya bra will come with am wet ya. Say when you sue and so so am and drew bill na ya diama no so. Na ya refund it will balance. Na ya the amount. When the system is working. System no say a year juma glass and kwa system no a year juma. Sana 1 minute here. At the end of the year, no, every year be an the amount, be a $100, and I say be €100 for water bills, be a antino. Ghana for wa broche bebre information of the mind, so what Ghana need fear, usually 2, usually 1. Because on per se, I feel be query, near brandy bill, and I say be a the official quantity, the official crown staff in the query, Sikania sounds to be a breno. Ya breno say, would you $100? $100 no, and so we use you, and your best $60, and I refunded $40, and I said €40 near the amano. It's Ghana for be bro, home to quack in your Ghana ni fear. So we carry on a paco juma, and you know about Winnale. And yes, answer, also on pan, wash a show home. One pen so be a brush it out when him not just a way bass when I walk on. Walk up and you may know about Jerry because land lady and I say land landowner no and I say fear rano and ya dear or better say Jerry no Panagary and you made 7 quasi 70 billion so yen you Ghana for being to do 1 million and I'm so no to be on quite about 3 days we're driving back no up a pan about no up a pan about one Ghana near what to quite in a bruchy Brody pe pan about my sent about Abani Bahon I'm won't so tear bruchy 3 days now pe power bahon up a pa bahon up a pa bahon Bebre and so now obey you soon Mrs. Kwabena chefufro no also a wian who would jarry because next you are not Ghana or quite man of power jarry. Well, quite you many mirror with Jalie. I've heard you acquire terms and conditions apply. And then you go quenyan. Yen Jariano pa, ye jarry once, open the end Janopa, no beer. Walk acquire cleaning. ene so do sorry ana wakọ so wo ba na kire say na wo ba bedware yashim but system no ye adwuma enti ensuo dodo no a wo be yusuo no eboro so a ye bebre wo bill am watua ensuo no se wa nyusu ni nyina bill na watua the whole year 2025 no aban no be refund wo balance no the amount but Africa de ye de sebe ye nimu nyansa ye de utimi fo timi wa ye bebuo no utimi fo timi wa oro wo kawa e de fa wa beti force enti ya system no enya adwuma eti Ghana Water Company Limited asen hwana office was to pipe mu 1 week no betum no wa bie opa no wa bie opa won bie but wonu a wo ye consumer now wo ni right woni right e wa Ghana ha say tikai or don cause service providers in Ghana should also they should note that it is not business as usual this time. Okay, ebia tikai this time the nema betimi asesa woni right wa Ghana ha enti the Ghana water for pe treatment a wa mo pe enom de Ghana for nam so but abrochire no utu obi pipe mu 2 days ya obesi wo nso a and taking 6 months 1 year yenya no foolish case ye bebu ade agu wo so service provider no wo so amani pa no compensate no and you won't even dare try that the air cost wo Ghana hanom no won't try wo ho et what Ghana hanom a che say service providers do mo pe and wo mo ye e bi na air cost wo ECG. I know one lady or sini fie that be said 3 months ni omo yi ni cables e de agu from omo ma ni bill omo de ama abre no e be said 3 months no e twem be say 15,000 and was woni fie ho enti wontua after 3 months na omo yi ni wires every cables no every month bia onya message from ECG every month bia omo ma ni bill 700 Ghana cedis 3 months ni so ni light o 3 months ni only light but every month biano ne bill ba 700 750 just ya ne fixed e was system no so ECG ya ne fixed e was system no so say every month bi afie we no ye be man 750 enti every month biano 750 ba onya bill ba ECG fo na kasa de no say eni pani fie ne light ni ho enti wan bills ya enipa atua o Ghana ha bills ya enipa atua o Ghana dia wa mo pe na consumers omo de mayen utility companies no ne ya wa mo pe enya ne awu yusu ho bill na wu tua because wa kwotwe obi light mu 3 months enipa ne yusu light e woni fie for 3 months that same period no every month bi ama ne 750 that's why you the fixed price and our system no so and I would be boni pane krono enti se wo kwana nkwa kwaka no obi sa se wo betua sei ene ye chemu 2 instead of say bia wo de ka be say 15,000 no to ya 7,000 ne emra me kanso mu mawo wo to ya 7,000 so that 7,000 no enko state no ekofesi mu enko ECG account mu I say yes I am a for catch God ECG for say omunyusu one account by ECG our account more than 10 and one de ye adwuma enti no so oba ofie na bill na wode ama wo no na abu nkama fa wo so na wontimi ntua no wo twa wo light mu a na wo kɔ ECG office one ma na wo mo no watena se negotiate aka kire wo say ene bill no eye say eye 20,000 eye 10,000 ene ye nchemu tutua half ne yemra me kanso mu emfama wo. So what it means is say ECG ebo krono owiaw because omutimi kwotwa wo bi nsuom for months na enipa no ne pipe ma but every month be ebe bele say ECG for catch Ghana for say street light no money ade no omo de bele Ghana for so you want to tell me say what try me light mu 2 months 3 months every month be awo bele me minya test wo me phone so and street light no na wo de bele me a wo ma me 750 every month sana ECG for catch Ghana for na sana Ghana water for e person mo kire Ghana for na senka ya sorry ene nkra ha se medina fo ena wo mu ni nsuo ena wo ma sorry ena wo abase wo ho ECG office santai Ghana water office sometime and omu protesting omu ni abre and omu twe ma de asi omu so a ka they would do the needful. Nkombe hu say nipa e na omu som omu. Adenti na system wa bro ni operate no a eye adwuma no Ghana had that same system ni yentimi operate. No wa ka kire me say wo pipe bow, say wo pipe amo, wo betua bill, wo betua water bill. Say wo use bulb baako, fan baako, fridge baako a any first our system no so no wo betua lead bill every month 700 Ghana cedis, 750 Ghana cedis. Because Ghana need any say. Because Ghana need we Ghana need ya wo wu ni say enti de omo pe en wo mo de ye wo. Enra Inspector General of Police Dr. Akufu Dampare enra mi hu video a same won totena anu wo ka na wa ukọ Kumase you je wo sa video nu afa mame na wote wo no mu chichi nani ase se e wo ma yi so sechem nefa mame Anodom pre a member of parliament ejina bonten inciting nkrofo Dr. Akufu Dampare IGP de na ye wo de pa ye yi wa ebe ha pa enu nti na munyina mu namu a motuatua sika ma nkrofo to omunya mo bedin emfama mo no se IGP ne agifiri nsem ebe ye oya pa ebe ha pa because IGP na wo de ye wo niema but senkani ye mu a enkanura nsem madu agiri member of parliament Anodom pre ensem hunu a wogina Ablakwa not eka ye no enka police administration no se ye leadership pa say omani abrese wo mo yadwuma enka na de chi enka Anodom pre enka invite no ye question no Anodom pre se system no eye adwuma se de mo pese se de Dr. Akufu Dampare wo pese Ghana fo hunu se wo ye IGP a wo ma system eye adwuma pa de a enka efri nura ebepim samre yi a ekobo 3 enka Dr. Akufu Dampare Anodom pre enka Ghana Police Service Police Administration enka mo monsa e de afre Anodom pre se asem se hunu no member of parliament wojina ho no mo e kasa te se de sebe ofiri ankafo ofiri asalam down sebe abodamfo ni fie ni yi ni pie ye no kokogina Ablakwa North en wo kasa ankwase asem no enke ya twe yensa de afre no se omra ni emisa ne nsem as a member of parliament wo incite one party against the opponent sesa wonam na nkwokoto se MPP ni NDC ni ekwa modo aso amomwa MPP ni no na NDC muntungu no so na mombo no na Anodom president ho no mo kasa se sabi ofri abodamfo fie wakoda abodamfo fie psychiatric hospital amia wo wana abodamfo pania na yi ni pieye eche yi ni pie no oye ne nema te se sabi bodam ni so ahu because bodam ni bia ye besa na yade bia no opie na de ohunu se yasa na yade kwa kakra odi hunu ankwada kakra odi di nkwase asem kakra odi kansem hunu ebi wom enko senka IGP Dampare police administration enka mafre Anodom pre e question no se adenti no kodina constituency ho ekwa kasasa instead se obekwa Kumase na IGP ade a okwatina Kumase a wuye no Ghana for yede so be kwa chichi wani ase ni suo kura ama de na we ni suo kura bibia ama akwa yesa puti adat charade no de Ghana for hwese nka de che isi ade Dampare aye we invite Anodom pre for questioning na ko bia boajo se President Mahama said yesi won ani abrisi wo pay 6 months de ene 6 months ne fa ka no because we frase ya wo ye bibie mama system no efeli enti system no efeli a na afe no youth na omo wache ni nyina no ona afe enkwase asem no obi adie because a whole member of parliament etimi gina bonten e ka kire ne party members say wonam na say MPP ni NDC ni ekwa mukuta ma mumfa nka ho munkwankwa bu ni pakro mumprepra no ye so no ye wa parliament no they say ye mighty minority group e wa parliament enu enti no say Ablakwa not say speaker anhwe ama your friend say queer free ye yen declare queer free ye say ono ni Ablakwa North MPD and ye so ye be hadwen e wo parliament sankwas no yusu say ene ye so sankwas asem no NDC fo adie no ene ye so be hadwe because ye hadwe kwa ye lusu hwe na ade ache ekobo 3 Ghana Police Service muntimi frɛ wo bia muntimi invite wo bia muntimi invite wo bia enkanya asasem bia nkyere wo bia enka nkyere Ghana for say ye adwuma because eno no say IGP ya wo hunu say fanfa so die bia mbre no but the IGP am say the IGP air train say parliament minority caucus no mgu hono no ebe ka wo mo ho no mo bedin sem hunu hwe na anu vetin ase vetin ya ekosui police fo agina wo na so from an park of manager because omo twi omo ho a afanya marks ni anodo mpre mo bedin sem hunu e wo vetin ase eti minority group eyi wo mo free vetin yi mu no womu decided yesterday won't be part of vetting because of another prema ya suspend the woman no ya chese majority to test for etina so mo ya vetting the following day no na e was a police for gina wo fra no park court manager na o man ya timu a always need ya hwe kwan se agise bibia si ya tina se bibi nsi ya tina se wensi ya mu wei ya nsa ya de wei ansa na ya timi take action ansa na ya hunu se yenye the needful yen protect eniyema bi ebeboa wo man no basa anya sa pa dia ene sese no IGP twen se Ablakwa not one mo no entokwa popopopo enipa bepra yebekum nipa yebewo nipa sekan e wo hono mo ansana IGP ehunu se e wo se odi obehu senka bibi esi wa Ablakwa not afei e na se be Ghana mpanimfo binom ye wo ma sede no mo sudie no ma dwen be fra se ya adwuma. And you want to tell me say I was say obi free Ablakwa North ebe your official complaint every petition bro say invite another mpre and say no invite another mpre say whole member of parliament ejina bonten inciting a political party members against an opponent no and when I was say me sorry an open na media ako me dey to me ho so na me fa dom e dey call police headquarters IGP every petition bro ebe your official complaint say invite another mpre because say sa amadia ene another mpre no onfa no hunkonkodi nemom no se wo kine bi no na se ye te se MPP for any NDC for the eni paprepra emojagu the last time incident happen here say isi office o se de ben yodi hu video se ban ne se o ma kwa clash wo hono ma o ma sese niema eno no e kwa fast IGP ben instruct police for so am ko no mo ko protect lives and properties. And only the and the see ya. And only the see ya. What do a permanency? What do you pa? And you know the maninsi say ya. A see ya. Who be say, oh, I need you be who pa. And no the say ya and a see ya. Who be say, oh, damn Paris the America. What best so man in ranches a see among Kohonomo. But anya sa pa dia and you forget it. Just see Ghana and penny for no. You me here. Tena ho man say maninsi. Yenu say President Mahama Besisa, Obesisa IGP, Obesisa EC boss, bebre ho no ma, Obesisa sesa wo mo. But the fact say yes more lobby. Muna mwache na muguswa na mo lobby ena mo lobby yama mu 6 months contract yama mu say yama we stay 6 months yama unye say nano mi sister mi ni tifie wo say ba Ghana adwopa o first no wo ti say bia ye report say aha say ena say na ye hwe video bi was social media so offense so anajo social media musa anajo offense so obiye video stop drivers for bi musa machi and robbers wo kwanim omo shoot obi ade ache yakwa ya ante ho asem esi happen bebre but first no a na police administration system ni ye juma all the regional directorates regional commanders womu PROs for no womu eye juma na system eye on daily basis womu update womu inform ye all the 16 regions eniema ekoso no wote say western region we na ekoso northwest we na ekoso northeast we na ekoso savannah ashanti region but that system no IGP Akufu Dampare collapse that system no because the predecessors difficulties challenges omunya enya that system no na eye adwuma no enti ade be chia obete say Ashanti region report from Ashanti Regional Police Command at the eba say incident we no ma record Savannah wo beti bi enu no ebuati mamuni ema ne da no ho so na ho bambo mu but IGP baye no said we no person we that glory no na yen report hwe enti what Ghana ha no mo a at the back of your mind there would you say eh Dampare ye adwuma o but robbery incidents no criminal activities bebre take place ewo Ghana baby bebre but Dr. Akufu Dampare make sure say yen report region report to brand national eba national so a na wahwe momfa we ntu nchen dia ono pe no na ba out enti wo ye Ghana ni a wo ti trotro mu wo ofia Dampare ye adwumo ko police station fo no ko bisa police fo no mo nka de ekoso Ghana han kire o ko police station sa ko Medina police station ko Kumasi Swami ko Oferikrom ko police ko other regions no ko district no na wo mun kan de ekoso the last time I ko afijase ya me ko visit police divisional police commander na ensem a worker but ensem we say nyina no eka ho enko ba bia ya report BM because more na eba no na Ghana for any IGP muaye na Ghana say any IGP muaye enti won so person wache won ani abechi ukude ne adu akosi ni ya chi ukude say ya na che say ya mo ne adu akosi wonte ho asem da system na collapse Ghana police administration system no a collapse because en collapse ya enka enne e wo se Dampare enka we invite another pre e question wo but system no egu the system is not working system no enya dia eye adwuma enti se wote wano na so office say Dr. Akufu Dampare na adwuma awoye na adwuma awoye ena Kumase ena o se dia Ghana dwo ma menka ncho Ghana enjoy enya dia Ghana adwo na emomu no kata so mu aso adwuma ena woye an kata so mu aso adwuma ena woye enu ntia Ghana enjoy enya dia Ghana adwo David Kwabena Forson also Honorable Hardcastle was right about another press silly child comment. So eno de maame no se wono a watena ase ano was steady man no from afar. Was steady man of a K. I support Honorable Anodon 100% Anama. When IGP invited BOBIE, you sit there and is IGP Chi BOBIE Kwabena BOBIE ANSAH. Ye Chi BOBIE edini shemu ma ade chin. You support Anodon Pre, MPP Nibia support Anodon Pre because that's a hand su. Sa hand su. Sa suba fotantana from President Ekufuado. Ministers Mudana di chira Ghana for no 38%. Sa hantan su a hantan su bambone no amu bia mano a empanimfo a e wo se wo dwene ansa na wakasa wo dwene na hu se wakasa firi wado won kasa firi woto president ena na elidi ema ministers ni MPCB hunu say president na mu kura no ne kasa airtime ne kasa anye entimi so me ye minister me kasa fon me ye member of parliament ya me so sa hantan so na wura me mu no eno na ma MPP enu magu ase wo Ghana ha ya MPP da fom. It is a member of parliament with this minority group in parliament say enye wani wu na say member of parliament eda so sa hantan su no wo sa dan edi wa bonte na ya MPP ni wo so do ya MPP ni nti wo dwente say aboa wo sono into member of parliament enka kwasi asembia bi wa bonte wo support to dia 38% no man you say next 4 years enye 38%. A bed drop here by 28% because I say kwasi aniti ana agrogu Ghana for any ate Ghana for any be fortunately for Ghana say ya na e ho no e ye youth ne kuta Ghana enti say we ye leader we ye pani na obuo no wa mbu ho na so obetena abonten na wakasa kasa basa wakasa kasa nsehunu because system ni nya adwuma obi a invite obi anka hwenkyerɛw obefa ho adi and then ubenya wo party supporters wo party full soldiers ya mama wo 100 cities 200 cities 500 na so wo support to ubeto akoso wo inside to wo against your opponent there you will be in opposition forever. NDC co opposition 2016 ya omulusu ye almost setting up committee. Professor Kwasibotwe ono na chair that committee across the country echo party no baby a waso mu kobi omo koye ene omanfo kodi nkomo bi sa wo mo say eba ne say ena party ni timi lusu ye by 1 million votes eba ne say ena party no parliamentary seat no etimi drop ye eba from ma NPP enya 169 seats our parliament. Omo kokotie party ni mano enu mu nsem ena wo mo tena ase no mo de ye adwuma omo tena ase no mo plan ye strategize ye say ye ntimi nkwa election ema ye presidential candidate more from by 1 million votes enti de ba de ne be ye otie party ni mano wo mo gina wo mo naso wo mo grievances ade ha wo mo mabufu show omo catch party ni mpani for party ni leadership ena party leadership no so tena ase e de ye adwuma enunti na NDC etimi akwa babedu se 2024 even in 2020 na akufo adu lusu ye enuntia basa wo ye party supporter party ba na sa wo party mpanifu agimi na sa wo so agimi wo so support de ne se munyina mo agimi ko enti kejamfu ase asofo no mo ankasa masofo no ma hyenkom aka kire mo se moku opposition a mo betena opposition more than 30 years kejamfu a mo national women organizer ne kan a dear bay and a bema party like MPP. Middle class of one a MPP middle class of 4 ye kawamwa swahu and a MPP after 2016-2017 and when we first as one more two who the free MPP one man satina say no mu frase say omo twe wom ho e de free MPP ho because middle class omo pesa ben kwase asem omo mpa hantan omo mpensem hunu etu omo tena ase hu yesem no ye di ye ho abro enkrofo be ne akwato abade ama wo mi enkrofo be ne edi wo machi e ho na omo start yese gradually omo yi wo ho yi wo ho e de free MPP mu e bi ya professor rant for example obi a wo Ghana bi en professor rant for example adwuma den a wo ye edema MPP but ono atena ase e monitor MPP abanye ma wo no hu yese no enkrofo we se mu omo ye mambofo mu nya ni papa ahanta wo mu omo be ha Ghana suahu enti sa wote Ghana ha na sa wo se de NDC ananka enimu NDC no ye nimu NDC se ja baby a NDC free ba military for military regime nkakran ti NDC nke NDC se buga butu enunti na nese BBC wa parliament ya no mo supporters eni abre Jemen Sabai ni Mesia no mo supporters any your party leadership ni ye weak because omunim NDC say party ni founder no party ni leadership no baby a wo mu free band omu ye buga omu ye butu ye mfa nhia omu ye mfa si wo mu ba party ni so trans hu se buga na ye mfa nhia omu butu no so ahu say at the moment ya Ghana of enunti na make catch am say some middle class for no mu pe NDC no because the way no mu NDC no when mu hu say ayaya ko school no ya ko school ya ni ate ya ni abie adentina ya say ya associate ya ho with political party o mo de bugabuga butubutu ne sabi se hu ne kwase asem and NDC for tena ase no mo strategize ya plan is no emwa ye enti yensesa ena musumu ba part musumu ba power ena musumu da musubanya didi kire Ghana for say mo kura de kire say wo ya ye be yo be kan kwase asem a kire wo NDC de self so ya no mo de ntokwa na eba ye be ba wo so ba mo so de mo ba na mo ya na musumu ya ye be tu fun acho from president o be tu fun a kire wo starting from opposition ena mo ya na mo de ba bem na mo yi ba bem na mo to aso ena kwa wie party ni sei ena nya say Ghana election no ye kwa party we be di 8 years na we ye di 8 years enti mu di 8 years wo di 8 years na wo ko opposition na ye hu vote awunya ye hu seat awunya wo parliament but suban ni abrabo ni ememu a mu be buye ehu Ghana fo nyina ase ni paye moa kasa tantanta de kire Ghana fo so imagine say enka Ghana ni be da wo be sori no na nka na po eye vice president show na nka na po eye vice president a whole minister why you MP for years ya on your opportunity to work asa we will be too formal say ya nya nyankopon na bua Ghana na nka na po ye vice president nya nyankopon na bua Ghana Samiria Bawumia e first lady timi di obi president atem etuni din useless incompetent na nka oye first lady enti wo MPP ni a bisa wo ho se ade na no don prayer no eno na be ma Ablakwa North City no ye be declare am MPP ana ade e wo se wo supporter no mo party fo mpanifo ba ho no mo a mo pem ma na mo fa mbo wo mo fa chase wo mo out from mo constituency mo party fo mpanifo no because o mama mo party no anim agu ase ade e wo se wo ye no no enya se obeka se anodon prade na wo ye no mo supporting 100% of a K idea was so because as a serial caller na de bia what social media so we no 100 no 200 no 500 na above Samiria Bawumia kan wo bro ne candidate Japan enya abanta ka kire mo say wo party wa ba mu a wutimi ko obi fie ma ni ma bibi wo kire wa wutimi ko obi fie nya support the free ho wo ko opposition and that support you won't get it from anyone because who opposition enti se muni munyansa mumie mani na momfi mani wo party MP ebegina wo constituency na so wo be incite wo ka kira ne say onkofa ne yile ne ma wo mun kwako de na anodon pre egina constituency collection center yisi collection center wo ye ewo friends so wo madu agiri no wo sa na ne magu ho ye boni ntutuo no a wo kono a police fo atwa ne ho ahye no wo sa na ne maka ho ne ba bi anka ho na ne ba bi ani ho ba wo incite wo fu soldier se kokon twiaba pra wo bi wo be kwakodem wo gina abonte kan kwase asem enu ano o se police administration ya invite no but say ya wo fu soldier ordinary Ghanaian ordinary party supporter enu a wo video ba out se wo gina wo incite wo political party supporters against your opponent enka ba now enka wo twirim kanu anka wo na wo kete so enti mu de mo ma mo ho kwan na mo party mpanifo nyusu ma brebia se de ya no mo yusu mu no ai mo ma mo ho kwan saa na mo party mpanifo o mu nyusu se de brebia no mo yusu no akacha se support na hey na udu amachi hey na edu amachi ya o mo maka ho ne banka ho eya na wa fa ase ka ho ne wa fa ase nka ho mo ena wo mu yusu mu ena wo mu yusu mu saa me say wo ye party supporter wo MPP nia wo constituency member of parliament bi ba ho eya na wa fa ase ka ho so ho oba no incite wa wo dia eboa da nkyenya afa na to bo no aka che so office ya jimi ho ya de ya wura hye mumu ama ya nimu agu ase ya de ya wura hye mumu ama party like MPP ko parliament mu wo seat less than 90 instead say we be share party supporters na be Kenya asam dia kire wo mo no we ko share party supporter we insert say won kono because adwuma amode ma wo mo opposition no na dia che du samre IGP o pese IGP no e ma 6 months ka ho but the here Ghana for you won't do it the here eno na wo ye so be kwa kosi Kumase pole ebusuafie na be kwa kote chiwani ase eno wo free say eno na Ghana for hwehwe ho enya no na Ghana for hwehwe enya no na Ghana for hwehwe do the needful and then me ka se hwe Jemensa ene asare bossmanum Electoral Commission ho so omo ye wo adwuma yia enka Ghana for na be catch President Mahama say Ghana system we don't want the situation say as a ban we ba obi ad the political party ba obi ad the easy chair ba obi ad the easy chair e ba obi and ka Ghana for mum and be share President Mahama say on to oma Jemensa ntokoso nya adwuma e wo Electoral Commission Dr. Kwadwo Afrejan when I appointed no the late President Rawlings and I appointed Dr. Kwadwo Afrejan President Kofoba in wo yusu no e de ne ye adwuma wan kasa me pamo Afrejan akwa mi nipa aba otena ho no mo ye adwuma President Mills ba ye no na chese ono kwa ni fie na aso wotena ho ye adwuma wa ye adwuma President Mills nso etena so wa ye adwuma because Kwadwo Afrejan e the common sense adwini ni nyansa en wo de ye adwuma common sense enye me political party na me de ye adwuma ye hu say Dr. Kwadwo Afrejan nam ho no no ase wo ye NDC ni anaso wo ye MPP ni obi political parties nani IPAC Interparty Advisory Committee say IPAC ye meeting na obi anfa na dwenkyere mra de wo say ye to aso aba ne yato de wo say ye ane ye that's leadership so ahu ena madam Charlotte say ebe to aso obi ani Ghana ha say ya oye reasonable sensible person wo Ghana ha say ya obeka say Charlotte say e ya adwuma de ma NDC da obi ani ho obi ani Ghana ha obetimi de ne sense ni bu aka say Charlotte say ebe ye EC chairperson no wo ye adwuma de ma NDC da obi antimi nka say bi da what they are dreaming nyansa common sense the predecessor asset presidents ne dia to ho watwa kwana 20 wodi na nam so on pebo dia keka on penim guasie bia pepepe but because of say MPP na Akufo-Addo no mo strategize say omo be collapse NDC omo be tena so till the kingdom come omo ma NDC ba power dent no yenko fa your political party member Jemensa ya no na ayiye eya ne dia wo ya adwuma de ma MPP obi animu no Jemensa betina Electoral Commission ye na adwuma te se de one ayi Kate Jamfua position no one na ehye ase no ye NPP National Women Organizer Dr. Asare Bosman before ba be ye EC deputy chairperson ne ye nim adwuma wo ye edema MPP na nkanu mpokura no so wo ba Electoral Commission no eno hu se Electoral Commission eye independent state institution enu enti adwuma bia me ye bia no ye neutral ye adwuma de am wo man no ye adwuma fama one political party enka there's no way enka this time around no obi be catch President Mahama say Asare Bosman ni Jemensa when you am mfa wo mfro because obi be call Electoral Commission ho bia no wo to aba ena na ba so a woto no woto aba ma one political party onto aba ma two political parties say ye MPP woto wi okoto ama NDC just one political party and woto aba de ma no ba se wo ba betena ho no mu na se wo de wo pay masters adwuma na wo ye na se ukwa IPAC meeting a no aka kire say me de me ye nyankopon leader wo ka sa obi nka bi wo be feli ya che kire buare ya de asoa ni a chire political party MPP for Gabi watchre da ko Asante bedi atuonum madam fremo oparenom no amote presidency na wo ama chire boa no amo de ama Jemensa fa koye adwuma na enu nkwa na we execute political party agenda and na we execute dia change of government ba nipa na wo be ye adwuma ma no wo be ko ene me so na me hwe lawyer Sam Okudzeto ni interview bi a wa grant no wo ka say Ghanaians are hooligans na wo ka aba Electoral Commission nkofo call say Electoral Commission chairperson Jemensa no monko the last time it Alhaji Unisef Hussein no wo ka so obi ka kire ne say Asare Bosman say NDC die so wo Electoral Commission NDC will never ever come to power And then Asari Bosman, ya no take Ghana Hanamwa, knowing very well say, baby, I free baby a babeduno, a true NDC. From military regime, ya see any democracy by ye Jumano, a NDC. And ama Ghana bebu some pension. Then Asari Bosman to me kasa NDC no kasa a threat to Ghana's democracy. This same NDC no 1992 constitution, woman and you ye. Constitution na Ghana ye use no. But because of baby Asari Bosman wo gina any baby wo free urban intino ohunu say NDC there I was say ye cut wo ye gi wo edom film political party ono no a constitution aye constitution from 92 do no oye military ruler leader no akọ wako second walusu ne ono ankasa ko nipa oye campaign di ma no wode ne baaye no wako contest walusu o say ye lusu aye lusu President Kufuor wi di mo mane nko President Kufuor ko 8 years yakọ election waba back wa wini and then would describe sa party no a o ma build on mine am good governance the democracy economy no aka kire ne say o mo ye threat to Ghana's democracy. Now what one would din komo catch engrofo no say NDC ma power da because omo ye threat to Ghana's democracy but senke ye ka obi omo ye no ye threat to Ghana's democracy James Asari Bosman Electoral Commission senya Ghana ena ye Ghana enka enam James Asari Bosman so enka Ghana nye Ghana biem ono no epese wo say Ghana ye democracy no ono call obi so obi no mom no and a threat to Ghana's democracy. And he said change of government ba na say nkrofo start say wo mo eka say James Sanko Asari Bosman ko no mo ni ade a na ye nya mpanimfo bi wa kire mu do mu free say Ghana mani nyina ya kekere ehye wo ma dwunim enu enti no omu be defend obi na nipa na wo defend no na nka interview no me hwa sanka pa na beka Abeka CDC 2020 election. The C 2020 nanka me hwa so obeka say the C 2020 election o kirem ye to aba polling station party bia rep gina ho enye one agent ele gina ho enye two agents gina ho enti adentina wa accuse electoral commission adentina Ghana ni accuse electoral commission adentina Ghana for empese Ghana for kambom ni empese je mensanko Asari Bosman enko because senyese Ghana youth ebie womania enka presidential ballot papers ya Jemensa ni MPP for ekonaive ya womo print ya nuntino enko omo be divert the will of Ghanaians kadia Ghana for peno Jemensa ni Asari Bosman ni MPP for kambomu e print ballot papers both presidential and parliamentary across the country, all the 276 constituencies, no MPP Electoral Commission, making sure say, I'm printed ballot papers, Dr. Baumia dear. Now various constituencies, parliamentary candidates, no must answer Chawamu dear. So as at the time, Krana, ya printing ya de kono, ya dispatch de kono, na MPP Diana Casanoma de can the quadra da. True national security. Nobody can dispatch it. Nobody can channel and the quadra across the country. Baby, I know mudi biko. Eye Jemensa ni Asari Bosman ye Syria numbers. Omudi ye jumani bi omudi ye jumani if Electoral Commission. Keojwe. BBI free Electoral Commission Syria numbers ink ni bibia omu yusu ye bia atom print ye bibia machines ni bibia no every Electoral Commission and then you want to tell me say Jemensa they decide who will be the president it is ye kase those calling on President Mahama say well oma Jemensa nkono eno de on fa so na person kire me say MPP for nya Syria numbers wey MPP for nya ink way ink Electoral Commission use no political parties no yes ebisisi omo office yo omo de ye adwuma Jemensa ni Asari Bosman must go e was so omo call because those so-called independent state institutions no for 8 years ni ye hunu bi wo Ghana ha ko judicial system mu a Chief Justice eye na adwuma te se wo ye adwuma e de ama one political party obi na be ye president and wo yi ni so na me ye chief justice enti na adwuma na me ye me pay masters adwuma na me ye. You will go. We've come a long way. Yeah, you better not say my individually omu interest. I say we money fortunes or money good governance in democracy. 8 years ni the any was here who in the so-called independent institutions ni ya be electoral commission ya be that under President Akufo-Addo ya be electoral commission ya be wo ye make sure say ye be party members dey go hono no ma ye party agenda enti time okura na wo hu say party na elusu no na party mpanifo ebose omu di agro no omu di omu he na omu say no omu sire NDC fo omu sire Ghana fo because no omu nim ade a omu ne Jemensa ene Asare Bosman ahyehyede ato ho. This time around 2024 no omu realize say NDC fo no a nipa body form and bofo no mu twetwe sika ma omu 2020 no this time around no Dr. Edward Omane Boama wuntimi ko twetwe sika ma no and Ashanti region so no omu di wiam no ekwaya national chairman efa so strategize ye plan ye on national executives e plan ye our Ashanti region kwache chair region zone baako 7 e de obi bia dua no esas cross sankofo free nkran edom kogu ho no na be ye den so be kwakọ tua sika dia ma wo bi se nipa no emfanse sa bibi balance staff no change figures na be ye den na yati hanu na se nyankopa aboane ya rescue Ghana na Jemensa nkwa na obi afa de ato no ho se oko defend Jemensa mo wo Ghana ha ade a Jemensa ye mo ye mpapafo kokorawafo e ma me wafo ya mo na makọ school constitution from A article 1 to article 10,000 mo na munim ne ye wo mu e de na mo kafa de Jemensa ye ho eni e ma na Jemensa ye Asare Bosman mo ye wo Ghana ha che se are they must all go. Judicial service no. I was saying sabem. I was see a team. State institutions before 2016. After election 2017, yana na Akufo-Addo ebe ye president. Independent institutions I was saying no. I was say President John Dramani Mahama. Eye mu adwuma. SSM. Ema ne de no homa ne gina ne naso. Ko Supreme Court. Judges di asemi before judges did ruling beba kura no na Ghana ni at one man who say unanimous FC where dey say ya na beko adenti na wase basa ye predict ehun judges ye tibi trase they are predict say ya na beko akosi say ya unanimous and paran so sa na besi adenti na wase basa adenti na chief justice etimitina case so say ade a wo ye no wo ye adwuma de mani pay master adenti chese ruling no ye di kan anadwo no ye di kan verdict no eye no wo ayi presidency president Akufo-Addo gabi wa chede akobom tinum eni mpanifo ne tenase now chief justice judges kwana case me kwa kwatena so no omu di kan eye verdict no e wo presidency na ye di ama judges no ti ade be kye no omu kwa emfa wo no submissions a wo be ye emfa wo ne chese subsection cross article no mu ne de wo be court bia no ruling no ya ma no anadwo no ye bua e wo presidency ho no mo enti wo pafa ye de wo be ye biara enkonkosi aga bibien ho a wo be ye be kwako ensisa hweda ensisa bibia da at a point na Ghana democracy na wo hefa na Ghana ye democracy no a na ye ni abere ye ho a na ye kan 8 years ni na democracy wo hefa ya hunu bi ya nya bi it is a president Mahama se change na ba no resetting agenda no Ghana ni bia support di obeye bi o de be reset Ghana bia no ye support 1,000%. ye support no di o de be ye bi o de be reset Ghana be bia say bia no from judicial system ni mu be bia state institutions be bia say bia no I was so reset ho. Mehu lawyer Jantua interview bi ono so aya waka say some institutions bia aya political appointment e bi ti say SIC won meme bi so obobo bi din aya political appointment no onfoa so na ya na me bisa me ho say enya political appointment a SIC na ebia would describe and say ye ebia true political appointment James said you what I didn't know what say yes no na ye ni wo bia why Ghana ha why na obey na want to aba 8 years Ghana mpanimfo lawyer Jantoa mo wo Ghana ha SIC na ne papa mu na nesi won SIC ne papa mu na nesi won mo no kan oforiata ngu SIC ni any chief executive managing director wa SIC ya bo so be so 70,000 Ghana cedis back in oforiata efa SIC send property bibia was SIC ye bia no or divert it to one kasa ne private insurance company bibia obeto ya SIC ene ye bia no kan oforiata make sure say obe divert bibia ediako na ye gi loan na ne ye gi no na fa enterprise life enterprise insurance no eno na insure those loans at the percentage edi free mu no na SIC ni ho se na wo ho state institutions one more set properties ahodo ya SIC na ye cover insurance de ma wo mo a kan oforeta egu ni nyina no and then make first time honorable James said you boatin SIC for na adwuma efo na na my disinformation SIC for no one and my FD with disinformation say James Ejeni boatin tena ase apɛ meeting our year and say mon listing my ye SIC state institutions be insurance cover yeah SIC na na ya kan oforiata age e free mu nsɛm bia no mon listing na mon famra state institutions biara mu fi say enyam na mo ye ya mo pese mo ma insurance o ma set o mo bibia mo pese mo na mo ye ho adwuma no mo listen na mo famra ma me no otena ho na holista no oje 70,000 ne annual clothing allowance ne ho ahwan allowance over 80,000 at the papa ben wo ye de ma SIC but that political appointment no enipa na okọ no use common sense and yes, I will do one mono or just a list no akwa pay insurance firm bi no what divert it what they call because or you so be you so the powers James Ejeni Boatin ko SIC say or ko you so the powers as managing director na institutions asset ahodo a wase insurance cover mo na yemo wa divert akopɛ private entity private firm bi no wa divert the ama wo mo on the finance minister e kan bomu na kan oforiata enterprise no omogu no masa mo amoni ama enterprise dia mo be chiri mo because said the ensuo frama fa ye ensuo ye ne sa na be ye said omugu heritage bank egugu pakwasi ndumu banks egugu UT bank egugu hwan bank I'm telling you say mo amoni ne tab bank na enterprise for ye adwuma de mo be chiri mo Ghana ha so panic withdrawal no mumfrasie na mu bibi wo hanu mo a mo nkwana mo kwankwaje because say ne ye sa na be ye enterprise for say de o mu di abro no ewiaso di abro bi be kan sika kan oforiata mu nya ye wo Ghana hanu no wo ma invest wo Ghana ho o ma kwa invest wo abrochire se Guyana se Kuyana ni yesi Liberia no any other foreign countries eno ma kwa invest enti sani ye ne saa na beye President John Mahama and ye 7th February 2025 otena akonya kese no so no wanya say President Mahama enya 1 month ache say first 120 days no emu 30 days eko first 120 days and yama was so obeye no emu 30 days eko enti aka 90 days okay edo so pa aka 90 days first 120 days and my President Mahama so obey no me bebu bobi so taw ono abo adwon me na ya to so e de afiri ho. Okay, first 120 days say ya twam 30 days substantive ministers where you wo mu nyina substantive ministers where you wo mu nyina deputies where you em say ministers no so far Kwame where you say 50 say 56 enti aka for no your deputy no ya wo mo consider where you 56 deputies aka ho CEO for managing director for us where you bia enti eko resetting the economy for prosperity. Resetting the economy for prosperity. First 120 days in office, also hold a national economic dialogue to draw up a 4-year fiscal consolidation program. Okay. Honorable sir, what's the committee bisa?
Yeah, nyombe me paucho.
Oh, Mammy, good afternoon. I was for Honorable Daniel Kwesi Esia, my former MP Buem.
Yeah.
And I no at Nassau.
Oh, question,
Honorable Sir, what's a committee be?
I've been Pauchon Cabede.
Okay, so was it first 120 days in office? Hold a national economic dialogue to draw up a 4-year fiscal consolidation program.
Yes, Yati committee no. We shall say every Bruniamo, but conference Nankasano Enyamai.
Conference Nankasa Nyamai.
But penny form be say sa conference no bano o matiomo.
Okay, Omato is it Professor?
Yes, I got you
Professor Nimoy Thompson.
Yeah, UNDP.
Yeah. Okay. And not just a year.
Yeah,
a 4-year fiscal consolidation program. Okay. And they rationalize taxes. There also Ghana for a channel soon and say and the money be brew one more or cast over ya. I just a finance minister cop a presented budget. And son with me honorable me boy. And
one
be brew so say rationalize taxes no. Say finance minister Safian also prepare my first annual budget.
Ever by in March, latter part in March or early April.
Yeah. Into one on taxes and one by the farm.
Yeah, 11 civic kafra. Okay, nuisance taxes.
Okay.
Ever call.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. See, abolition among others, e-levy, COVID levy, and 10% levy on bet winnings.
Yeah, bet winnings. Yes.
So when you need na, my first budget when we call Parliamentary, and when you be home.
Yes.
Review import duties and levies on vehicles and equipment meant for industry and agriculture purposes.
Meeting koso kakra.
Meeting koso kakra.
Yes.
Okay. Rationalize ports, fees and charges. Nina fall under 120 days.
Yes.
And they say 30 days na eko to implement emergency measures.
Now, Ohima, I want say 120 days, 120 days, Akoye Fan say 4 months. Do you get it right? Because 30 days make a month. So 60 days, 2 months. 90 days, 3 months. And then 120 days, you have 4 months. Inti Yamaya from that 7th January to somewhere early May. And 120 days, Ebesa. And the budget to be presented. Oh, you're not presenting budget, they be beer falling inside. At that particular time, na ye jitu mini na freedom prenuma omundi nam kruma omu kike muti se wenu ya jitu mini na from onsem. So that is what is going to happen.
Okay. And 120 days no me boss but me read it through no ye me hu an selling na betimi I start here just a finance minister present the budget no ewie answer. And rationalize port fees and charges. Okay. Implement emergency measures to stabilize the Ghana city and the microeconomy.
Yeah.
higher, but yen enemy say any budget na a day juma. Use price stabilization and recovery levy to cushion consumers. And it's very, very, very necessary because 2025 in Kwakran, who said, Ukopom say yetum ko na yetum kosa. Afen so investigate MPP's opaque gold for oil deal.
Yeah.
Gold for oil deal. Okay. Aha no mo na asset ni dia kakra bi ewom. Because omo ka say gold for oil deal no. Omo ba investigate. Not to cancel.
Ba ndra omo ka say entumi nkoso investigation papa ehia. Edima eche say Baumia brabo a onu ni adisi boy edi high no ni say adisi fire Ghana cedi ena wato gold eno di ama Baumia ena Baumia di gold no akosisa oil edi baye na bisa hu say account be mu ye to oil no wie no account be mu na edi esika no edi akogu. Do you get that? Because Bank of Ghana cannot take that money because it is bankers bank. Onu no onye transaction and having a customer's account. Inti account be mu na Baumia edi sasika no edi koguye. So you will need to investigate those things. Inti ya investigating and we are, but NDC have stated clearly say we can't continue with. I think I saw it in the social media yesterday. We can't continue. Yes, we can't continue with that gold for oil business.
Oh, okay.
Omo ye kra say World Bank to omo fu so munjai.
Okay.
Omo to ba omo fu say ne wuye no munjai na emwa about in 30 so omo pesika dia campaign. Satan on say ba omo ye fine. Na wo oska se wundi bi kra be so wa fu be share fine. E say wo kra nkasa nim say wo oska. Ba say na ba omo ye fine.
Because the last time I hear who interview Benjamin Sia, no one can say gold for oil deal no was say abani jai. It's like the purpose and the rationale behind that policy, no, and making any impact be
at all.
Or say Bank of Ghana a cheska.
Yes.
And na a cities no de koto gold, no.
Yes.
So more now what cheska ni digumuno na inflation air day.
That is what have made our exchange rate so bad. Na ye trust kanususu no one krono ma boy. Adisi trust kanususu no in case say for parliament say me trust ka amount to do say enna Parliament sumbra ye Ghana emrani said you can only help the government with 5% of the previous year's revenue on yaye. Now, Utrasika more than that, 77 billion in 2 years. Inti sikanu uni one etnasa sana moya dwise mutraskanu. Mutraskanu zua se go na odikotwa uzadi mabaumia. Look at it. Omudify kwembe bresu. Now, as a marketer, what I know is that Udi fun we ma me se me fan ko dom enko to a. Do you get it right? As a seminar commission be was so. Inti ba me ade e gold e de akosisa oil no, onya commission was so. Now vice president no we djuma no. Sika no de akoshe hin. These are some of the questions we have to ask. And we don't have to take Ghanaians on this opaque type of business journey. No, where people will be asking questions. Well, the international financial institutions will be saying that don't do that, but they've cautioned him. But Ogusu, yeah, because no, Nanado, Eblazino said, "Di boni bia or kroma na yemboka on found." And just say, "Who said yes, no?" I be as your beconyan couple one or better assassin, and also be. So these are some of the type of businesses that it is beyond imagination. We don't have to continue with it like that.
Because more na krana di gold ekofa ayi oil abakra no more na fuel product petroleum product prices ekosoro.
That's all.
I'm making an impact.
That's it.
But the last time no be catch them say on say gold no mutuni baby last 2 years report be by set first no about gold production country na South Africa and Ghana take lead no.
Yeah.
And no na enkrofo so hunu ne said one more gold no mu true.
Yes.
Enti ekwan yo mo person mo fa so say gold no di kogu abrochire no.
That's right.
This gold for oil a deal policy
deal.
Buy no.
No, oma unim ne omo ye. Once Ghana government eto gold no every galamsey for ncha na ye di Ghana stamp no e di asisu na odisa qualification equality no e di manu. But they will not tell the international community from whom they have purchased that gold.
Do you get it right? Hona omudi efa esumasi. And nonti na time aye win election. Sami Jemfinumaka say they are exporting or they are taking our gold out. No, PPMC for no. Omudi omu stamp no edi aseso. Na se mo be catch Ghana for ni nyina say o se no ye pese ye nto gold gu on enfam back ye city. Na time a we lose election na we to gold bebre no di kwama no ni. These are the questions we have to ask. That PPMC baby Asami Jemfi one then and other Ghanaians who question that they need to be well investigated because enyewanwa on MPP ni bi ka say nana do aban etumi sisa sika a omutu oil wo Guyana. Enyewanwa o nkrofo we enyewanwa. Everything is possible for them to do. So all those things need to be well investigated. In there mami hanatete ma who say on the social media to Ghana for say we should invest in ourselves. It should not be raising our appetite of borrowing, always going to look for investors, because the amount of gold, the amount of diamond, the amount of iron, the amount of lithium, the amount of oil in this land that God has given us, we have to focus on all these things and turn things round. Eba musena ne minerals ababo bebrebe ni nyina no Ghana sadika yentumi ntua. And we always want to run one MPP before catch and international monetary fund omunje siamantum and other inti omudi e wo mu adwin se nyansa wo mu adwin se da bia yenkoso na embobusia yenkoso na embobusia. So this gold deal and other things we need to look at it critically. And as His Excellency John Dramani Mahama said that he's president for all Ghanaians, let us involve Ghanaians in making money in this country, not always bringing people from outside. One was say no see exchange rate no see sign. One say amanoni fast some music ako. They took their money away. And the government was looking for dollars you can't get. Omudi ye cedis no e dia sisa dollars no e dia come krom. So it is time for us to look inside, invest, and make money for Ghanaians in cities. The dollar appetite is too much.
Obi the message be about Samuel Evans Ota said the gold for oil was a medium for them to change their stolen money to gold.
Yes, and they did it. Not even their stolen money. The 77 billion. Me see, Attorney General Fufro, Dr. Ine, me paucho. Yentemuna be a tribunal no. Because yen fan crofo in fan traditional court no. Would you move ho bakukra anko jelu? Yen be a tribunal kasa.
Yen fast track high court. Okay.
A tribunal. Omudi fast track high court. Yen be nuntem. Remonacha no nyina se waye yoko for penny. Omo ora ya sisa information go. Mama information no njo wa table so on se bare ejo etomre be odia na obre na ye hia emre intimu man di no tem because the dia MPP for ni na maye afenyu marking so anodom pro omu pese omu tu futrogu ye na ye yure fi se adisi a print 77 billion edia mana nado na ye yure fi se kanoforiata etumi boka aprako Bank of Ghana so 6.8 billion omudi breye. All these people must be called to tribunal to come and tell us why that in the first term of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama we were able to make profit from Bank of Ghana and build a hospital just near you here. Inteba musena mudi muba we say you have the mena come na mudi ajaye.
Okay. 120 days and 30 days but also review the gold purchase program of the Bank of Ghana and only gold board now committee now. Okay. International say 30 days enuma no ebia kosopa enuma no bia kosopa no academic fee policy for first year student public tertiary institution
aruna so very funded
and also no because omo budget enkoy
and so very funded uti asese kra it's very funded the amount and am ginu this so obeye we are going to use Ghana money appropriately and effectively Yes, MMA say ministers driver for kita dollar bundles to tre or social media. Who ministers in passing dollars go on one kasa ni doduo. No, but we have problems to solve in the country for the benefit of Ghanaians. That is what we must do, and that is what we must be fast in doing.
Okay.
And there were many topics. So.
Oh, Honorable, and Kwabena say baby ho. Friday.
Because in person for baby.
And this I send the amount. Na ye queen because ye cry here mama say as a so your former member of Parliament.
Oh yes.
And then another on premu nyina wo ho.
Oh yes.
Kwame na wa mama call no why Jonathan Santioche na ye ntwaso. Eti abusua for 30 days. And President Mahama ye review 30 days. Ubetimi patience for you or say I think this Friday Ora will submit a report to President JDM.
Okay.
Yeah, and no ever honomo. And Maria Adam or say just look at how Mali is improving under a military rule. Maria, me say Madam Fubi a medical doctor Germany. Na or say on your gun and what have city Burkina Faso.
Yeah.
Honorable say or have city. Yeah. Na Ibrahim Traore.
Yeah.
Cool leader no.
Yeah.
Military leader no.
Yeah.
Oba the last time Oba Burkina Faso no. Or say nana. By the next 5 to 10 years no. Se Burkina Faso allow Traore. Se won tonko soa. Obe transform Burkina Faso.
Yes.
Was a dear guy in a Frasia less than 40 years. When you are 40. A dear guy in a year Burkina Faso. Because Opamo of France are buying core yanwa. One more do one huno. Now one more kasa resources.
Yes.
Gold and a France for two. To the baby. But only Arababra wamudi. Who say one more gold site one no mutu. France for Abrofuna no more workers no more fabric in a bay for be labor some yejuma. Enti after say Traore take over or society and Nikuno. And actually say omo cast omo influ honko no machines a omo use when omo make sure omo
sending na sana brofutie French for IAB wo country bi per time omo pamom no omo waste system no any water system no omo mix concrete dey agum to say pipe ni toilet we ni na ase oman no omo suban no omo di omo nya che. Do you get it right? Eba mu say na country bi agi independence na oye ni sika ni nyina no de akoto France na France person man se me pesca no Burkina Faso for pesca na France sa de sika me de betu bang no e de abom ebusia
e de interest
e de ase ho se nye beya ene de. So I think they are on the right move, but what we should learn from it is that a Ghanaian must know say we have more resources than Burkina Faso. Do you get it right? Even if they have more in uranium and others, we have timber, they don't have timber. We have cocoa, they don't have cocoa. We have more gold. We have iron. We have diamond. We have oil. So why should we be suffering today? But number one thing, I am not against any foreigner who is doing business in this country. Lebanese for the biamu soria near China for India for mukram back room. We must look at their business. I don't say we should destroy it too. Let us invest heavily into agriculture. If we invest heavily into agriculture, they will stop. Because if there is no food, you've given the opportunity to anybody who has money to import. And yes, sir. And they have money more than Ghanaians. Look, I was working with the Indians so many years. For about 14 years, I work with them. Inti minimum companies nina ebia fufra eba se minimum, then that is it. Ejuma mu ya okrom ha ni se omu importing ya man famra na yenton. Yes, we love it, but when you continue to buy those things to a certain number of years, it must click our mind that let us turn back and do our own. Ndramiti was social media say Omako be KFC or who ama shop na gu. So what?
Omatum.
And yes, Omato agu because one kwakota fried rice or who. And ma plain ni fufu ni yakayaka ni abolo etwe. Who got us anyama na edien. How can we import food to Accra as the original capitals? They must stop. The regional capitals and the local people should eat our local food. And no say a boosty production. Then you have market. That is what it should be. I don't hate KFC. I know the owners. Yes. Private sectors and a KFC Ablakwa, and I know the people who brought them here. I don't hate them. But we should stop some things happening. Now, somebody we should make sure say the chicken that they are using, we should produce the chicken for them. You can't cook up one kitchen and a man for Ekasa, and you could KFC, Sakukonam Kam. And I don't know the edition. So we must produce. So we'll be in the partnership. That is what our sister was talking about. Let us invest in Ghanaians. And it is very, very important. Say to me, yes, sir, yes, Susu, yebeye biachen Burkina Faso kra. And I yenjai or tan susu, nipa ti se kenofuratan mu, omu yunse utumpoa, ni nanado no ma from wapam, oh say a bank a yen close bank no, oh say other business yen close no, oh we dear or ye NDC ni. Sa bonsam adwin a ewo Ghana fo binum yen yi free etrim na yen koso. The most painful thing, look at Alaji Sedu Agongo ni banga heritage banga Addison we etumi ejini license say ya season license no ni boni oya ni say na asem wo court adentra. It is people like Addison SSN seize your properties ni nyina until they've told us how come they've printed money for Nanado without parliamentary authority or approval. They have to seize them. They have to seize them. 8 good years after Mbekacho say after end this grand Sabah say assembly ajay. So where is the license no move for momu na yema MPP say MPP entry Sedu Agongo interest mu sagana scan esa de betua.
Say the interest compensation ya besa.
Anu na me ka say sanipa wadi e boni no causing financial loss to the state no sagana scan e de betua. I agree so, but the person who take that decision should be punished. I was a teacher. I could have boni pa there on here punishment. That person should be punished.
Okay. Me hu nkwa kwa nketenkete bia Honorable John Dumelo ye can say ye can NDC money atepa nkwa nketenkete. Na che say John Dumelo the farmer no say nya ayi akakaduafuo nko anu no wayo. Was also cry a poultry farmer account. Yes.
And it is okay.
And we are not already at Susamana, Yenshon Ghana for a year yaba.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Have a nice day. Good morning, guys. So it's a day on the farm part 2. Usually I start with any fruit from the farm. It could be watermelon, it could be aluguntubi, it could be anything else. One important thing about being on the farm is you have to keep your records. You have to keep your records of your expenses, your vaccines.
Yeah.
And the poultry farm in
Yeah.
Honorable, say the way I am be you John Dumelo no. Na obi anwe se be na ikwa beka nwurada se okofu politics de se de ende eno de edu ba bia nkofo office bi kura aja wo bobra na pesika ni bi aka ho na ura politics but oko farming na wowura mu se no hunu se youth no be follow sa ade we be ma youth be bre ene agikwa yo ho this time around.
Yes, and yeah SSN say we should let the youth know, say, at the end of the day, minya, baby outi hanina, and near Maukita will phone, will be bia, watadia, shanina, every form. Every form. Computers winning a form free. Let us tune the minds of the youth to the soil and let us make agriculture a very lively project. Manimbe yesi kanye Wellington boot keke. Let's bring technology into agriculture. Ebebua. Because you ask yourself, during Nkrumah time, Ghana's population was around 6 million. Today, as we are speaking, your population echo over 30 million. you ask yourself, what are these people going to eat? And immediately you create a business. If you can ask this question, then you know that yes, everybody eats in a day. Inti is very good. I congratulate him, and let the youth knows very well say in every form. So agriculture is the way to go. But number one, any food that you must eat, because a sound mind is found in a sound body, and you can only get a sound mind when you eat good food to work, to study, to do any job that you want to do. And so Mimi Kakra said, look, the national service personnel, if agriculture has become so attractive, Miniaba, na yenfa say yefa national service personnel around August, September every year, up to the following year, let's say July, August. Now from this, let's say 2025, July, August, September, yefa one to now faces Echo 2026. April, May, June, Bruno. Let us have some state farms. Let this youth go and test practical agriculture, not by punishment mode. You bet to me here comes. Don't say you are going to. We have to build before. Let us have good tents. Now fire camp. Let us see so that they share ideas on these farms. We can go to the Ejura farms of old. We can go to Peki government settlement farms of old. What can we do with those land? Arable land. Let us push this national service personnel, not push it. Let us send them there to appreciate agriculture and the environment. By the time they live there in 3 months, we will say abrubebu. Do you get right? Meanwhile, your allowances are still there. If you move to the farms, government will give you food, government will give you drink, everything. Government will take care of you for about 3 months on the field. You'll be moving around.
Instead, say national service personnel, you keep your officers.
Yes.
Cleaners.
Yes. But we pay them. So if you stay in office for 6 months, let us do the rest 6 months in the field. Do you get it right? So that we produce more food for our brothers and sisters in the senior high schools. The rice areas, send the youth over there, the national service personnel. We are paying you well. Make sure you get the clothes for them. Send say you are punishing them. But they should have that feeling, say, we are doing something for the nation, like the Cubans. That is what we should be doing. Now, send some to the poultry farms, sheep and goat, cattle ranches. Let them know, say, out of these raw food products, it is also a raw material for industrialization. Because when we are talking about industrialization, are we going to import like sugarcane to go and push in the Commander Sugar Factory to process to get sugar? No, we must produce them. Agriculture must be made lively in this country so that the youth will get involved. And then we show them how you produce, you process, you package, you market. That value chain must be shown, because that is what is going to create job for you. But you can package the beef and market, isn't it? It is also a job. The person who keeps records for you also get a job. Let us use agriculture as an engine for employment and for growth in this country. When you talk about industrialization, Commander Sugar Factory. No, where are we going to get the sugar cane? I think yesterday I get a report at one of the media houses. Okay. Time me was Parliament, I was a member of tendering committee for trade and industry. Okay. And I was saying that Mahama Bekono now ya jai $25 million to ho. And Papa Bi Okasana is part of that project, Osi Sikano dasu ho. Look at it, Sikano dasu ho. But look at the amount of money. I am say $30 million nanka Afrofranto Papano. Factory no. Meanwhile, $25 million no edaho. Why didn't you use it to cultivate the sugar cane? Na yem processing MPP abai. Yes. I said I was a member of entity of trade and industry. Okay. That was the program of Mahama. Says Asikanu yem fan training Ghana for me being crowd or India. Do you get it right? Never been endo ashidie. Na yen fan feed factory no. O manye. Nye wo mutrim kra ni say yen man meton factory no fa obi. Me catch you say MPP for omo hunam omo percent ka wura. Sika bebia sika no wo. Se sia no magiska no. So these are some of the things.
After 8 years.
Yes, you can apply for it and take it.
Because there was
this is what the secretary to the board of Commander Sugar Factory said yesterday on a radio that I heard.
And then no matter catch there said there na mo ye no most of my Commander Sugar Factory I heard there be na ne fanko process.
E ya braban na nado aban maybe me nyaka e ya braban. I'm not talking because I am an NDC member. But I'm telling you that the time I was in Parliament, I was a member of entity committee of trade and industrial. So all that happened at that time was in my knowledge. Do you get it right? Inti nyama ekosuni nyina bisa ho ahwede mpo modidi mahama temsa ahwede mpo meanwhile sekakra da ho no you didn't apply for it to use it to plan.
Ahwede no see aduane 6 months.
You aduane 6 months obi si factory. Now you stayed there for 8 good years. So let us use those funds and we call on the World Bank to support us, not always calling for people to come and invest in our country. Look at the hurry that Jinapo, is it somewhere Jinapo was lithium deal no one America no deal because no omo jiskano she jiskano yen chedi na yenko NDC ababa na omo abetwaso you see but ashidie asikada hono de omentumi ando. These are the problems that we have. Even if you go to the education sector, minia what is say omo ka say oh omo ahwe nkoda 5.7 million in free SHS and I want this Africa no him. Now what did Edu Watch says? Edu was say per the Ministry of Finance records are the total number of students are nanado abasham in free SHS 3.135754 until we free ma minia ube say omu tran trachre in the excess of 2.5 million students. MPP for you.
Not just say.
I'm not done preka ho.
Not just say honorable dear actually say sika wama actually say wama spend.
Yes.
On this policy no.
Yes.
5 students here 5.7
million.
Meanwhile no 3.1.
3.135754. Until we free ma 2,564,246 no. Nipa nanado abada ghost names no oma create adie sika obude adie sika edutum ebota enam krom yedede ni nyina no na krono wase
ghost names
na ghost name tianeto and ordinam with tire
ghost names more than 2.5
yes million. Now say mami ye calculation kakrabi say we sa 2.5 million 64 million enipa no fan no charitable say ye ma nipa baku 5 cedis ye about spending 5 cedis on that person in a day no it amounts to 12,821,000 and 230 Yes, one day the annual.
One day beyond each student per head beyond. Somebody spending 5 cedis.
Emma Ghost no.
Emma Ghost na 2.5 million.
Yes.
Ka o calculate ya na abai sika na 12 million.
821,230 Ghana cedis. So when you mathematics there, and not na mo we and no cry way one day. Then you multiply till me for charitable figure or days of 300 days.
Okay.
In a year.
Okay.
So one day now I've moved to 1 year. So 12 million. Do you get it right? That is 1 day. Into multiply by 300 days in a year, no. Me no 300 instead of 365, no. Now and I'm 3,846,369,000.
Hey.
And no 1 year. Okay. Now what's that the way I multiply? One multiply no for 3 years because as I say yanya 1 year. Yanya 1 year ntinu as I say ufa war for 3 years.
Okay.
In this how the war 3 years are, do you know the amount? 11.5 billion. Ghost name nkwa for 3 years no. For this 5 million year number of years I can. This is what has gone into their pocket.
Your friend is say create loot and share.
Yes.
Honorable meeting komo bia ba ho na yebesa to aso ho. Yes Attorney General discontinuous case against all Democracy Hub protesters, including Oliver Baka Vamawo, Felicity Nelson, Ama Governor, and others. Abusia Mensaka Felicity Nelson, Yana Democracy Hub. Wamu proteste ya chi wamu eduomu gumu di wamu sako standard trial. Ya see age se case ni one to asubi. Mensaka Felicity ewiye. Hello Felicity Minia.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Now I want to say. Then I'm out.
Baby.
Oh, okay. The reporter I say can a free court ni say Attorney General Dr. Dominic Ayeni say mu case no one more end to asu ABM. Mate na muso mu say.
Oh, okay. Let me ask. I mean to be kasa movie. So the main kasa mama but
okay.
Me and kasa there, my very relieved because I'm sure say we are aware say we are court since September. Since September, they see now we are court. Okobia case in Sudan, Okobia, Mumum, Omobita for more than top that no. Maybe they move 17 days. Maybe they move 17 days. It's been a lot.
Felicity, what's with them? Say how many days?
17 days.
Really?
Yeah, 17 days. Yeah.
Hey. Na mo kwa na mo ben nyina no after so mo che mo no no mo prosecute mo no e no mo remand mo
and you want me them 3 days and can you court mo remand me 14 days no in the year 17 to 14 plus 3 not 17
one fem
yeah my 2 months
17 days
yeah
sa mukoye protest ni eche mo nti yemra ye chi kakra be sa ba biem enti se ne wo ka se wa ye relieve no na me baby crata wo ka 17 days na je mensem na Democracy Hub for mukoye ye enti eche mo a wo da mu 17 days ye wo de yemra ye chi wa ka sa ka wasem
yeah nti be say go for galam say is say into share Ghana Water Company just around August last year, no more day a year, statement say in Galam say now within better 2 to 5 years, no, to be Ghana phones, you cry benum, Kaini because to be treating tune because toxins, Namana on these 2 Galam say, and staying tune, and almost to mean things to be able to give us clean water. And at the end, it's a sad year, we know a baby about Ghana phone 9, Yanko Jinamuna. Yanka say like former president of Ufado on track Galamsey, on say your water body is mainly environment, no, by not to take a fair approach to tackling Galamsey. You know, if you see any happen to that time, will be a protest. Any
enti mo kwa ya no muni police for the boani mo say police for ne ma mo tutu abo na nse kan ne bibi wo mo ho ana
no she almost me o share card is almost sure say ya assaulted police officer almost me share even one video me and any of the people now dey call court no almost me share video ba ko pa me ye bob please me crack ye bob ye to BOBIE never not at all nothing like that completely peaceful demonstration and but just say NPP government because the Oshe Kalampe now the most process against Kalampe and you bet you what to move so better now Kalampe no moon guy in the end of the bet you what to so that any from
enti ni awo famwi eja President Akufo-Addo catch say yenye citizens yenye spectators na wo ya o citizenship adwuma na ekwawi a kire ya chew nya say ebia wakodi boni bia galamse esensuo esayensase Ghana Water for complaining Ghana Medical Association doctors for complaining enkoda enya hu effect no ne ade mpani for kra no enya hu suso ne kwa wi a kire ya che wo oba wo kwama wo man 17 days wo dem you know esua de be na wafade afri mu se bibi nkoye wa Ghana hanuma fili Obesanso sorry. I go to say na more we be.
Oh, I don't see why not. Won't say Nanama. I don't know. Ghana, the way Ghana came, we share independence, and yet just Ghana, Nelson Mandela, we share. People went through a lot. On the crown, could they move 27 years? South Africa, just saying and call for Ombenya or more found you. I don't think that the be cost now. Just because of what I've been through, you know. I said, Miss Smith, I'm a because I've been through something. I think that you know Ghana for no. So the big Ghana, we should all feel obliged, say, a duty as Ghana for say, big Nahono, I'm not a coon, so I'm not going to say it's a new people, the money in the car, probably not maybe. But I just think it's also everybody else's responsibility. My intent say, yeah, liberty way, and I saw Mokojina for your process. I'll try my uncle, Obio, they are not to for. The me a Ghana, you see a Ghana, Mutina, Yena Ghana for. We have a duty to say when something is going wrong with home Hanuma, you need to stand up for the country.
Okay. And already I want to pass at this one the anti safe flu.
Yes. At least for me driver 3 hours, miss snatch up with 3 hours. It could do Makola. After snatch up with 3 hours, I can't be see and no pumpo and no crown po. I'm even happy to mean in Bobie.
See how often an ammo court?
Oh, initially, we are calling better every 2 weeks, but the last time you call 17th December, no, and I'm more train next day, February. So this year, they call court, but they call better every 2-3 weeks here.
Okay. And they said you who said Nyamia, but Nina, no share 17 days, I would dare Munua, and it's any walk here. Now, more court to back court to ever change of government and ma. And I say, who's to say, be better at me, yes, me bois. Oh, the government and back home part, the ending case of the combat dragon because we share Oliver and the previous other cases are money in chair. Better 3 years, Osmiko court, better for 3 consecutive months, and not age in the car doesn't turn up. But in a non person with the child, so we'll show you where the power is, but someone wasting time. And you know, that thing said, if there wasn't a new government, I know for the fact that as assembly, on the two, only say, only being convicted, but tell me, you can waste your time there, on the you know, and it's true. Okay. Who are people from Becca?
Oh, Mega, the main thing is I'm just going to say, of course, right now, no, Galamsey, the fight is not over yet. You know, so we should keep my name court in funeral, my name court Ghana, who my name drink and free Galamsey issues. Yeah.
Medas, say,
that's the number.
You. Thank you. I was here for to say a Felicity Nelson. Enti Democracy Hub. One more protest ya che one more Felicity ne ka na kosem. President our car say yenye spectators name no yenye citizen for no. Ewi a che citizen for TSC eya wo madwuma no oba Felicity. Ghana ye die Ghana mpuntu enti no so odemu 17 days. It's unfortunate, but a see.
Enyama governor.
And I just honorable.
Enyama governor.
Where you Felicity Nelson? Yeah, or Bauber who say, now almost not cock, the cockles near handcuff, no. As a criminal be. Now, but honorable, and say you're protesting. Once someone who say, once someone who say, or how in Munim say or how no Galamsey no ayo how ya edu o mani nya na temamfo sorry e protest against illegality bia e koso
say MPP for aban e baso omunim so be lose election no matter any attack dogs sa no mo yo munyama you monitor their regimes they are always like that unhu time Nanado lose election after Omampenyi Kufuor Kono. Similar things happen. Remona Chan Mukra and Kamunyo Mukra as at that time Kran Koma Kuomo. Do you get it right? And I will say, Oma Tenas ba power no. One on your Mudia Remonacha. I trade for her. NPP people Mujabi Wumu Rollins Kayo or si Sankrofono. Omo was suban bia omo nsisanda atade omo hyeno de ombe sisa atade no ba suban bi wo mu vindictive character bi wo mu omo nsisanda and that is a political party that we are dealing with in this country and they are always causing problems e dey be no manye time look at Chikata ekade nkowuye Chikata ekade nkowuye while this man as a GMPC boss are oil investment to promote Ghana to move forward, you know, ekade afe wo mampenyi kufu a ukofie no usiu di ne boni di ache no. So why this afterthought? So these are some of the things that omuye mfibia in that what to say omujina even the toilet village there so yedede and NDC for mu wini power anti there no man ye wo kroma 2017. Look at the regional security coordinator omu twini free ni office wo Kumasi ebrunu sa ye hu moja se gufom MPP for ye to send there omu de omu nye boni bia wo kroma na omu na ye titiom. So please ohima asema maka on the education side, you know, open figures na ho. This is from Ministry of Finance website.
Okay.
Sika watua afibia ni enrollment no na edu watufo ekofaye ebuabua no in 2018 no 2017-2018 academic year no 362,118 free SHS students and I enroll. Then you go to 2019, that's 2018-2019 academic year, 432. Me but send obi wofia obetro. Won say enya grow asemna miti ha AD. In the year 2018-2019, repeating, it say 432,791. In the year 2019-2020 academic year, no, 404,851. Then you go to 2020-21, students enrolled 423,320. 2021-2022 academic year 555,353. Then you come to 2022-2023, the enrollment figure new year 447,396. Then finally come to 2023-2024. The figure is 509,925. Ubwani nyina anua. You have 3,135,754. Inti omampenyini wenmo binumu say 5.1 million, binumu say 5.7 million no ni nyina anu omu di ghost name edia wia yesika in billions, because I was in parliament. Ye pass say ye be man koda ye be ye oil sika 2 billion every year. Abanu na edi ba ye o. Inti wanu na etina say aye budget no, you put some things into consideration before you compile that budget. Inti 2 billion no eno mu si afibia ye be. Now inti se mu 2 billion eba mu se na suku nkoda se eno na mu be education ni free SHS ni suku nkoda betumi akọ school a omu ni eduani ni ho mbedi
because sika wo hodada
all sika no ho ya nkase sika na asa oma mbeka kire se sika na asa nti na ekomu di nkoda no
okay
oma nka nkire ana what is omu sika na asa baby inti no sika no mu yi da bia bankoda no ekomu di omu wo school and na efre na buraban. That is what has happened. You get me? Oh, say nkoda say
sika no so omu yi ni pepepe
5.7 million sika we no omu yi sika no
ene sika no so mu yi no mo hu nkoda dodo.
Yes,
yeah, omu ye benefit.
that is the budgeting.
Yes, my budgeting nkoda dodo no
inti say ekoba say nkoda no nye aduane ndia. So are you not incompetent or you are stealing prone person? Uda sorusu da ni nyina ekro no. And that is what. So if you put these figures in perspective, for this number of years ayabonu by 11 billion nkrofoya years Canadi. Yes, discount because this is the figures you give us. So we must put mathematics on those figures, isn't it? And that is it. near Kenoforata Trose, when amateur enrollment any. Ela ni amususu muninam ekanu yedinimienu analysis calculation, and these are the figures that are popping up.
Calculation and more than 2.5 million ghost names now.
Yes.
Goose on daily basis.
Yes.
Abano, as I say, Abano Bokrono,
yes.
12 million Ghana cedis.
Billion. Okay, a day.
Sankorano.
Yeah, 12 million. Yes, daily basis.
As I said, Bianquano school now. What your calculations now?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. And notice
12 million.
Because they were swimming in corruption. Everybody is swimming in corruption. Everything. With corruption. Yes, that is why people come out to say this is Ghana. This is Ghana. This is what they have done. And I want this NDC government. Me see, yes, starting to deal with this issue. I'm not on pro Kasabium. Kasabium. I'm telling you. Because we must deal with everybody once and for all. You hear my English word. Everybody. Mankase one person. Pick their policies.
Yeah.
Pick their policies and let us do analysis, calculations, and see. Because everybody is asking, say, Eba Musena Ghana ye dinsa. Do you get it right? It is because of somebody's management. And Nuntina Ghana ye dinsa. Do you get it right? So we must find out, Eba Musen, how do you take those decisions? That is all. What some of us are waiting for now is the tribunal. Yenya nuntem, yediwa semana eko. Me yenu send a maki edi vetting committee at Adani court. Oh wait, I'm coming. So if you bring this, we winning now blackmail and this no dear bro. To me, sorry, catch say in the record time, no, omu minority to me, boa Mahama Bain, I'm now passing the ministers in the minia say passing ministers no up to April cry. Ghana no, baby, at the end of 2028 no Nyangu Pankasani. And yeah, na beka.
Ana was a share calculations away a year. Obi beka say, na po. Nya when
yes, when ya asa konya oil
energy sector.
Wasa konya oil at trouble gas o ma gunu gregu eni eka.
Oh, na almost strategize ye. Say ye create na yenfa Ghana for be who say we are working.
Yes.
We are creative way.
Yes.
And baby February free senior school fees. But Ghana ni enim until that time be an say change of government are ma. Unia air cost.
That time no ya did oh say omu de srade ayo mu minimum nti omu boma enu na amam 40. Ya de srade nim ya ka say nkrofo we dada. How can a political party ever power 2014 to 16 who use free SHS Eddie win election 2020 yes I call election who say use free SHS the win election yes I call 2024 so who say use free SHS nature say akwa ti say nipa ni krom ha me why you hwe yen koda say mu kita chance say come the year as children are war torn country be so why won't we investigate this? We need to do so. When now man and another numanya sika funfu se obese sorry dan no muko tam sika no ni kenu foriata. So these are some of the issues that the nation has to face. We must right the wrongs now. We should not be afraid of anybody. Obi bi oye boninu emrani ndi na entenase because according to say senior KKD kala say who papa bokronu ayeye me banu ne papa mbokro no nti ne pa wa bokro no ne ba ene me ba kohia na wa ka kire me ba say me papa o papa mbobra me wa o papa no kro no no boye. So let us deal with those so who son there now akọ ana unya nya late anko school ma teacher say why late munyina munjira one corner nti o si bra be kire me nti why late. Do you get it right? Oh, me mami yari okay sir and they call. No man sorry in them. One sorry in them they no tell say oh person ya kwadro. No man who 6 lashes. No they call. Also so ni tu didindi.
Enkofo a anim wo mo Ghana ha. Yeah, you knew what say, woman, you want to say. Yeah, Diana, sorry, yeah, I've heard it.
Yes.
Oh, my yard the four.
Yes. Because they were swimming in this.
Oh, my yard the four. My catcher will say, 30 years. COVID be boom.
Yes.
And a Russia Ukraine will be boom. I don't know COVID be boom. Who when you're home pimping.
Missy.
I don't know Russia Ukraine will be boom. Who when you're home pimping. And then honorable the saddest party womukurana say. At the time when COVID abe boom kurana a nipa air struggle. A nipa eda come, sorry come, and go for you and go for investment in Swasiano. That time no now impose taxes
on us.
Taxes
on us.
Without thinking about you.
Not only taxes. Look at what it is. Nanado closed a flower border for 2 years. I Ghana for muko etadi joy say ye paucho. Bien na yen ko toade na yen beton wo Ghana. Nanado anti. Nanado was the most wicked president I have ever seen. Nanado anje antum. Not at all. Now, nipa no di ni capital we. Ena wada ni ohia ni. Afa mo print sika ma. Ama exchange rate so ai basa. Enti se no, sa capital kra wadi awie kra no, se o sa pesika ko Togo so a. Esel sa ko pebusia e wo hinfa. Banks ni wa close bank. Nanado was the most wicked government I have never seen since I was born. I saw Rollins a chambon kra mehuni government kakra. Because Operation Feed Yourself, when primary school na ye yafum and Sana Rollins e baye, that Operation Feed Yourself spread in all schools, abeye compulsory. So you have food to eat. So we took consolation in the fact say ediani de ewo say onim pabwa de eja ubako school no sa. But this government, this Nanado's government, in the Nanado tifie, nkami wishi say otiemi. I don't hate him. I respect him as an elder. But a catcher say, one mamonu obraboni a mamonu cherenu de edosu dodo Ghana for beko him. One take. Satam na osa rent aeroplane. Say gold na odi gumuko one ebe chartered plane. Meanwhile our plane is there. These are some of the things that we need to be talking about today.
But now kai na wo ka eniema na na Akufo-Addo abande digana for na wakoma ye we ya.
Yes,
because said you can a pure wickedness.
Yes, pure.
Yeah, just say I say obi oye criminal no oye ubone a
pure wickedness.
Obi a I say oye armed robber no so oba ufia adwe won say oba be wia wo oye obekum.
Yeah,
sana na ado amemu no kokoye ye.
That is it.
Oba wia wo Wubia we are target bian obe dealing with you drastically.
Yes.
Obe making sure say obe mo aye vulnerable ewo mining.
That is the wickedness.
Because free see o man ya ko dum so crisis mu for bad years. Na afe na Nyankopon boa ye kan ye timi agina so a o man no ye Felix ye sika semu no pick ba. Then yakwa IMF ye share IMF mu. Nyankopon boa ba ye president. Na honorable utimi tinase edi etimodeni adwembo ebejo man say yen creative free senior high school because enipa na omo wo memre se be omo agimi omo adwiri omo ye gullible so at the moment e be create that free senior school na wo can say even in opposition campaign message free senior high school and to ye free senior school ni wie
2020 o say the
good banks
yes
it is ye good banks ni nyina akura wie na say papa na adwuma gu Mami na dwuma egu a what in the bell cost school went ya on the house
yes
because office nipa na ye jimifu
he planned to make us poor so that Serbia obesra no na obeba besra no say insure kran mi paucho o mampenyi ma mi insure num that was their plan because senye wickedness listen to what he told the Ablakwa chief and then listen to what he told the central FOA mubani general ka say o ma vote ama NPP candidate ntinu enu ntina ekunfifo no oyiwe omo neni wo mampenya ye to abama listen to the way he spoke to the citizens of this country enye kra so yebegusu ebiebie nyama mu edi a kire Ghanafo na omo ahune ekoso I'm sure you saw the Anomabu Fishery College no
yeah
nia yasia wie ewo ho a ube start no one start oma German pro. And then you go to Ashanti region hospitals are earboding sa what type of wickedness is that? So now I am pleading with everybody, let us join hands and develop our nation, because you can only develop this country under good leadership. And the leader we have today, no, a trepe face obase obabe sisi omaino Ghana for mumma nyina embua na yembua His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ni Prof na Jen Opokwa Jimaye Manyaba.
Arambo se mo pese Ghana for bua mo dia. Ghana for here change no say change say dey tie aye burusui. Say free senior school ya creating ya wi musika, because there are some MPP for bi awo free mutimi free say President Mahama Ometo Foundation. Ya kan so Omesi school dan, Omesi hospital, Omesi free. Ya nkrofo no aye bone. It won't be dealing with them.
Yes.
National service for say ya hwe kwan. Say omo a gift you are worrying the bosses some ho no mo. National service. Every month be 28 million or billion Ghana cedis and a woman. Yeah, just as soon as possible. Those cases, you know, NDC government.
Some catcher say yeah, tribunal. So I also put it inside. The tribunal will help us to solve these problems. Now Ghana for it's true. Say Sasikaya Yediabo MPP kwedu sa yentumi anje sika no yentumi antra mo paade endie nyama bedi Ghana for say sika wono wo mo ho yes say sika na mo ba beje e dia ye free senior school ni yes say sika na mba beje national service kamu na mo die tue say sika na mba beje say sika no so die say mo ntimi anje ama Ghana for paade ya ne be ha na ye be ko abankesie mu sweri in e koso ho na ansa na no me fa se dama maboa for tew na ye ko abankesie ye ba na enkomodie ne ya to so gidigidi enti St Andrew Senior High School e won kra ha yi atashi chi blow last stop St Andrew Senior High School say 2025-2026 academic year admission no e koso papa Form 1, Form 2, Form 3 vacancies e wo honomo enti so pesa obawie senior high school a wo de better excellence wasi resource e be fie dia St Andrews and I was do back or general arts afen so general science home economics visual arts and the business nyina wo mo eye bi or board new hostel facilities ban benya baby papa da edidi peche be fie na wa ye fine wa ye fresh pa teshi chibro last upon a St Andrews Senior School wo 0249 832015 0249 832015 and I say 0540 068332 0546 048332 after so shano so say ya ton sase amanso twibia ne ho baby a wotimi nka bia ko pasase a woto a wo bedam wo somadwo wo pasase wo kumase nko ade edayi ede krom atasamanso residential area why a residential area kumase atasamanso residential area ebo no eda form papa and saso no eben new headline educational complex Manzayo hospital one mo pe one mo ena asase no eda ye wo fi ayeton e wo circle ben for this corner odo rice ho pe first floor 6 bedrooms washrooms e wo mu enti bomodin afre 0242 770304 0242 770304 and I say 0242 770304 0242 770304 and is swearing in of ministers of state koso ewo abankesie mu enti yehwe na yafa na okay Samuel me say Sam George and Kofi Adams any other ministers na parliament approve you me fa hosisi na traffic hotel mu pa
okay
enti no cre
enti
congratulations to all of them
enti no and your network no elbow na nisa top choco chocolate spread no ye the fa bread e kama papa eye busua no edia eye nutrition anwenu mu ahodi ewo mu a wonya bi na se wodi a ebo apapa ya top choco 3-1 chocolate drink so ya enu su kokoo mokom sugar wo do hia eni unsu ohie kama pa 0243033033 enu ye atufo ne de no rush energy drink Rush energy drink and one papa no say adia chinwa ye boho ahoden ni ehɔ no mo a per Rush energy drink dem boost to energy level no enjoy esan say ed ye nwenu mo ahoden ewo mu a eboa emedefo no ahoden sonko etimi eba wo Father Abraham Herbal Spiritual Hospital so ewo fanko barrier asofa Star Oil filling station hɔ no mo a na wo ewo wo say yade bia edi wunya eha wo say ye cancer type bia bi stroke type bia bi diabetes no fibroid no sexual weakness kidney liver prostate ana koko ne how bp ne how yade bia how bia no ebibiduro fie ibenya eduro na yade asawo yade afen so spiritual case bia du nya wa abrabomu a wo hia laka wo pese wo kɔ wanim ekwankan wo abrabomu no patwofo ni che Father Abraham hon mo yadwuma Monday to Sunday de bia o wo soap ahodo bia no so why a eno so wunya bia wutimi edidware a ene grace ni favor de ofa ne kwa ofa nko barrier so Star Oil filling station for 024437 0244371695 0244371695 and that's 0559 114122 0559 114122 na ontimi emu ana won so etumpon ewo wabrabo bia ubo nyina emu enti ministers na wo call vet ya approve wo mu nyina ene na wo swearing in no abaso ewo Jubilee House enti Sam George Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa ene wo mo ka ho nyina no ene wo swearing in no abaso ewo Abankisi regional ministers aya vet wo mu nyina no omu nyina swearing in no abaso ya okwachire kakra yebetimi enya ni nyina na chese yabo na Ghana fo ahwe senia esi ekoye ede ema obibia ewo kurimu ti honorable enura ablekuma north incident bi esi ho ya honorable anodompre ena kire se okojina ho no ma okotutu bi edigu wiem a ekotia NDC ene parliament kananka enkrofo hwe kwan se na de echiye no de ebehu a ene se ka Inspector General of Police Dr. Kufu Dampare ato nensa e de afra no dompre no mo question no e fasa ridiculous statement a ogina abonten a wodi etudwa but yente ho hwe na why former member of parliament be se me bisa wo se mu MPs ne de se ugina bonten a wutimi kan ya wo pe bia fa ahudi ana why MP no ugina bonten a wutimi tudio pese wo hwe egu wie mu bia no
actually near minimum say yes say o co parliament ana o ye parliamentary work ewo baby no assembly obeka no Ghana mra entumi enchusa but we are quite to say omo ye omo rally bi o baby ana no na organize omo so I think Ghanaians are right saying ka ombra mbeka nsema ana ombe chire nsemu ye but it's like we are getting disappointed on that basis up to now they have not invited him. And so to me too, it is a worry. To me, call political platforms so Kokasama we see a home here. No, I think they should do something about it. But it is another thing. You say the micro minority in Parliament. You know, they are trying to call for people's attention. Say attention seekers. Yes, the attention seekers are. Tie insema oka nano. Sorry, Ndrakra. Nsema okikan ye ekrese o won send this ni bi ebu MPP na obuana embu NDC ni. There we are going to use our brains to work. Say ahonde aye will be enuti na etumi beat yomo in election. But we are going to use brains to deliver for this nation. But asemba kwa elhone say. Ndra ofia almost say call to Emma NDC for a lawyer for the power of substituted service. Nsema ewo court ana ye ka ho asem ni nyina no ombetumi aserve omo even on WhatsApp. What does that tell you? Ekere se asem no court no MPP for dodge omo mpese omo court. Unhi omo aserve omo a they are dodging. That is how comes they say no. Akodru say even you can serve them on WhatsApp, and that is what is happening. So the question is, into a summer walk out no, and no now Jina so EC boss no 10 days ultimatum say one declare and our own declare results no. Have you dealt with the case in the court finish? You have not done that. That is why I'm saying that NDC4 get ready, and also the speakers of parliament and my brother Benahia for the first deputy speaker. Don't actually think that if you play your diplomatic card, you will satisfy these people. Not at all. Inti per kwanfufro is within the order book and now yes in parliament. Now fan dealing with them. People are talking. Look at Amusi. Person who bisuma manutumi. One was say. O to me struggle election no crowd we no mutu toni nyinano one won yoye ni hu who is another probeka kire NDC for say manja akonja na maya munya asundwe ewo parliament. Who is he? But let us look at the coming days Sena Nyamabesi, because as a former member of parliament, one would say transition basia. So His Excellency John Dramani Mahama Enyampa ni ministers are now vetiomu where then minority fee said that was the time yebenyano. That is why they are doing all these things. Ebedu next month ending bibia ye and not this month ending cry. Now bibiasa. And you hear or you see that Anodompre will not be talking in this country the way he's talking now. Bandra Odidi NDC Fatem. I've listened to that, watch the video and listen to the audio. Say didn't kwasi asema. Hey, Anodompre. Nyabo treo na baby awo kono. Ebi obinuma akoho. Mininu na eko parliament. Obinuma akoho afri ho. You see, I am senior to him now as I've moved out. Oh, the onyamba abetinefio. Manage June. If you think that is what will push you far there, and I am sorry, because even your constituents may not be happy with the way you are talking. Many of them may not be happy, and I will not be surprised if by this type of behavior, say in 2028, on court parliament, I will not be surprised. Even there are cases still pending in court, so we are still monitoring. Okay,
me ko break ya ba. Me pese me twa me ho ba sisia me ba honorable na ya to ankomodie no eso sisia ye ko break ya ba sisia busuafo ba na ya to ankomo no sisia edi amam na channel so ya demo live e o CTV so ena wie ba bia wo tie nka bia ne CTV wo betimi nso adjone enti wo tika mu na wuduru fia na cha se wo so TV na pa CTV ye na ya da so na cha se. Oh yes, honorable you was. This week in your CTV. This week in your CTV. See, I was young comrades here.
Hey, say the Mako Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. No, who credit me, sir, and Nunti Nomania Award, a word bestie. Obian Transit Emma Dumpemia, the Cassa, and as a boy, the Ancanon to them view.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. A senior want to say, near Kuro Etuno, near Ancan, Awananum, Obana, Bemo Power, and Yarwankaye. Nancy Mamekase, and Espana called Moekayeno. Greenfield Adarumenti, and was our Solejan and also APM. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Our ultra modern laboratory. And a diagnostic machine, sir. I should share the Pebiani Mwankasa. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Our Nungwa Dogon, Estate Junction, last stop. Frewa 0243 983 906 and 0261 651 898. Greenfield. God is our healer. Greenfield. Your last stop.
I believe. Upgrades are nice, but stepping up is woohoo! Because when you upgrade with GoTV, we'll step you up to the next package. Upgrade today to get more than more with Step Up, where if you're on GoTV Plus and upgrade to GoTV Max, you'll get even more with GoTV Super. Get big value, get big entertainment, get stepped up to even more with GoTV. Upgrade today on the My GoTV app or visit GoTVAfrica.com. Terms and conditions apply. Offer ends 31 March 2025.
Starter, it's too far to dance. Oh,
what? Try is with the market women.
Everybody can do what he does.
Be bold,
Fresh energy. Be bold. Be you.
Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended. Persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advert is FDA approved.
Wadi a member you don't know. A me and Yahweh, and Yahweh, I am Memedro, and nothing a band may be a here bino, and to four and out of four, and you'll be a pedigree Clatombia, and cook chemical shops, pharmaceuticals, and they have bar shops beer. I was gonna have no beer. And I said, Fraying, I was 0243 686861, and I 0245 749206. Sankatwe, FDA Fajatu, Kaise, Tabia Takumia, Bembe Bia Takum.
Not recommended for lactating mothers, pregnant women, and children under 15.
Why go? Massa, St. Andrews has a bubu ayek machine biomo.
Abusuafo ye call presidency says President Mahama Kasa swearing in Wakasanti Yanko Nayemra.
Newly sworn in ministers of state, distinguished invited guests, families and friends, ladies and gentlemen, friends of the media. Exactly. Minister, Honorable Okudzeto Ablakwa, you will have to bring the same dynamism and commendable work ethic for which you are known to navigate diplomacy, which will be crucial to repairing our reputation as a nation following the disastrous economic crisis that led to a loss of confidence in our economy by the international investment community. With climate change becoming an ever-pressing issue, I look forward that you, Honorable Alhaji Baba Isifu Seidu, will bring your wealth of experience and exposure to bear on our efforts as a country to contribute to the global efforts to combat it. I've made drastic changes to government information dissemination machinery, and I've picked you, Honorable Felix Ofosu, to lead the effort as Minister of State for Government Communications to modernize and sharpen how this government interacts and interfaces with the Ghanaian people. Honorable Rashid Hassan Pelpo, you come into office at a time when we have inherited the worst unemployment situation in our country's history, with millions of Ghanaian youth despairing over the frustration of not being able to find a job. It will be your mandate to work with stakeholders to turn this situation around and also foster a harmonious labor-government relationship. To Dr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed as Minister of Environment, Science and Technology, you will have the unenviable task of safeguarding Ghana's environment, which has been in great peril from the activities of Galamsey and other environmental terrorism. You also have the responsibility of promoting Ghanaian technology and making it competitive. Ghana's communication sector has seen incremental growth over the last few decades, and you, Honorable Samuel Nate Jata George, the Honorable Minister for Communications, Digital Technology and Innovation, you'll be expected not only to continue this growth trajectory, but to curate policies that expand the frontiers of the sector and place Ghana at the forefront of the global telecommunications space. The Honorable Kofi Idi Adams, Minister for Sports and Recreation, I don't envy your job. You have the monumental task of restoring Ghana to its pride of place in African and world sports. The shambles that is Ghana sports today is completely unacceptable for a country with our pedigree, and I expect that you inject transparency, professionalism, and modernity into the management of the sector. I expect that you concentrate on building up all the sports disciplines, and I know the Ghana Football Association would be a good place to start, to work to make sure that we return Black Stars to its glory days. And finally, with Honorable Joseph Bukari Nikpe, Minister for Transport, you are charged with the task of building on past progress in the transport sector to guarantee swift movement of people and goods through a modernized rail, aviation, and marine transport. I have no doubt that all of you are poised to work tirelessly to improve the lot of Ghanaians in your respective sector based on your experience and your competence. I must, however, remind you of the same caution I sounded to your colleagues who have already taken office, that the hallmark of this government will be modesty and respect for the Ghanaian people. There will be no room for arrogance and pomposity in this government. The resources that you'll be working with belong to the Ghanaian people who put us in office. Those resources are not to be wasted on opulence and extravagance. I've asked the Chief of Staff to write to all government appointees that I've imposed a ban on non-essential travel forthwith to cut down expenditure. Any travel that is deemed essential and necessary must be cleared first with the Office of the Chief of Staff, and such travels will have to be undertaken in modesty. No first class. Also, all traces of affluence and lavish lifestyle are to be avoided. The people of Ghana are enduring difficult times occasioned by hardships resulting from the economic mismanagement of the last 8 years. And ours is to work to lift them out of this hole, not to compound it further. On Monday, I'll be receiving the report of the committee I set up to prepare the way for the implementation of Operation Recover All the Loot, oral. Upon receipt of this report, appropriate action will be taken against those who are deemed to have acted against the economic and financial interests of this country through corruption and related acts. While it is all well and good to hold past office holders accountable for their actions, it is even better to prevent the incidence of corruption in the first place. And as I've already indicated many times, I'll be holding all my appointees in this government to the strictest standards of accountability to ensure that the mandate and resources entrusted to us by the people of Ghana go only into working for them and improving their standards of living. Let me take this opportunity to remind you all that in the coming days, as promised in our 120-day plan, I'll be outdooring a code of conduct and standards for all government officials to guide the conduct of all our appointees. This will leave you in no doubt about what you can do and what you cannot do while serving in public office. You must make this code of conduct your guide and keep it like a Bible by your bedside before you take any action. I made a solemn pledge in our Resetting Ghana manifesto to lead by example and to serve with dedication, selflessness, and deep love for country. I intend to fully keep that pledge to the people of Ghana. And my biblical instruction. Therefore, as ye go forth into your new roles, remember once again that our ministry as a government is not to dispossess the people we govern of their dignity, their livelihoods and opportunities. Ours is rather a duty to reset our country and ensure the equitable distribution of the gains of progress and prosperity to all. May God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you so very much. You may now breathe easy. It is finished. May I now invite all the ministers newly sworn in and senior government officials to take a group photo with the President, after which a representative from the ministers will also give us their remarks. One by one, actually. They said, ask Felix. Right. So Honorable Rashid Pelpo, senior government officials, kindly join the President and the Vice President. Senior government officials, you don't want to take photo? Thank you. Honorable Mutala, you're next. Honorable Samuel George. Honorable Kofi Adams, you're next. Honorable Kwabena Mintah Akandoh. I don't even know why I keep mixing that. Honorable Joseph Bukari Nikwe, you're next. Honorable Sam Okudzeto Ablakwa, you're next. Honorable Felix Ofosu on standby. Honorable Felix. Mr. Seidu Isifu. Thank you. Mrs. Charity Gardiner, you're next. Mr. Salisu Isifu, you're next. Joseph Wilson, Mr. Joseph Wilson, you're next. Mr. Wilbert, be on standby. Thank you. Mr. Wilbert. Mr. Joseph Nelson, you're next. Hey, Asim. Mr. Adai Akwabwa. Mr. Francis Entry, please be on standby. Thank you. Mr. Eduamwa Penin Orchery, you'll be up next. Last but not the least, Mr. Charles Luanga. Thank you. We'd now like to take a group photo, so would have His Excellency the President and Vice take their seat. Government officials government officials should take their seat as well. And then the first row of ministers, please come up for your group photo. Behind. Thank you very much. The next row, please, all of you. All right. I'd now like to invite the Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa to offer remarks on behalf of his colleagues.
Thank you very much, Shamima. Your Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, Your Excellency Professor Nana Jenopoko Ajeman, Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress, senior government officials, colleague, honorable ministers of state, our revered chiefs, our spouses, children, family, friends, and the media. On behalf of my colleague, honorable ministers of state, we wish to render our heartfelt appreciation to His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama for the confidence he has reposed in us. We wish to assure His Excellency the President and the people of Ghana that we do not take this confidence for granted, and we do not take lightly the responsibility that has been put in our hands. We make a solemn pledge that we shall serve the people of this country as His Excellency the President of the Republic has charged us in utmost diligence, integrity, hard work, discipline, and with great respect for the chiefs and people of our country. We know our leader has very high standards. Over the last few weeks since his induction, we have seen how he has toiled and continues to serve the people of this country with diligence, with hard work, with love for country, with deep respect for the chiefs and people of our country. If your boss epitomizes these principles and examples, you have absolutely no excuse to serve the people differently. We also wish to assure His Excellency the President, the Vice President, senior government officials that we shall attend upon our duties with the highest sense of integrity, with modesty, as President Mahama exemplifies. As the President has charged us, we shall at all times make sure that in our service to the country, we protect the public purse, that we are mindful that the assets we are going to preside over do not belong to us, but they belong to the people of Ghana. At no point will we seek to annex those assets to become our personal properties. We will always make sure that those assets are rather developed. We shall add value to those assets for the benefit of all Ghanaians, as President Mahama has charged us. We finally will want to assure His Excellency the President that the content of our manifesto and the content of the code of conduct that the President has spoken to will be our guiding principles. We will not let the chiefs and people of Ghana down. We know expectations are high, we are conscious of that, and this emphatic victory that President Mahama received, the lesson there is that if you fail to meet the people's expectation, you will be punished at the polls. And we commit that it will not be our doing that the NDC will not continue to be the favorite party of the people. We will continue to serve and make sure that we meet the high expectations of the people so that we can create prosperity, create wealth, and create opportunities for all Ghanaians. We shall serve everybody, not only members of our party or members of our family. We will render diligent service to all Ghanaians, irrespective of where they come from, their background, or their political ideologies. So on that note, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama and Vice President Professor Nana Jenopoko-Agyemang, we are ready to serve, we are ready to reset this country, and be rest assured, Your Excellency, we shall not let you down. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for attending today's event. Your Excellency will now take the national anthem.
Oh, bless, oh, bless, oh.
much. Kindly take your seat, and His Excellency, the President and Vice, will take leave of us now, please. And you may also now take some photos with your family members, and feel free. Thank you for coming. Good night.
and pin for many post Czech Republic. The former girlfriend, the one on in a womb for many posts. You were half, they friend another than Kakufado to be chapter play. No, it's a wood when you die. It's 10 people for Japan or Pesawaka. Why, am a friend about the Mahama campaign. On one Cassidy Ibrahim, Mahama, Nipe, not the campaign, BBR. Let no one saw your papa and come but said another than Kakufado on for her training. Knock a heart training, pimp, or 6 copper cup or in and pin for what they won't. MPP won't pay the through share, say, I woke up Madina market and Nama, impose, 20 city baby, 20 city in back at the cafe. Oko Ayo baby, Mokobe, Oko Madina market at first, Yamoya, say, you may now the police, Wukita, Wukisa, because Oka 20 city, Oko Madina market, Obaya by the Nama, when you could now with you. The first Wukita cities are, we yendi. I didn't just have Membu Puna, the Nadi Dan Kakufa, the Bobie, our Mamma Ghana yet dinner, Ghana for your Pamono. Here the president of Mahamabano. It's 10 people for you doing the shaker. When you see our Wubaka.
Medase. Memphis caller. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening, and now I phone this.
Nyamiado.
We are the pa, your bob, so Yami show, Papa.
Amen.
Honorable Daniel Shaman, so your bomb pie, your family David Agbaleno, Catafio Manjo. The bomb pie is the honorable Shaman, so me a position no home brand, go papa no or pray papa. The Yamimba, no woman post no be my only Yami.
Medase. Like I say, Honorable Nebia, obey the DBA fine when you are. Hello, caller. Good evening.
Fine evening.
Yo, Nyamiado.
Oh, fine. Your premier for me, free Accra.
Oh,
but I say this month, your birthday, my birthday now. What you are 10 days now, Miss Madimitia.
Nyamia Shiraye, young cordon qua.
Okay, Sama, I saw you marking me another prayer. Near Omuyetia, Kakabisa. There, any now every Munsu Moho. Only Natia, Messia, every Mohono. What the panelist napa? Oh my, Quina is free. And cannot pray, and can stop on the dada. And can stop on the dada. I send back open a big cast of Puno. I make out, I say. And they be a multi panelist never, and I most at the program. Oh my, is your casa.
Miss Medasi, papa. Yen try na yemra, says ya, ye co na ye bar. Ye better so na ye de amamo. Ye co break. Abasisia na yatwaso ede amamo.
Upgrades are nice, but stepping up is woohoo! Because when you upgrade with GoTV, we'll step you up to the next package. Upgrade today to get more than more with Step Up, where if you're on GoTV Plus and upgrade to GoTV Max, you'll get even more with GoTV Super. Get big value, get big entertainment, get stepped up to even more with GoTV. Upgrade today on the My GoTV app or visit
Ashanti region until the last minute, started we have some big protest.
Yeah.
And I think they saw it as an insult.
Okay.
Yes, Ashanti thought that, look, we're a gimmick. We're a last minute giveaway just to win our vote. And look, people are smarter than we think. So that didn't ginger them. And then secondly, the economic situation in Greater Accra has affected everybody. Jobs and businesses were collapsing, even in Ashanti region. So they were more concerned about businesses and their economic survival than any gimmicks. And then third, you look at the situation where their running mates didn't help them there.
Oh, Ashanti region?
No.
You mean Napo?
No.
Are they educators? What
I mean, you all saw his first comment when he was unveiled. Subsequently, his engagement. You see, Ashanti region is not entirely MPP. You have a good number of NDC there, around maybe 17-18%. Some are NDC 4. You have about 20% or so, some are floating voters. So once you are trying to place the core base, no, the core base is not 100% of Ashanti region, and Napo found it difficult to break through the Ashanti floating voters.
33% NDC in Ashanti region. 33%. Implication, they say, in Susaswan, they say 33.
I didn't expect them to get 33%. No.
Now, figure I say.
We were looking at between 28 and maximum 30% for Ashanti region.
And they did 33.
In fact, they did extremely well, above what we were expecting that they would do. And MPP and Baumian did exactly what we said they would do.
So what is the implication for NDC and MPP in Ashanti region?
I think it is time people begin to see, say, no place should be a no-go area. And I believe that if NDC had knew, say, they could win so many seats that they wouldn't have been in contention, many seats would have fallen. Because some of the things we were telling them, now, as a they don't even believe what we were saying. So they didn't invest in those areas.
I see.
I think if they have put money in everywhere that Post was saying, say, they could win, they could have won many of them much more larger margin than they did.
I see.
They didn't believe us. Some of them didn't believe us.
But with the 33, no, NDC make me a build on it, and I say adjusted in 9 days.
See, there are dynamics that we are trying to investigate right now. We hear what happened in Ashanti region. In fact, Bawumia gained plus 8% more compared to Mahama in terms of Omotuaba last year.
Omotuaba 2020.
Yes, about Omamotuma Nanado, Omotuma Mahama this time, and Omamotuma Mahama, Omotuma Bawumia this time. No, there were more people voting for Bawumia net than Mahama in Ashanti region.
Okay.
So as to how he didn't get that high percentage in Ashanti region baffles me.
Really?
Yes.
So what do you think?
Look, we are still, as to the cause or the reason, we still don't know yet. We are still investigating the reason. But I believe, say, the Ashantis that came out, some of them went for Mahama than they would have normally done.
So Ashanti is not sway to
yes,
John Mahama side.
A lot more. Vote to Bawumia from Mahama side now. They were some of the settlers from the northern extraction who had ethnic allegiance to him.
To Bawumia?
And Amutuman, yes. And some Muslims as well.
And Ashanti is not Tuma Mahama.
Yes.
So within the Ashanti communities, Mahama won.
Yeah, he got a lot more, yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
But there were more northern and the Muslim extraction in Ashanti that voted for Bawumia. And you could see the number from polls from a Jura side, those some of them, I think Bawumia did very well.
But 33 for NDC, can they build on it?
Time will tell. It's for them to decide what to do. If they're able to serve Ghanaians well, I mean, it's about performance these days. Who perform more? People who put aside their attachments, sentiment, and other feelings, and say, "Look, they've done well. Let's give them a chance again." It's up to them.
Let's do Western region. Takrade, Eskado, Ketan, Smenia Muniana, the Acheme. Takrade, Takrade. Me but na me sure me no grad dim come say Takrade. I'm not too sure. So Western region.
I told you, sir. Accra and the Western region would deliver a seismic shock. And Western region, because the entire enclave of Sekendi Takrade was completely green. And that's not usual. It is highly abnormal for Sekendi, for Efia, for Kwesimintim, for Shama, Esikado, Takrade, these 6 seats to see something was happening there. In fact, when we did a poll recently before the elections there, about almost 30% of Omamotuma Nanado in 2020 have moved their vote to Mahama. Almost 30% in this enclave.
Takrade sekendi.
Yep. Shama. Efia. Usimintim. Eskado Kitan. And that meant that if these areas are behaving this way, the entire Western region could be in serious trouble.
So Takrade sekendi Shama dynamics bearing the Mao a year MPP mine. What happened there?
Look.
Yes, apart from the economic issues, the local issues more investigative.
Look. No matter how big local issues were, they were trumpeted by the national issue.
I see.
No, I mean you couldn't find this election on local issues. That's all. That is it. There were MPs who are almost loose, but they've done a good job in the constituency. Look, let's say let's look at Hohoi, for example.
Amewu.
Yeah. Look, when we went to the ground first time, a poll bear three or Hohoi. I mean, people were giving the testimony, even though some arrests have not been done, but they were giving credit for some things he has done. And normal circumstances, no. And a normal election, he may have won again. But we a very, very abnormal elections. People were not prepared to do skirt and blouse anymore because of what is happening in current parliament. So
I see.
So I think NDC used that effectively to whip their people in line. Eventually, those who were relying on NDC4 to win, they lost. How commissioner now or rely on NDC4. I feel very vulnerable.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So which means Obiti say how a commission always not NDC4 Kwabena.
Absolutely. And lately, the NDC straight, but MP for Muja joining NDC4.
I see.
There are people in Agasha camp who didn't vote for Mahokwe, came to vote for Electoral. Oshe so Jamana. Initially, they were having the same problem. Now, NDC4 eta Pius.
Okay.
I want to find more hono. Say we share border.
Yeah.
So they were supporting before no. Excuse my I want to call her for campaign and I'm say dada one you free Pius. Otherwise Pius could have won.
I see.
Yes.
So back to Western region. John did 423,245. While candidate now or honor. That is presidential, sorry. Baumia a year 275,231, almost half.
That was serious. Honestly, Western region was something else. This is the largest result for Western region in this republic.
Really?
It was shocking. In fact, in my model number, we were saying maybe Mama will get about 53-54%. Not this level 58%. Is too big. Too big.
Baby to say Takwansuayim.
We saw it coming.
Mrekuduka.
Yes. And to make matters worse, you see, election, the wind was blowing very strongly. At the same time, there was a lady there who was contesting as independent candidate, and she was pulling a good number. And with that performance, there's no way Duka was going to survive because NDC were united behind their candidate, but the MPP were fragmented between Olone Obano.
Independent, no MPP.
Yes, no MPP.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you're not affecting Mrekuduka.
Yes.
So, you baby to say Eastern region. Eastern region, Baumia 493,234. Mama 453,234.
Almost draw.
Almost draw.
And no, you see, I don't know. I said say MPP Ashanti region. Ne, Eastern region Ajurugu. That is exactly what happened. You didn't get what you're looking for in Ashanti region, and Eastern region collapsed under your nose.
Because one uncle.
Yes. Yes, and the apathy in Eastern was a lot higher than in the Ashanti region.
Why?
Someone say,
but, so is it that Akufo-Addo 8 years in a
No, I don't think people are saying that. Almost a comedy home. Whether they have free education, there was fundamental issue about the economy affect Obia, and people wanted the solution to the economy. Well, the top issues in the economy, jobs and education in that order. So the first two, almost over half of the people will say the economy and jobs. So once I don't know, then everything will fall apart.
My uncle baby to say Bono Ahafo. Mahama 216,691 against Baumia 124,811. Almost also half.
June, Ikoye Brekum West, Brekum East, Sunyani West, and Sunyani East. In all, none of them MP was leading. None. So we said, sir, there could be trouble in Bono. In fact, the post was showing, sir, Balfour was going to lose way back in June.
So, which means on more parliamentary candidates, there were issues.
Yes. And then Amir Treme, he was also going to go.
And it happened.
All of them, Brekum West, Brekum East, Sunyani West, Sunyani East, only not tough. It was long projected, said they're going to lose those seats.
Greater Accra, so amazing. JM 1.260 1,260,832. Wabaumia did 681,535. Greater Accra, but Greater Accra seats no, it was a.
Look, none of them shocked me. None of them, apart from Patrick Muhammad, I thought
Baba Sadiq.
I really thought Baba Sadiq must have worked very, very hard to get that seat. Honestly,
but
if the wind that is blowing is that kind of heavy, sometimes even the good ones get swept away. And I think if he loses the seat, I'm saying there were disagreement. If he loses that, it means the wind was quite great. Oshe Tema Centra, I knew it was going to be lost.
Tema Centra?
We said it long time.
That is Ebi Bright.
Ebi Bright, because Tema Kohono, now the force, he was losing about 40% of the vote that went to Yves Hansen. He has lost that 40% of Yves' vote. And who can survive losing 40% of your previous vote? So we share all the places that Mulu here now. There were signs, early warning. There were early warning signs that these guys were going. But it was too good to be true, so people didn't probably take it serious. Yes, because you guys don't know what you have done.
No, anytime me no bedim komo phones no, me the to so part. They might be someone say, alright, someone okay there.
No,
I said no. Don't trust him. Don't believe, because I
no, you have every right not to. I mean, it's okay because.
Once I kept on asking you questions like, are you sure? I mean, sir, baby, to say Tema. 3 seats are gone.
Yeah, it was long coming.
How?
Long coming. Herikote, we saw it long coming. There was no single seat Mulusuya Yanhu. Even those that they held on to, we saw enough signs say if the wind was bigger and blowing massively, you could take them down.
Eslosu.
Oh, she was gone long time. Eslosu had been gone long time. We were even expecting to lose last year. Survival year. 2020.
Baby to say Central Region. 562,620 against 382,749.
And I say massive.
Very.
Almost about 60% in Central Region.
Yeah.
I don't think that has happened before.
I see.
I don't think, I have to check, but this is not a margin that Central Region normally gives. Center for the almost Chadia. No, we're very, very massive. We were expecting some seats to flip, maybe NDC to lose some seat, and then, but we were in fact, A+ seat, no, I think he did very well because from our initial assessment, no, we were thinking NDC could peep it.
Okay.
But I think A+ did very well.
Okay.
To win that seat.
So one more comma NDC, but
yeah, we were in the model. We were thinking it was going to go NDC, but A+ took it, which meant that.
So which means A+ ne Baba Sadiq near the same dynamics.
Yes.
Near the same dynamics.
Yes.
Savannah 134,563 against 56,000. Bow for Baumia. Savannah.
In fact, let me say, only the second region with the highest swing, about 40% of Omatuma Baumia in the last time. Omatuma Mahama in Savannah.
Omatuma Baumia.
No.
Why? Because those things based on Mibotomasem, maybe there are local dynamics.
I believe that they wanted to give Mahama a very huge support, and probably they were thinking, say, Northeast bear the same thing. So they were trying to cancel each other, but Northeast surprised me.
Baumia Krum.
Almost surprising me.
Northeast. Let me check.
He was slightly better than Nanado in 2020.
I see.
Which means that the numbers, it means NDC numbers are very solid numbers there.
You know,
there be.
Mamma sent me one Northeast. Do you have the figures for Northeast?
No, I haven't.
Savannah, North, Upper East, OT, Upper West, Western North, Western North, no bad too.
My internet is down.
Her internet here very poor, very, very poor. Okay, so Dumelo, I also.
Those ones, I think Dumelo, you could see that from the end of the last election, he was going to win the next one. I think leader was sitting on the borrowed time, and that time is up.
Ayawaso.
Yes, because Dumelo is very solid among the student population.
Okay.
And I'm saying Hokona the largest electoral area.
Yes.
So once that comes home very large and big, you can survive it. And Ushe, the other electoral areas, no airport residential area, only numbers. And then the bigger numbers will come from the Abilene Bay side of Honor, and those are heavy areas of Accra who are suffering from the economic hardship. So it's not going to go her way. And it was obviously said she won't survive.
Offer baby to say Oti region, we hear I am from the Casa Normally Baumia, but they lost all the seats once again.
There were some signals coming from certain part of the OT region. I was expecting a bit of one or two shocks
from OT region.
But in Chumuru was giving a bit of hint to say they were not happy, but probably they felt it wasn't the time for them to change their MP. Mama was winning there, but the MPs, they were having a bit of challenges, but eventually they came home.
Almost repeating that.
As usual.
Northern region.
I think it delivered one of the big shocks because people were thinking, say, over the years, Baumia has done well to close the gap. So this time they expected him to say he could win the region. I knew he wasn't going to win. I didn't know he was going to lose that big in the northern region.
But Northeast near close, eh?
Yeah, it was close.
Baumia did 134,000. Mama did 111,000. Agenda 111.
It was close.
Very close.
Yeah. And for your home region, I think this is a bad result.
Ayana me person who say mo check the local dynamics
no, you see, we're a national election, so we don't pay too much attention to Macau, Matiwa kind of issues because we focus.
But you're also informed about for decisions.
Yeah, but parliamentary analysis is a very comprehensive one. And so then we have a time, but once my engine acquire and who here. Exactly. But maybe also saying then we'll look at local issues that can inform you as to how to handle them. But if we had a cohort, we don't have time for those local issues, but we can see enough to say, okay, this could be a reason why this guy could be losing or winning there.
Okay, so Yamfa baby to say Upper East. 361 against 106,000 for Bawumia. Gab knows so too much.
I think the conflict in Boku may have had a negative impact on MPP numbers in Upper East region.
Oh, okay.
Yes. We hear the numbers that were coming from Binduri, Zebela, and Bokunwa. It is quite sobering.
I see. But Yamna Mefa, the national characters, the John Mahama factor, the Bawumia factor. What happened?
Look, this election was going to be tough for Bawumia long before he became a flag bearer for MPP. Long before. Okay, polling data from January 2023. We're doing matchup like a scenario. If it is Mahama against this person, if it is Bawumia against this person. So from earlier on, we could still say, I mean, Mahama was around 53%. Mahama was doing 53% in April 2022. And Bawumia 38%.
2022?
Yes, April.
I see.
Then if you slot in Alana, then you have Mahama coming to around 5-2 and Alan around 4-0. So regardless of who was leading the MPP, Mahama was still leading. Over the time, the numbers hasn't changed much. Mahama went up and then came down slightly. In Ushe, where he was in the last poll, and in the first poll, it appeared people had already voted a long time.
I see.
So that for us, nothing was changing. So we saw that the race was stable. The numbers don't change beyond, certain limit. And with that, you could go to sleep and predict, say, this will be the outcome. So that's why we were very confident.
Baby, messenger, omumie no de ebre Ghana for. On say Edru baby no na man fulfill say Bawumia is talking like an opposition leader. Any good effect on his campaign?
No.
Or
I mean, nobody will say that will have a good campaign. No. Because look, you should be speaking as a government and defending government and touting government achievement and government record. It is for the opposition to run against your government.
Patrick, come closer.
Okay. It is for the opposition to run against the government, not you, the flag bearer of the ruling government. Yeah. It was a very difficult thing for him to do. Very, very difficult, because you have to navigate between the Ofosu and the Moye as a government. It was a really, really tough environment. We shared the campaign messages. It's like something that he could do now, but he can't do it also or train until he gets the power. And people found it very strange. Say, why buy now also? So why can't you do it now? The exact situation Trump and Kamala Harris found themselves in.
Okay.
The same situation. If you can do it, why can't you do it now? That was the question. And on the issue of betting taxes, e-levy, and all those things, people couldn't understand why he cannot do it. I understand, and it became a very tough sale.
So meaning, looking at the results, NDC na superior message, and I say, MPP government and are failing to the point say people were not even looking at NDC message. They just want them out.
We have done post Bear 3. I measure the 24-hour economy against digitization, and all those posts know. 24-hour economy was superior in terms of popular support.
Okay.
So you can't say they were just unpopular. So there is evidence that people bought into some of the policies they were bringing. And the launching manifesto, we also did an additional new poll. I see the both manifestos. And on that occasion too, the NDC manifesto was ranked higher than the MP manifesto. So you can say on the messaging, people believe in their message. Because you see, you have to trust that the person will deliver the manifesto. So when it comes to the issue of trust, who did they trust? And I think there was a trust issue for Bawumia in terms of his ability to achieve the manifestos. So people were really supporting the NDC manifesto over time. So we can say they had a message that people bought into, but also they were aided by the performance of the government in terms of the economy and employment.
So 41% for BOBIE. Is it too strange?
No. Meka almost Ghana had a 12-bar MPP over 45, and I'm saying, why can't MPP over 45? You see, you believe in something, you hold on to it for years, thinking say it's the same thing. Things may have changed under your feet. You will not know. Unnim. So those people who were holding on to that kind of fallacy, they were dreaming. You don't have any 40%. Zero. Ubi fighting on
clean slate.
Yes. So the base that you have now is much smaller than you think. In fact, over the past few years, we share averagely MPP for openly about 33%, 34%. Let's say 40% MPP. NDC maybe 39% because MPP is slightly higher in support than NDC, about 1 or 2%. So if you are 40%, maybe NDC is 38%. From 40% to 50, no, at 10%. Where will they come from?
Yeah.
And that's why you need the floating voters to back you. You need some in NDC to back you. So for NDC, they were much closer because they had a broader appeal even among MPP4 and mostly among floating voters. So we poll now, you see, say, while NDC 33% in terms of the sample, no, Mahama will be around 51, 52.
Okay.
We MPP there, Mahama will be around 34, 35%. No, let's say MPP will be 35%. Then Mahama or 39 and 40. So Baume was getting just extra 4% or 5% on top of his base, while Mahama was getting more than 15, 16, 18% more than what the base is. So it tells you, say, Baume was relying entirely on his base, whereas Mahama had a broader appeal, and that would be a problem for any candidate.
So which means Akufo-Addo and Fabibi are mat tables for Baume?
No, in fact, he took away stuff.
Really?
Yes.
Explain to us. Tell us.
Because Oshe Omama Tuma no Omufri Baumenchi Omufri
with Baume.
Very close. No, he will win by very close. Because most of the floating for no Omufri MPP Ekomahamachi.
I see.
Yes.
Akufo-Addo campaign ma Baume.
It shouldn't have.
I didn't hear.
I don't know, but you were looking at the psychology of the Mama campaign. Now your mama was telling him, say, you should stop campaigning for Baume. You remember?
That is with Kufuor.
No, not that. Even Mama was telling him, say,
oh, okay.
And I say, obey. But I think he didn't know, say, Mama was throwing the beat at him, because the more he campaigns for Baume, people see his performance and say that they are even from Baume. So he was rather hating Baume on the campaign trail when he was in the campaign.
Which means
yes. Look, there was somebody I know. I told the person, say, we don't mean. No, see, you must be smart in knowing the data, because look, as at November, only 35% of Ghanaians approve of his performance. 63 or 64, they don't approve of his performance. This is a very huge number. So when you are trying to distance yourself from a president and he goes on to come for you regularly, you are not able to distance. So that was the problem. Look at the US election. How often did you see Biden on the campaign trail with Kamala Harris? Because he knows it will affect her.
President Kufuor involvement.
Yes. I think it didn't make any difference. he did what he has to do, and people backed him because they know his stature, and I don't think he was going to be able to transfer his love to Bawumia. People were thinking, say, but the simple fact Kufuor had endorsed him means the whole Ashanti region will come out and vote for Bawumia. It's really difficult to assume that.
So even Kufuor involvement meant me and swayed Ashanti.
No. Because there was a bigger problem that was underlying what was going to happen in Ashanti region than Kufuor's intervention.
Yeah, running mates for no. Professor Genano Poku against Matthew.
I think, look, luckily, we do a lot of survey before and after. So the public reception about the two nominations. Maybe a friend favorability rating. How favorable or unfavorable do you see this person as a running mate? Your mouse call, you rate. After Napo was nominated and after Jane was nominated, Jane was highly positive than Matthew Puku Prempe. And what shocked us was that even in the MPP stronghold of Widagbawe, Kwabena, Anyaso Tum, Trubu, Ablakwa North, Ablakwa South, Okankwe Central, Okankwe South. Napo was no match.
I see.
No, I don't see. If they have used data, they would have seen, say, probably would have been wrong choice.
So, Yamfa Naponyina Ashanti region.
Yes.
Would see a year social commentators just after as running mates, no. Then even the MPP themselves said it, that they want to use him to shape the Ashanti votes and believe in so or this year in a fala. So Yamfa Naponyina Ashanti region, and as this time mess no so.
Look.
Why?
Look. To energize the base, there must be something tangible for them. You see, when you are hungry, you are jobless. Giving you all this year is not good enough. No, it wasn't good enough. That all this year does not change the pocket situation of that person. It doesn't change his lack of joblessness. I mean, his joblessness.
Yeah,
it doesn't change it. And if you have given him, let's say, Napo campaign message that dealt with strongly the economy issue, I'm not for concerned about that. Then they may say, okay, let's try them and see, because they are telling us something they will do about the economy. But if you campaign, the DMB campaign completely ran away from the economic argument and discussion. And that was the issue that was bothering Ashanti people, Accra people. Everywhere in the country was the economy. So you couldn't leave the economy and not discuss it and expect people to be galvanized to come out and vote. Because of what? The economy supersedes anything.
Yeah.
Anything.
Yeah.
A comedy or a massa. Edio. So I think they got that wrong, and they deliberately stayed away from the economic argument, and that really cost them.
No, but Naponti MPP for now who say or your damaged goods.
I have been saying, sir, I don't think much of data was used to pick him. It was for other reasons, from what I can see, because there were strong evidence, strong signs from data. Say, but
was a better digitalization for use data?
Well, I can't tell, but clearly, look, we have done several polls. In fact, we have matched him and certain individuals that were in contention to become running mate, including Gardiner Japan.
And Amprechum.
Yes, and Opokunyina.
Okay. Now Opokunyina they are not.
But we polled him. But his name was there, and everything. Nobody denied it.
Anyway, patch out.
So it did and we share what came up about now. Beside Ashanti region, where Napo was doing well, elsewhere, Chum and Japan were really dragging him on the floor.
I see.
Yes. We see Ashanti Nifrimo everywhere else. Educhum and Kennedy and Opugina were doing far better as running mate option
than
Napo, yes.
So what happened?
And that one I can't say make a campaign. But the figures, the data was there. The data was there. And also look, normally you pick an animator, you want him to fill some void, some problems that you have. And MPP problems with they had issues with evangelical voters. Who are evangelical voters? Evangelical voters. Unimum. Pentecost for ne Bakono.
Pentecost and carry for no.
Yes. We have seen a problem.
What was the problem?
They were not comfortable with DMB.
Why?
I must say Ompe Obia or some Omnyame.
Oh, okay.
So
Napo should have filled that void.
That void. Oh no, not Napo. Any candidate they were going to select must fill that void in addition to other factors.
And I didn't even appoint me. Because
the Pentecost.
Oh, but I am who's so cry and want you be next in the woman to say.
No, you see, look, the Pentecostals are very close niche.
Okay.
They are very kind of solid. Once you're one of them, elder, oh, wow. So there was that kind of unease, even though it's subtle and yet obvious, but it was that kind of uneasiness within the faith about his candidature.
Yeah.
So what they should have done was to look for Obiawe Asantini. He can appeal to the Asante base and at the same time attract others, including the Pentecostals. So who would those choices would have been?
Maybe Onyina
or
Educhum.
So the data was clearly not in favor of Napo as a running mate. No.
I see. Professor Jinanopo. And then on the bar table,
look, we had said earlier on, and me, I don't change positions.
Yeah.
Said this election is not running mate election. Even if they play a role, they shouldn't be negative to your campaign. Whereas Professor Jinanopo was not a negative to the campaign, it means she brought stability and sense of steadiness in the campaign.
To the NDC campaign?
The NDC campaign.
I see.
If they had changed her, it would take about maybe another 4 months. It would destabilize them for 4 months before they can find their smooth level.
Okay.
So if it's not broken, don't fix it. So they kept to that principle and probably left her the way it is. Share her contribution. She has never been in the news with negative reporting.
Nothing.
That shows she didn't disturb the campaign. But Napo, every week, every now and then, there are issues. And those things don't help the campaign to focus.
But Osha Professor Jinan or to me the academicians not on board.
I think there were a lot of movement this time around for MPP, NDC along the middle class and upper class.
Okay.
In fact, the bloc you didn't expect NDC to do well, they're not doing well among them. Some of them, it was
specifics,
circumstances. Look, even among the rich, elite, Mama was winning.
Okay.
We a poll about Asikafumu. But we picked certain.
Yeah, you know, Sano.
No,
boy, it is.
Look, we a poll be, and we took the polls in certain shopping malls.
Okay.
Marina Mall, Accra Mall, Junction Mall, and certain key malls. What we were doing is in a car park. We see a car near your car, no car is a car. I say, here for car. And we saw a car. We expect people who with resources or when we are affluent, better one. Then we approach you and we interview you. And to shock you, said what we found was quite interesting. The most people we interviewed there are Christopher, the Pentecostals and Catholic churches. So I was trying to understand, is it the case? Say yes. or say sorry no honest kafonoko omonko basere omonko methodist omonko Anglican. So it confirms say yes, the figures we have for the data was accurate.
Okay.
Because it represented the typical demography of Christians who attend these churches across this. And again, we share omukra tertiary level education now before doing well among this group of people, but this time no, and this is doing far better. In fact, winning handsomely against.
I didn't tell because education, not education, your MPP trump card.
Yes, I think it's gone. I mean, we are university. Among degrees, among them, Mama was doing far better than Maumia. Even among those who have senior high education, he was still doing better. Among junior high, far better. Okay, across everywhere, no, I think there was no.
Fire Braho. So, sir, SHS from Kwadana, almost so more trouble. Mini figure, no, minim say what check figure, no.
Almost to my NDC.
Why? Do you have the figures with you right now?
I need to dig into data, but let me share. We share. What happened now? Free education, you have to really understand the nuances of it. Omo amukoye no, omanenye ho. But omo amutua de omukoye no, parents no me lower level no, omanenye ho. Ono feel say an cost no.
Me ba enkwala no a ekono ano. Na niema nkoyie ma wo mo.
Dabi.
But parent or young say averagely from 1 to 5. Ebi anko no no nim say, hey, come to school fees 500 Ghana. Me ntua me ho atome.
Yes.
And yet sign up partner.
Yes.
Good.
So omono, the parents on the lower level of society, no, low income parents, no, omoneji free no.
Okay.
So you have to look at it very critically. But parents are almost they can afford to pay, no. They are getting it for free. They are concerned about quality.
Okay.
So
okay.
And because of Ghana as a middle income country, no, there are more people who are affluent than very poor. I know what it means.
Me follow.
Because we say we have grown per capita.
Yeah.
Which means a lot more people have resources than those who don't have.
Yeah.
In those who don't have, no, almost change, almost smaller.
Yeah.
Than those who have. And almost say quality no. Those change almost say free. So in the end, no, there will be more people looking for quality than free. So that is why on the free senior high school, no, Mama still does better than Baumia.
So even with the adverts running with free SHS,
no, it made that point, no, a bit closer because one advantage no. So the gap between Mahama and Baumia was a bit closer education than on jobs and then economy.
Yeah. Mamene Professor Smart Sapon, Director of Research and Innovation at Kumasi Technical University in Kasa. Prof Akwaba.
Yeah, I will be answering also.
Prof, Yagusu dim komo and komo ni Unia Musa Dankwa was studio anyway. About to a so you came up with so many predictions and you said humanity sometimes yes, sometimes no. Yeah, that is the beauty of the game. But results are buying it will say
good. Many amedawase na match abusafo adimre etie yen na nititu menhia menua Musa Dankwa Musa memo adwo senso ahanso a emsa ha aha wadaroma sanya okaye no ehwehwemu bebre ekoso before the elections mekano be bi se menyaye a nanka mesumeye ne mpran dodo then you can monitor the changes in the mindsets of the voters. And so, be it as it may, me and do. May catch a more baby say, I do back a moment, me and do, I may be free, never be able to so disrupt me plans, no, not obedient to social media. Say, may say, prediction, I'm here now, because I'm free. I mean, but that is on the lighter note, that's how funny people can be.
Yeah.
But how in this republic, media me kaya, and me predictions, no. Any time I may research work be a diaba. Can who say when you me first time I mean I want us to look internal and begin to strengthen the capacities we have internal. And yes, now of Ghana Hani Eteno, who knew be a man in just economics and intelligence unit. Yes, I say I have a lot of respect for them. But Sabi, at the idea, Minya Musa Dam Kwabena, and I mean, at the IM Ghana, Ako Brodejo, Akoha Yabra Sonum, and the baby, amount full grounds report on Abiana, Sir Yamanoni for Numanyasa, amount. And let's strengthen the internal one. Let nobody make fun of an outcome of elections as if an outcome of a forecast, as if Nanka forecast ni nyame said you or Kaya Abemo share Nigeria and Navidi without paying attention to ABA changes that might have occurred from the day the prediction was made to the day Yakoto Abano. For example, may research from 16th of October and I'm the 16th of November. Can you imagine 7 weeks to elections? Since so far no, and 7 weeks to elections because so far October 16th, everything I about 8 weeks to elections, and after November 16th, so far everything I about 4 weeks to elections. Now, can you imagine 4 weeks to elections or 8 weeks to elections? What might be happening in the minds of the voters or on the ground? Yes, you're Ghana. What happens as people try to convince people to vote for them? A glimpse of what is happening as at Sabrina, and that no researcher must be hanged because a difference existed between what it was predicted and then what actually came. Why should that be the case? As you said, Jamaya, the Beethoven man, and yes, Nipaniti. As you said, the Beethoven man, and yes, Nipanitu, Mobia, Yahoshi, Exonas, Yamani Ben. As you said, Jama, for example, maybe the year now may expected turnout to be as high as 81%. No, NCC, if one so cry research, no, so turn out 80%. No, as you said, both NCC and NEME were the ones supposed to have gone out there and bring people to come and vote. So, I am on your phone, so quite responsible when research outputs are shared. They don't have to sit, or stakeholders don't have to sit, and then see, yeah, no. We can't continue to do that. What everyone else did, including one cry, no more cassette, MPP bidding, Kunuma to team, the ranges of 85 million Musa Dankwa insisted, say, NDC bidding Kunum one touch. And maybe the end of the at that time, you know. No clear will have to work hard as a private person managing a private firm. Bills near day, enough for him to manage a private firm. And that is the joy. We only, in addition to the main things that we do, try to do these things to advance democracy. And the call we want to call on Ghanaians, they should listen with a scientific eye and expect, say, to one among so that we are. Even now that not about discussing the differences between the forecasters and the actual, and not the actuals. Forecasted, as he said, now it was found to be.
But Prof, on a lighter note, no big Busam say they know that who a big team, no more Juma. So even when night time are you busy, your team could have, go ahead to do the job. But that is not the issue. Nana Komia can say, as at February, now MPP 8 really NDC with 10%. I don't know whether one who saw statement, then with your work, where Juma, I've known you from Kumasi, and I know the kind. So now, MPP for figure, no. Almost catch there. Now, the NDC for figure. Were you able to marry the two?
Political parties, meaning say, Omunina, Womunso, Omu research officers. Omukra, they are part of Omu executives, we are sure that they actually have a position for director of research. Nobody can take it away from them. They will also be doing their own data collection. They will also be doing their own. Omukra, so move up prayer. Omu on for every community and access. So we're from the polling station. Omu representatives to every polling station, and at the question, they can get from a few polling stations. They call it 40,000 polling stations. At the blow of a whistle, they can get information from 40,000 polling stations. And see, I'm not taking that away from them, but unfortunately, and I say fortunately for them, it is for their own internal consumption. In Kenya, Nana Komia Obeka Yenreya, Menyasho said now Okra as a senior person in the media fraternity, Okra now what is the same way.
No, yeah.
Did it for their own internal consumption.
Yeah.
Me, any others of my like it there. I think that what I do or what we do is not usually for a certain political parties. In fact, let me also say that I have occasions where people consult me personally and say, social constituency we mumame. Ni abati so media betra bontin bia ye me and public interest survey ya ameye. But me obi be say that say oh, me person me just say na social mumame as say say mame no. That one can't come. In fact, as for about one in your babatun your mame to there. It's a product of hard work. Wow, mobilization will favor you. Everything else will work for you when you work very hard. And see, say, as stakeholders in the political adino, and at this juncture, I would want to pause and congratulate especially the NDC. Obia ye juma de but we also say the enemy to NDC for ye juma si omunina. Me the men kase obia nye juma, but I mean the evidence is before us. From the national level, the General Asedun Ketia to the flag bearer himself, edu baby always and ninina ko enough from but it is the hard work supported by one more regional levels, constituency levels. Obia, you know, monitor. Baby, na utiliza na NDC this schedule of form baby. Even when their flag bearer was nowhere near, even when their national chairman was nowhere near, no, na essentially. I am sure that is the essence of the figures that we are seeing, coupled with the famous or infamous apathy and I say young Kotwaba low turnout to and I think that we want to congratulate the NDC for the hard work that they did.
But almost 2/3 of Parliament
oh near being see dance as I see that. And like I always say, this is a product of hard work. So they said baby on the earning say you can predict who can win the place. If you are a very strong NDC, you can't do anything about it. If you are a very strong MPP, you just can't do anything about it. Or you can do very little. But there are a lot of the places too that hard work overturned fortunes, in the favor of the NDC. Hard work. Those particular constituencies, and we isolating them to praise them and to congratulating them specially. And just a stronghold for now, fine stronghold for also there, but especially swing and 50-50, and even sometimes MPP prayer one NDC to major buy. I mean those parliamentary candidates who did that work or who led that humans Adino needs to be isolated and congratulated.
finally answer na obekono obi te say Alan performance that will say
oh Minya it was like a coming event. Its shadows were all around us for us to see. Semi wafa Rekumbobe and Timianina at that time. Now Onoka, one of the pioneers of private media. And then after GBC Kwano Nunkwan and there were private media for the year on the campaign. Any the kind of energy and no kita were MPP Musa Abrenu. Oshemi Mami Kunedwajima Rollins proud to all Kakotime home. Now commanding over 1 million women. Ewo my wimu. Oshe mini apeni busitano time was saying home. Oshe mi wafa ya obedi awa samwanum mi wafa papa kwesi ndum nom. I mean they all were men of stature. But na kwa say diano sesi ho na say ne mind no e paifi ho a. The source of supply now if you including ever so no. Yen benefo na ka ma say aboa no na who offend the entire nation. Aha, you know, those people should know, say, in unity lies strength. Minister the beer, na before na choir to the extent that they want to break away, they want to this, they want to that. So when me, so for example, NDC, association from the community level, polling station, because national was structures. MPP association from polling station to national was structures. These two political parties is in change the formidability of their structures. NASA will say via to prove the BSC 6 months to election. A Democrat there over the kind of 6 months share mask more another 6 months and new mask. Like it doesn't it doesn't actually work like that. And now it was clear that ANSAH, the senior of PPP, question the media now family Diana ANSAH. A foot will say, my gentleman, Sumbefa, and Kerchi, what they are lacking is the foundation, the structure. CPPO, then they're following Minano, Fakimono, Elibo, Hokra is extremely weak.
I see.
They should spend the next few years to build a very solid structure. May not sure so we have the hibernation maybe 2028. My voter register a voter ballot to answer training when I think who baby crowd to Abanafa.
Yeah.
It is a lesson. I think that they have a lot of time to reorganize themselves, build a better foundation so that we can see a better outcome. And that's idea. So who be say idea
Prof, we are citizen show, yeah, that's be brave.
Good.
Okay, so back to the studio and Minia, you heard your brother, Professor Smart. What do you think about in the comments?
I think with polls, opinion polls,
yeah,
the more regular you do it, the more you know what is happening. At some point, I think he was having issues. It didn't too frequent.
Yeah,
and for him, that was something strange. But and then he says because he lost his mother, he couldn't do more.
Yes.
Which means he could have done more of the frequent service.
Yeah.
So we have frequent service, not be busy, you see it.
Okay. Because himself cried up by to have every week.
Every week, yes. Because
every week,
yes. It's starting every 90 days, from 2022 January to October 2024. 90 days. And then from October 8th up to November 16th, now every week. So every 6 days, a be poll no Saturday, near Apostle, near Shasha Monday, Saturday, and the South, and a friend longitudinal poll.
Yeah.
It is a BBC. So nothing will surprise you. So from all these points, we knew say nothing was changing. And that's why we stood where we stood.
I see.
Yes.
Minia, nkoma ye di nyina ye be samene up. E dey na wo catch Ghana for.
Ghana for.
E dey na because me say Samre no Obama. But you start working on research on Ghana for expectations from the NDC and all the economy, IMF. But I did not catch Ghana for.
They make catch trouble, sir.
Patch issue microphone.
They make catch trouble, sir. Global Info Analytics, Ankra organization. Ye new party BRC. Confidence, sir. Next year, I bet was we MPP who NDC I buy no a man for being. So Omodia, a becatchero. Omodio so a becatchero. I bet more a man for say a kuyi, a nine kuyi. Say Mahamo, yea, and fire.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter who is it.
It's about Ghana.
It's about Ghana. Now, so you're buying a no
Umwa.
And there was time on Besso, MPP. So it is something that will continue. That is our contribution to good governance and democracy in Ghana here. So long as we live as a company, we will do that. Because beside that, a boy, part of our work is do political risk forecast. And don't speak here, say, so we will do that regardless until 90 days no ya kwa ne kuru 2028 na eno
kaba
sa no
yes support adomo kofro zongo lotto forecaster they say I don't know title.
No, but it's refreshing, said you have seen something good coming from Zongo. I am very proud to have come from there in the sense that look, Nanka, if it wasn't my background from Zongwa, I don't think I was able to handle the pressure that was coming. I took it. In fact, I don't think about TV, Mintah radio.
Really?
No, I wasn't watching any of those. Every time I'm with my computer, looking at the figures, trying to understand the data.
So when Paul started insulting you, how did you feel?
One of my guys sent me the link. So, Paul, you're programming now. In fact, one of them I saw the flyer. Mijinaha and Mama saw her and Aja or the boss was but for me, I knew say we will be vindicated, and some of them ran away. And indeed, they ran away. They can't stand the truth with which we did the work with. And you know, there were people on that year. In fact, tried papa. In fact, my mom was very worried.
Really,
she was very worried. In fact, because of me. She has never voted for NDC before, but because of me, Otuma John Mahama, or Felix say, if John doesn't win, people will kill me.
But when you are threats from the government,
no. I mean sometimes they look at people and massa, and you will be say, no. So I mean, so long as I'm honestly doing my job, I don't fear anything.
I know.
And they knew I was right. They knew I was even helping them. They knew it.
I see.
They knew it. Because it's a report in the bar. I'm telling you. The only poll they wait to see the Akandoh.
The Namirakas better radio so did you attend? What was it?
Look behind any political gimmick. And there are people who are not humble to really admit, say, oh, we went overboard, or maybe politicking, now we went a step too far. But he's still going around, making some utterances that really is very shameful. But there are people in MPP who have come to realize and say, look, they were doing politics, and I think they were sorry.
Obia sent me a message from Yamadina Zongo, said they have always known your family to be MPP.
No, look, my entire family. I don't think so. We have to, but we have maybe three NDC people in the family. 3, but who can be about 3 months ago, 6 months ago. I got 2.
I see. Jaman.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's me.
Miss Vidas.
Me patro, yeah, I'm so. Memoir year researcher for me home.
Now, okay. Assembly man, I
MPP. Hey. Oh, yeah, research, but I'm first go no.
Oh, there be any. So we need for good governance, we need viable opposition.
But yes, it's other than you record to you now when you want.
Makai Tamayan Kwalano. I think General Eski the party or be a branch of Medina. And I bet Sazungo boys and say, "Oh, me party executive, me polling agent." Hey, I'll talk about it. Look for Bekai. Obi about 0, 0, 0. And now people so with the other people. Go buy Makuma. Man, your friend is scuffle busia. Oh, Medina. Yes, scuffle busia.
I see.
No, SK party chairman Medina.
But
now, come at
shut up performance.
Look, I understand why he didn't perform. He and Alan. Look, people were going to risk to vote for them as a protest. But they realized the price at stake was too huge to gamble a runoff. And they didn't want any machinations in this election.
Okay.
So when they got there, they flipped.
So,
yes, very late. Yes, very late. Very late. Because we didn't see that in any other poll. It means in the weeks we didn't poll, that was the period they changed their mind. Because I think there were some fears. Somebody was going to rig the election. So the whole citizens were really. And I think that was what happened to the Alan and Bediako guys, and they went heavily for Mahama. The whole Ghana is only in a crowd that Bediako and Alan's numbers went to Baumia. In the rest of the countries, it went to Mahama.
Thank you, sir, for joining us in the studio.
It's my pleasure.
Musa Dankwa. Yadasi Bibri.
Miss Medasi.
Live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. Bedamo say. Meka was Hannah Tete says, well done, Musa Dankwa. You have totally okay, so let me leave that one out. Gideon Kofi Abedu is here with us on our Facebook page. Let me see. Okay, so Kwabena, please ask him to confirm this theory that anytime you conduct a poll and many responses are not forthcoming, it means they are going to vote for the opposition. Is that right?
See, we don't.
You meet somebody, you ask the person, why not be man or say, may take a decision. Then people feel like,
yes. See, if you are an incumbent and you have a big number of, I'm undecided, be very worried.
I see.
Yes.
I see.
They won't break in your favor.
Okay.
But if you are lucky and your campaign looks positive towards the end, you might get a bit more. But if your campaign loses track and it falls apart, they will just hit you in a way you would never imagine.
Okay, thank you. But more coming over Professor Smart one some me pesa me mama come over one some film. Okay, so Kwame fra domi Kwabena ayine atuma me na Ghana fo nyina no ye da mo ase no ma menka sem wi domi Kwabena lamte onsa me ka se nkola no be hwe lamte won se me ka kire se enkoda no ebe hwe na free say agro na edi na yen se ntwefo ye hu ade ayudi adi ye ho ense nu agro no ebe si ni eni ho kasi lamte me ka se enkoda no ebe hwe so won
and this constituency chairman and this constituency chairman onya so da for onya police ma bo papa ibona na bo so ba tu and this constituency chairman was for mu kwajeno constituency chairman ma bo papa was for mu kwajeno constituency chairman o mu so ba tu junior eno ma bo no sa no o ma jeno constituency chairman and this constituency chairman and this constituency chairman onya so da for onya police ma bo papa ibona na bo so ba tu and this constituency chairman was for mu kwajeno constituency chairman ma bo papa was for mu kwajeno constituency chairman o mu so ba tu junior eno ma bo no sa no o ma jeno constituency chairman